I have some people asking about the Chicago area and northern Illinois and also Indiana. I just want to answer some questions here. So back over near Aurora in Chicago, there's nothing happening right now, but we are expecting a line of thunderstorms here very soon. There could still be a tornado, and I think if we got something like that, it would come out of this activity. So we're going to be watching that closely as it moves towards Joliet, Morris, and Chehanan and near Aurora. So that's going to be something to watch for. But this activity here is mostly all elevated right now. It's mostly just some gusty winds, some small hail. There's nothing really significant here as of right now that is really concerning to me, but we are going to keep a close eye on it as it continues to move northeast. Indiana, you're still a few hours away. All right, Kentucky, same thing. We don't have anything over in your area or your neck of the woods quite yet. Back over in Kentucky, I think the tornado risk is very low, but not zero. And then also back over in western Indiana, we have a potential for a few tornadoes, but it's mostly after 5. So we still got about an hour until we really start to see that threat ramp up. And once that happens, we'll obviously shift our focus that direction as well. There's some cloud to ground lightning on this storm. This is also CJ Ziegler.
Warning going just north of Bloomington right now.
Bloomington. Shoal is going through some craziness right now. What is Shoal going through? Shoal loads. I don't think Shoal's going to load. There we go. I don't know what Shoal is in right now.
Other side of the power lines, we're fine.
Oh my goodness. I don't know if Shoal's in a tornado or just in really high winds. And he is temporarily out of connection.
Oh man, I hope he's okay.
Okay, so Shoal is either in a very strong downburst, which I think that's what this is, possibly a tornado. And Shoal is again out as of right now. This is an observed tornado. I don't know if this just got upgraded, but this is technically a confirmed tornado right now in Illinois. Again, Shoal is currently out of connection. Once he comes back, I'll let you know. I don't know if I think he's using Starlink, and that wind might have ripped off his Starlink or something. If it's out for that long. This is still a Weather Spotters confirmed tornado as of 4:03, so there's still a confirmed tornado on this. So stay in your safe place. Again, if you are in this warning, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible. This is still a dangerous storm on the north side of Bloomington. It sounds like there is visual of an active tornado. I don't see that, but... yeah, Shoal is currently... on my end, he's not back. We'll keep you posted. Let me see. We got a new report coming in. This is from Hunter Hurley as well, just moments ago. It's back over. This over in McLean. Actually, hear the tornado sirens going off here in McLean just moments ago. McLean, Illinois. Those are very loud. But that was moments ago there from Hunter Hurley. Let's go back over to Brandon. Then, I mean, Shoal's still out. I honestly think, Shoal uses Starlink, and I think his Starlink probably got ripped off. It happened to Brandon once with very strong winds. He's back? Okay. I guess on my end, it's just not working. I'm gonna refresh his feed and see if it comes back.
I don't think it's going to be the tornadoes of the day. I think that stuff's going to be further east without a doubt.
Yeah, I agree. I do think there's a good chance you guys see a tornado.
Did Shoal never drop?
Between, Urbana and Danville.
Why it dropped on my end?
70, Terre Haute.
It's still going, but for some reason on my end, it's not working.
In that zone, I do think there's something in there. Yeah, I just took a look at the radar there. I'm liking that south heading up towards Danville area, so I'm just going to shoot east to Champaign now. Holy Gus, NATO!
Does Freddy have something?
These Gustnados are going crazy, bro.
We're going to Freddie McKinney.
Yeah, I just took a look at the radar there. I'm liking that cell heading up towards Danville area, so I'm just going to shoot east to Champaign now.
Okay, so
Holy
Freddy has a Gustnado.
It's a wedge Gustnado. Holy cow, chat. Oh, that's a big one.
That is huge.
Wow.
They're barely on the north side of Bloomington. That is a big Gustnado right there. Look at that thing.
People are freaking out. Guys, don't pull anything. Oh my gosh, bro. Really?
This is not what you're supposed to do. This is absurd.
Just parking underneath the overpass.
Truck drivers should not be parking under overpasses. It's so dangerous.
Look at it going through town here. People are freaking out here to the left. Oh, look at the wind. Getting hammered.
Why are you in the far left lane going so slow?
I don't know, bro.
Check Brandon Kopic. Brandon Kopic's POV on this Bloomington storm. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Effingham, Cumberland, Shelby, Moultrie, and Coles counties in central southern Illinois, or kind of more eastern Illinois now, south of Urbana. That one has a tornado possible label on it, so those storms are now beginning to ramp up.
Pretty impressed with that cell, though.
Bottom right of your screen, you can see it. Brandon is having so many camera issues right now. It's all good though. Back over to CJ. All right, Shoal is back. Shoal is driving through a powerful storm north of Bloomington. So Shoal is good. I guess his Starlink did not get ripped off. That was honestly my theory because it happened to Brandon back in, I think, North Dakota. Oh, half a year ago. Didn't know if it was a similar situation or not. Birds in here.
Okay, so it just does not want to connect.
I think Shoal's been driving through wind for like a full-blown 10 minutes now. I think Shoal is still on the north side of Bloomington, from my knowledge. Gonna go back to Brandon, but it went still strong. We're gonna go back to Brandon though, which Brandon is temporarily out. Let's go to CJ. CJ's kind of more underneath this storm right now near Bloomington. I believe he's going to start tracking east now, but it does seem as if like our threat for severe weather now is starting to shift more to the east. So I guess that's kind of a trend that we are seeing. Oops. That is a trend that we are currently seeing. Again, tornado warning does continue just north of Bloomington. We've had many gustnados and tornadoes here over the last couple of hours. And again, we've probably had around a dozen so far, which is kind of crazy to say. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings for those in Bloomington, Lincoln, north of Springfield as well, with damaging winds being the main concern across this entire line. We also have a storm between Bloomington and Springfield that is also something to watch for as that continues to track east. But back over just to the west of Charleston, this storm here near Paradise and Mattoon and Sullivan is becoming a little bit more concerning. This is an environment down over here in eastern Illinois that is more favorable for tornadoes and potentially even strong tornadoes due to how much wind shear we have and also the amount of instability. So once this discrete storm organizes more, it could definitely become more of a concern when it comes to the threat of a tornado. So we need to watch this as it moves northeast. Long-term tracks would be Georgetown, Paris, Danville, just east there, and south of Urbana.
You gotta focus on.
All right, Scholl is beginning to get out of the wind, so that's good. He was in the wind there for quite a while. See if Brandon Kopic came back or not. Right, Brandon Kopic is still on a black screen. CJ has a little bit of scud here in front of him too. By the way, tornado warning does go for another 33 minutes. Until 4:45 Central Time, north of Bloomington.
We got
shout out to Maggie for the 5 gifted memberships.
We got that pea-sized hail falling now.
All right, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be back over in Pontiac and Fairbury, Chatsworth. Right along I-55, that's going to be for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, which is a considerable damage threat. And there's also a tornado possible label on this. So this is, again, moving northeast. So if you're in this warning, make sure that you are staying away from windows and preferably on the lowest floor possible. Even if it's not a tornado warning, it is still a dangerous storm that is moving to the northeast and has a long history of producing tornadoes at this point. And we now have another one. So another severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for Macon, DeWitt, Sangamon, and Logan counties. That's going to be west of Decatur and east of Springfield, moving to the northeast. Again, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail is going to be possible. At this point, this is not just turning into a tornado risk, but it's turning into a full-blown wind threat right now across central Illinois. There are many severe storms right now that are producing damaging winds that are rather significant. We've already seen it on Scholl's feed. It was very high. Kopic showed it as well, and even CJ. The winds are very strong right now in central Illinois. So be prepared for this if you're out in front of these storms. If you're in Indiana, if you're in eastern Illinois, you should be hatching down any sort of loose line items, like trampolines. Those could literally go flying today. I know it's not flying or tossing trampolines on Tall Trees Thursday, but it is Wacky Weather Wednesday, and so far it has been very wacky here. Across eastern and central Illinois, and it's only going to continue to get crazier, I think, as we go into the late afternoon hours in Illinois. And then back up west of Chicago, we are beginning to see slightly more organized activity. So the storms are beginning to organize a little bit more now outside of Aurora, just south of DeKalb. So we need to watch this. Again, storms are getting a little bit more organized. Tornado risk is going to potentially increase in addition to the wind risk just a little bit. Again, Chicago is not technically in a significant tornado risk. Again, if you look at the tornado parameter values, for example, today, it's about a 5% tornado risk within a 25-mile radius. So it's not very elevated, but there is still a potential for a tornado or two out of this line. And if we see anything develop out in front of it, that could also be concerning. But so far, we've not seen anything like that. So that's good news. All right, let's go back over to Brandon, who is once again back near Peoria. Oops, that's the wrong button.
Right here, just taking the 150. Shoot, take me where I need to go.
Huge shout out to Melly, Lucas, Deborah, Mark, and Ryan, Johanna.
If you guys are concerned about your area, just type in chat and I can look it up for you.
And we are fully expecting this threat for severe weather to continue to ramp up over the next couple of hours. So it should get pretty active pretty quickly. Thank you, Amy, for becoming a member. All quiet in Batavia, Illinois. All right, just a little update on timing while we have a little, as all the chasers start to position again, and also the storms continue. Let's just go through the timing for the rest of the afternoon. This is the latest HRRR model run, so this is right around 5 o'clock. We are expecting a lot more storm coverage across eastern Illinois and western Indiana just over the next couple of hours. And then storms will be knocking on your doorstep if you're back over in Aurora, Juliet, DeKalb, and eventually approaching Chicago around 6 o'clock tonight. So it's about 2 hours or so until the severe weather threat is out of your neck of the woods in the Chicago suburbs. But damaging winds and an isolated tornado or two will be possible, and that severe weather risk is beginning to ramp up just a little bit. By around 6 o'clock tonight, storms are moving into western Indiana near Bloomington, just west of Indianapolis, back over near Lafayette. Main concern will be damaging winds and hail, but there could be a tornado or two with this activity. By 7 o'clock tonight, these storms continue to push east. We're also going to have some storms even back over in western Kentucky that are also producing the threat for damaging winds, but maybe even a brief tornado. By 8 o'clock tonight, storms are moving into Fort Wayne, Indianapolis, Bloomington, Louisville, Kentucky, and all the way back through Clarksville, Tennessee. And even a few storms up near Kalamazoo are possible in southwestern Michigan. And then by 9 to 10 o'clock tonight, these storms will be falling apart as they move into western Ohio. Severe weather should really be done by around 11 o'clock tonight at the latest. That's Central Time, so about 12 a.m. Eastern Time for those that live back over in Ohio. I also want to point out that you might have already seen a tornado today. You could legitimately also see snow in the next about 8 hours. And 8 hours from now, you could have snow falling, and it could be accumulating back over in Peoria and the Chicago area. So even though there's severe weather right now, don't worry. There's snow coming too, which is really crazy to say. I cannot believe we're going to have a potential for snow there. Also, this is a cyclone port on Radar Omega. Just want to point this out. We had full-blown blizzard conditions happening back over Nebraska and western Iowa today, and they're still happening. But this is how windy it is right now. Behind all of this, it is very windy. Wind gusts have been measured as high as 45 miles per hour, which honestly I think is a little bit low. We still have very heavy snowfall across the blizzard warning in Iowa. So, pretty crazy stuff. All right, let's go back over to CJ. CJ has a lot of rising scud there on the right side of your screen. He's on the south side now of the Bloomington storm. What a bit of rising scud there on the middle right.
I see dust way off in the front over there, kicking up like crazy.
Just want you guys to know if you're concerned about your area, you can just type it in chat and I'll pull it up on Google Maps and see if anything's coming towards you. I notice a lot of the streamers, they have, thousands of people watching and they won't check each individual area, so I just want to help you guys out if anybody's concerned.
It's kind of hard overall to stay in front of this, but this freeway should be, another on this freeway should be really good.
And we just posted it on Facebook only about an hour and a half after going live, but if you want to share that, it's also on Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. We're also on Twitter and Facebook. Links are in the description. You can also join our community on Discord. Link is down below as well. But CJ is still on this storm here near Bloomington. It's still very ominous.
Is that the cell booster? I don't think it is.
Hey, Christina for the super chat. Also, shout out to Robert for the $10 super chat. It was 8 degrees on Friday. The Midwest is entirely wild. If you look at some of the forecasts for even like Davenport or Peoria, for example, you could even just do a forecast for Peoria, Illinois. Let me pull up a forecast for you guys right now. So the temperature in Peoria, just for reference, it was 59 degrees, or sorry, it was 71 degrees not even an hour ago. It's going to drop down to 32 degrees by tomorrow morning, and we're going to have snow. So just after seeing a few tornadoes in the Peoria area, there's also now going to be the potential for snow in just a couple hours. So don't worry. If you were looking for all 4 seasons in 24 hours, you've got it here in Illinois. It's quite incredible.
I hope we don't get any bad weather in Ohio tonight.
Back to CJ here. Left side of your screen will be anything of concern. At this point, the tornado risk though on this storm has definitely dropped quite a bit. If we had a tornado, it would be going towards Pontiac now, well north of Bloomington. Still technically a confirmed tornado warning right now, but I haven't had anything confirmed here in a little bit. We've had a lot of different little gustnados and tornadoes as well. Thank you, Maria, for becoming a member, and as well as Brandy and Stephanie.
Yeah, we're staying out in front of this now, guys, pretty well.
This bottom radar down here is Enrod. It's normalized rotation.
You know, believe it or not, there is a risk. I think
Kind of
there's
makes
a risk
it a lot
for
easier
fires
to
too
spot
today.
out tornadoes.
For sure.
They'll have like a blue and green close together.
I'm pretty sure there is a risk for fires today too. Yeah, I mean, you just got to travel a little bit further down to the south, but we also have a risk for fires in western Illinois today. I'm not even kidding. We have all 4 seasons legitimately in one day here in Illinois. We have a fire risk. The only thing we're missing really at this point is a hurricane or like a sharknado or something. So, yeah, that's crazy.
Only 60-mile-an-hour winds, it says on radar.
Average day in Illinois.
I don't know if we're gonna
Basically the average day in Illinois.
But
We'll take a look at a 3D view on this supercell.
I am noticing something a little bit concerning.
new subscriber from Tornado.
A little bit more concerning. Back over in southern Illinois, we got 3 storms here between Mount Vernon and Robinson. The reason why this is concerning, 2 of them are beginning to rotate. One near Flora and one north of Wayne City. So we got 2 storms rotating, and the other one up here near Newton isn't really rotating quite yet, but these 2 are beginning to rotate. So the tornado risk is apparently increasing now in even southeastern Illinois right now. And they have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Champaign, Edgar, Douglas, Moultrie, and Coles counties. And they also just issued another severe thunderstorm warning for Kendall, Grundy, and Will counties. So we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. This one's all the way back up near Joliet. So if you're in Joliet, Morse, Channahon, Godley, Oswego, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds are possible. Tornado risk might be increasing right now west of Aurora. Not seeing really anything too definitively right now for a tornado threat, but this storm here is definitely one to watch for as it moves into Aurora. But our greatest tornado threat would come out of this activity here. It's a little bit more favorable of an environment moving towards Joliet and Channahon. Eventually going towards Chicago within the next hour. Yeah, as I was mentioning, the storms down here to the south are beginning to rotate. We might get warnings on those here soon. New severe thunderstorm warning, though, for Tuscola, south of Urbana. This one does not have a tornado possible label on it. This activity is not organized at all, but it is producing damaging winds and even a bit of large hail as well. But yeah, right now I'm not seeing anything here that is enough for a tornado warning yet, but we're going to keep a close eye on it. Let's go back over to CJ. Let me get him on my bottom right too here in a second.
Yeah, I don't think that was really anything. There's nothing on the radar.
Alright. Thank you, Wolves, for the super chat. I don't know where Mount Carmel is and what state we're talking. But if you're anywhere really in, I mean, the risk that's outlined, you do have a risk for severe weather. Thank you, Glitter, for this becoming a member.
I mean, it's definitely producing some wind still, but yeah. I mean, I'm gonna try to get in front of this and see what I see, but it's gonna engulf.
Check back in on Brandon Kopic. See where he's at. All right, Brandon Kopic is moving east towards the other supercell. So we'll back over here in a little bit. Thank you, Tan, for the super chat. In Joliet, calm so far.
Just want to let you guys know if anybody's concerned about weather in their area, just type the area in chat and I can look it up for you.
We might have 2 tornadoes. I'm not entirely sure, but this one's all the way from Hannah City. And they were looking west at a tornado. So there might be 2 separate tornadoes
Gibson
here. We
City.
may have one going towards Peoria Heights and another one traveling up Route 24. By the looks of it, that's what's happening. So, again.
All right, real quick, I'm going to pull up this from the SVC Outlook. This is where all the severe weather is going to be here today, mostly in Illinois, Indiana. We go ahead and pull up Gibson City for you. All right, so Gibson City's southwest of Chicago. Yeah, it looks like these severe storms are coming right at you. So you definitely want to pay attention to these tornado warnings coming in. Let's try to see you compared to like directly east of Peoria. Oh man, you're like right next to it, aren't you? I wish my radar showed all the cities better. Where is Bloomington exactly? Okay, so you're directly east of Bloomington. There's Gibson. Looks like the tornado threat's right north of you, but you still have a lot of severe weather coming at you. Yeah, you definitely want to pay close attention to the weather in Gibson City because you definitely see a tornado.
Thank you, Emily, for becoming a member. Is Chicago safe? Chicago has a risk of severe weather. It's gonna be more.
Tornado on the ground.
It's gonna be more geared towards
You can see the purple outline right here. This is your
probably in about an hour or two,
tornado warning. Here's Gibson.
Definitely be more alert.
But we also have other severe storms here coming towards Gibson that
once again,
can
this
also
is a
produce
storm,
tornadoes. So
near Pekin.
let me pull up the normalized rotation too.
I'm keeping a close eye on Shoal if he ends up having anything again. We definitely have a good shelf look to it. A little bit of a lowering.
Like nothing's rotating in the vicinity of Gibson right now.
But it does seem this particular storm is producing more of the brief tornado variety right now. So we just had 2 different. This is now the 3rd tornado I think we've already had. I think we had 3 tornadoes within the span of about 20 minutes. Yeah, the first 25 minutes of this stream, we've had 3 different tornadoes. All in the same storm, just in different places. Thank you, Uga, for the super chat. Man, look at that. That's just an angry-looking storm. This is your classic, I feel like, Midwest-looking storm. You got a big shelf cloud. Producing embedded tornadoes. I feel like the Midwest always has lines of thunderstorms, and this isn't necessarily a line.
It's hard to say in the exact ETA, but yeah, probably in like
getting
the
to
next
that point.
We're good.
30 minutes to an hour. you're probably going to start seeing
CJ, bottom right of your
some
screen.
storms in Gibson.
Once
Depends,
again,
like this one may go underneath it.
Right,
this one may go over top.
Peoria, Illinois.
This one might hit Gibson dead
Peoria,
on, but
Peoria Heights, baby,
really don't know
Gardens.
until it gets there further.
Over
You
the
kind of
last
see
few
the
minutes,
direction
we've
they're
got a
moving
tornado
in.
confirmed right about there near Route
They're all
24,
going
and another
northeast.
one confirmed on the west side of Peoria. And this one, at this point, we don't have a clue if that's on
You
the
probably
ground
want
anymore.
to keep an eye on this
Assuming
one for
it's probably
Gibson.
not. And then the one west of Pekin is a little bit more concerning.
You never know with
Storm
severe
also
weather,
that's
though,
just
because they
fired
can
up
always
near
change
Mason
directions.
City, producing some $0.25 to $0.5 sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds moving northeast. That'll be something to watch for. Potential tornado risk down the road. And this is, again, that shelf cloud.
Yeah. You live in
We're definitely
Gibson,
gonna
you
have a
definitely want to pay
damaging wind
attention to
risk
weather for the
coming in
next couple
Peoria,
hours for
in
sure.
addition to a possible tornado. Do you think these storms will be as bad as the ones we had over the weekend? That's a good question, and I don't want to like scare anybody here. I don't think it's going to be. All right, I don't think this is going to be as bad as what we had Friday, Saturday by any means. Those were much more favorable environments, and those are also over a much longer period of time. Today's threat is from now until about 8 o'clock. That's like the main concern. It's like a 5-hour time frame. So personally, I don't feel like we are going to have a full-blown stretch.
Yeah, according to max
this
velocity,
weekend
say
where
what
we
the
had
threats are supposed to
100
end around
plus
8 o'clock.
tornadoes within 48 hours.
I'm in Cincinnati, so I'm hoping we don't get anything nasty tonight.
Just it's also not the same event. Today's event is much more of a cold core tornado setup rather than a full-blown organized outbreak. So
OMG, please.
do you think Michigan's going to be all right? I think Southwest Michigan needs at least to be weather aware for the tornado threat. All right, we do have a new SPC outlook that has just come out while CJ continues to get back into position. This is the latest Storm Prediction Center outlook. We don't have the categorical or we have the categorical, but we don't have the tornado, wind, or hail updates in yet. But this is, again, the general risk that we have outlined. Enhanced risk of severe weather for those in western Indiana, central and eastern Illinois. Slight risk for most of Indiana, western Ohio, and southwest Michigan, and also a pretty good chunk of Illinois, and even into Kentucky. And marginal threat goes all the way down into the deep south. And if you are in the deep south today, the main concern will be damaging winds and isolated hail. It's a very isolated risk. Again, nothing like what we saw a couple weeks ago. I'm not trying to, again, there's no reason to be scared today down there. Just, stay weather aware. That's the biggest thing. And if anything changes, obviously, we'll be the first to let you know. All right, we do have a new radar scan coming in now. We have another little storm merger on the south side of the supercell, so that could, again, elevate the tornado risk again. Not seeing any really organized areas of rotation. Maybe a little spin there over the west side of Peoria. Is anybody currently watching from Peoria or anywhere in the general vicinity in the chat? I'm just curious.
I went to a euchre tournament in
Obviously,
Peoria,
make sure that
Illinois
you're in
back
the
in
same
like
place. I would not be
2001.
going to
That
look
was some good
outside. This
time.
is at the minimum producing some damaging winds, but there could also be a tornado. Let's go back over to CJ, and I'm going to pull up something while he does that. This, again, that view on that storm right side of your screen is a decent little lowering that's trying to develop, it looks like. Look at the right side of your screen. That looks a little suspicious.
Oh, you can see the inflow right behind us.
Okay, so CJ's saying there's an inflow. And that's right behind the tree line and the house line here.
Yeah, once we get out into the country, we'll have a good shot.
Yeah, right side of your screen. Looks like there's some organization happening there.
Yeah, literally one of the reports is exactly on the road we were on like 5 minutes ago.
For those that are here in the Midwest today, are you guys seeing all the dust that's rolling in? That's what it looks like right now for the dust. All that yellow in the mix of clouds, that is all dust that is currently moving into Indiana, Kentucky. It's even moving into Tennessee. This is very rare. You don't usually see dust this far to the north. All of this dust is coming from Texas and New Mexico and Oklahoma.
We keep going.
Illinois.
It's lots of dust today, huh?
All right, CJ's back out or is now looking at the storm again. It's still a scuddy base here on the tornado-warned cell near Pontiac.
Oh God, ponding like crazy.
I feel like every state has bad drivers, though. I feel like everybody says the same thing about every driver in every state. Anybody actually have good drivers in their state? Like, is there any, like, state that there's no complaints? Everybody's just good at driving? Thank you, Robert, for the super chat. The sky has a yellow tint in Indiana. Is that from the dust? It sure is. Vermont drivers. Nobody even lives in Vermont. Has like nobody living there. It's a very small state. I've been to Vermont before.
I was actually looking at all the like
I guess Vermont
customers that have
there aren't many
electricity
people up there though.
outage website the other day, and it's like Vermont and
Somebody was just asking about the dust. Yeah, there is dust. This is a live
I think
look
it's
at
Wisconsin.
satellite.
No, I'll
And the
pull it
yellow
up.
is going to indicate your dust. So we have
Least
dust
amount of
literally stretching
electricity
even from northern
customers in the
Alabama
United
all the way
States.
back
It's
up
the
into
two
Midwest. And
lowest
again, all
states.
that dust is
Actually,
coming from
Alaska's the
Texas.
smallest one, but
All
it's
coming
in,
from
I'm
Texas
talking like the lower
yesterday.
50.
And also, here's your cyclone. 985 millibars or so sitting right over Missouri. Very strong mid-latitude cyclone that's now moving into the Midwest. Blizzard conditions on the north and west side of it. You got your severe weather. Dust is right out in front of that severe weather. So, pretty cool little look, though, at that satellite imagery this afternoon. Also, the tornado warning has now been canceled, so we no longer have any tornado warnings, at least for now. But they are now issuing new severe thunderstorm warnings back over in southeastern Illinois. That includes Oblong, Robinson, Newton, Flora, Noble, and Olney. So if you're in any of these areas, 2 new severe thunderstorm warnings, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, quarter-sized tail, and there is a tornado possible label on both of these storms.
A lot more severe thunderstorms are popping up now. We're up to 6.
And definitely something to watch for right here. Back over near, just south of Champaign here, we have a supercell that's near Villa Grove. That one's not organized yet, but that one's starting to rotate a little bit. This right here is going to be a storm merger here soon. Okay, and I do think that we are going to eventually see the potential for a tornado come out of this. Once this all merges with that supercell, this thing is probably going to explode very quickly, and it'll probably become tornadic in the next 20 to 25 minutes. So if you're back up near Georgetown, Ridge Farm, Danville, this is definitely going to be a storm to watch for.
This one kind of looks scary.
As it continues to move northeast.
So close to radar, though, you can't. Like if I try to look at the 3D
the storm
view of
southeast
the
of
storm,
Lincoln. This is mainly a wind risk
probably
at this
gonna cut
point.
off
There
the
is
top of
actually a
it.
tornado possible label on this, though.
No, actually, it's
So
not
I'm not
that
really
high.
seeing much rotation. That's approaching Clinton.
It's only going about 25,000
Pontiac
feet
storm,
right now.
mostly wind, and then back up in the Chicago suburbs. Still a little bit of broad circulation there, approaching Aurora, but mainly a wind risk for now if you're back up near Joliet, Bolingbrook, Naperville, Aurora, Batavia. I'm honestly kind of surprised we don't at least have a little severe thunderstorm warning here for some winds back up in Aurora. But in Aurora, there could be some damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. So that'll be something to watch for there. Orange haze in Wisconsin. That is once again from the dust. Shout out to Jessica, Alan, Jonathan, and Emily for also picking up merch
Pretty
at
much all of Illinois is
shopmaxvelocity.net.
under a severe thunderstorm on this part of the state now.
There is no tornado on the ground as of right now. Nothing confirmed. We have no tornado warnings. Nothing confirmed. If that changes, obviously, we will let you know. See what Brandon's looking at. That storm is heading towards Danville. Should I leave my semi-truck?
Switch radars here for a minute.
If you're in Danville and you can like park your semi or something like that, it's probably a good
It's
idea.
a little baby airport
If you're
radar.
gonna be staying there, if you're like traveling westbound or something, then you have some time. But it's probably a good idea to just wait out the storms. Honestly, you don't want to be one of those people that parks under an overpass. Probably not the best idea. I do think severe weather is possible in northwest Indiana. I mean, literally anywhere in the risk today, you have a chance for severe weather. At this point, the main concern is going to be in this region. I kind of outline it, but the main risk is in this region here over the next few hours. So eastern Illinois, pretty much all of Indiana has a risk of severe weather. Western Ohio,
That's our risk area
Southwest
he's
Michigan,
talking about.
and even parts of Kentucky.
Yellow's
will
the
at least have
worst, red's
some
not
risk
so
of
bad.
severe weather. So make sure that you're staying weather aware and have multiple ways
I've
to
seen
receive
it be
warnings as
2%,
well.
and I've seen tornadoes
Over
all
Brandon
over the place
Kopic.
before. So it just kind of gives you an idea. So
Topic is, I don't think he has his audio on, but he is currently I don't know where he
Mostly
is.
Illinois and Indiana.
Give me 1
It's
second.
gonna hit all the nasty weather tonight.
Very soon, we are going to have actual locations of every chaser on the screen. We just have to code something up for that. So for those that are wondering, we will have location trackers on very soon. Okay, so Copic is right now along I-74.
If you guys are concerned about any location you're at, I can pull it up
Back
for you
over
if you
to
want.
Freddy.
Is it still sitting in? Okay.
Just
Freddy's
type it in
quickly
chat.
approaching the Urbana storm, and also Champaign, which that one again looks a little bit more concerning. The one south of Urbana, the one that's he's on right now, is not as concerning, but the one south of it is more concerning. That's probably what he's going for right now.
Okay, is it on OBS? Does it say it's sending?
Okay, Freddy's trying to figure out his stream there. Thank you, Erica, for the super chat. I don't know where Crystal Lake and Prairie Grove are. Is anybody? Where is that? Is that Northeast Illinois? Thank you, Nate, for becoming a member. Let's go back up to the Chicago area. At this point, for those in Chicago, the tornado risk is going to increase a little bit over the next like 30 to 45 minutes. It's not going to be like a major increase, but the potential for an embedded tornado in this cluster of storms is going to be ramping up over the next 30 to 45 minutes. A lot more moisture and warm air is now building, so we may get a brief tornado or two as this moves into the Chicago area. Currently, no tornado watch in effect for Chicago, but that doesn't mean you can't see a tornado. And Shannon, right now, we are getting strong winds right along I-80 near Shanahan, Manuka, and also approaching Plainfield. Yeah,
The radar will show you the upper, like, you know, this is like 5,000 feet higher in the area, but you can actually see the wind speed. Like your yellow, see, that's like up to 80 miles an hour here. I mean, that doesn't mean it's 80 miles per hour of the ground, but that's what how fast the storm's moving in that direction. So
Buzz Lightyear. I do not.
It's definitely some quick moving storms near Chicago. This line right here.
Shout out to Kelly as well for picking up merch. Appreciate that. Who's currently watching from Illinois, or where are you guys all watching from? Let me know in the chat. I'm curious. I'm guessing a lot of you are from Illinois. We've covered a lot of Illinois events in the past, so I think we have a pretty large audience just from Illinois alone. Seeing a lot of Michigan. I'm actually seeing a lot of Michigan. Indiana, Illinois, Vancouver. Okay, Vancouver's not in the path of severe storms. Even South Dakota, Kansas, Springfield, Illinois. Yeah, definitely a lot of Illinois and Indiana, that's for sure. It's kind of a cool view that Brandon Kopic has right now. Oh, that's the wrong screen. That's also the wrong screen. Where am I? What just happened? Oh, sorry. Clicking the wrong buttons. This is Brandon Kopic's view right now of a beautiful looking storm. Got the sun peeking through the clouds. Very pretty. Shout out to Robert for the super chat. Near Schwamberg. Yeah, if you're anywhere like northwest of Chicago, the risk of severe weather, it's not that high. It's very low. But there will likely at least be some wind gusts, maybe even some damaging winds. Back up near Schwamberg. But this right here is more geared towards both winds and maybe even a tornado or two. Like right now, we don't have anything, in my opinion, that looks concerning for a tornado. But I think it's going to try to ramp up. We got a little bit of something trying to form here. A little bit of something near Shanahan as well. So a couple different storms that might try to produce something brief as they move into Bolingbrook, Joliet, and eventually into Chicago. But it's not like up here in northern Illinois, it's not really a strong tornado risk. It's more linear. Also not nearly as favorable of an environment. Hey, DK, I appreciate that from Pekin. Hopefully you stayed safe there in Pekin. There was a tornado confirmed just to your west a little while ago. Hey, Jamie, I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. I do want to show you guys something. This is the significant tornado parameter values just over the next few hours. And so you can see around 5 o'clock or so, again, our main concentration for our tornado risk is going to be in western Indiana and eastern Illinois, and perhaps up into the southern Chicago suburbs. Even by 6 to 7 o'clock tonight, there will still be enough wind shear and instability for a potential tornado or two, even back over into central Indiana and southwestern Michigan. This will continue all the way until about 10 to 11 o'clock tonight. So there will still be an environment that is capable
we really
of
have
maybe
like
an
a
isolated
really
tornado or
wide
two
stretch of
later
storms.
tonight. This is probably a bit more accurate, though. This is around 6 to 7 o'clock. So you can see, again, the values stay pretty high here across the board until about 8 to 9 o'clock, and then things really start to drop off. So, again, today's threat, luckily, is probably another 3 to 4 hours until things are quiet. So, or at least quieter.
Looks like this Villa Grove,
That's the good news.
Camargo
It's not as
area
long as what
starting
we
to
had on
spin up a little bit
Friday
more.
or Saturday, but we have probably a good 3 to 4 hours here to go of potentially significant severe weather if these discrete supercells can get going here in eastern Illinois,
area
which
too.
we're really watching closely, especially this storm to the southwest of
Osmond
Danville.
Fisher
That
area.
one could definitely get going here soon. They rave for the super chat, as well as Mike. And you call flying trampolines a full-blown season. I mean, flying trampoline season basically starts in March and goes all the way through
Flying
June.
trampolines.
Sometimes into July. Thank you, Sean, for the super chat. Hunter for becoming a member. Thank you, Region, for the super chat. Thank you also, Doctor, for the super chat. And Seffi, Joe, San, appreciate the generosity. Appreciate that, Christian. Stay safe, by the way. Who's right now in the blizzard? Like, anybody watching right now in the blizzard in, like, Iowa or Minnesota? That blizzard has been pretty crazy, I've got to say.
There's a blizzard going right now.
Plainfield, Illinois had an EF5 tornado that went unwarned back in August of 1990. I did not know that.
Dang.
I did not know that. All right, let's go back south of Champaign here. These storms have not organized quite yet. But once this all merges into one storm, I do think we're going to start to see a tornado risk attempt to evolve near Danville. Still a little ways away from that, though.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So it's
Still
kind
pretty
of,
little
this is a
baby
different
storms.
Storm. Brand new tornado warning in Illinois. This is going to be back over near Oakland, west of Paris, north of Charleston. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. This is going towards Crispin, just to the west of Terre Haute. Going towards Crispin, Ridge Farm,
It's just popped up
and
for me.
Georgetown. That rotation
Well,
is
they
actually
warned it.
very strong. It really intensified just over the last scan here. So very strong rotation near Ashmore. Quickly moving to the northeast. We actually have Luke Hatton that is approaching this. So we're going to put him bottom right. He is the closest chaser to this storm, and he's actually not far. So we'll put him bottom right if I can figure out how to do that. Or actually, no, I'm not going to yet. But I'll put him down there once he gets a little bit closer. But again, that's
Let's
going
radar,
towards
see if I
Oakland,
can see
Redmond,
it
and
better from over
Brockton.
here. Oh yeah, you can see it a little better.
Newman, Hume, and Rardon are also included in this warning. But very strong rotation here just over the last couple scans. May have a tornado, and if we do, it's going to be a near Bushton and Rardon.
Still pretty
it's also
small
gonna be
storms,
approaching
but they're
Oakton,
definitely rotating.
Oakton, Illinois. Or Oakland, Illinois, excuse me. Hey, Judy, appreciate that. So for Oakland, Illinois, the population is not super large, but we do have around 1,000 people or so in that town. There is the Oakland Community Unit School, the Walnut Point State Park, and the Dr. Hiram Rutherford Home and Office that are currently in the path of this potential tornado that is going to be moving into the town of Oakland here over the next few minutes. There is a little CC drop there, but that's not necessarily where our rotation is. Unless it's on the next radar scan, because I think this is behind.
CC. Wow.
We might have a tornado here. My radar
It's
hasn't
kind of
updated
off to
though.
the back.
Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. There actually might be a
Yeah,
tornado.
he's right. That could be a tornado.
Might be a tornado
It's
there.
really
over
kind
near
of far
Bushton.
from
So
both
this is gonna be
radar
approaching
sites.
Oakland
So
over the next few minutes. And also, we
about the
just got a
same
new severe
distance
thunderstorm
from
warning. This is
Kind
coming
and
back up
KILX.
in Ford, Livingston, Grundy, Will counties in Illinois. Again, here's a zoomed out look right now of what we have across the board.
Oh
That
wow,
new
look at
warning is
that.
just south of Joliet. That's gonna be for damaging winds up to 60
Yeah, that
miles
could be a
per hour
tornado.
near
It's
Essex.
just so far
and,
from the radar.
Godley and Chabon. Got a significant wind risk that is currently moving into Naperville, Bolingbrook, Joliet. It will be eventually
That's pretty
approaching
worrisome
Chicago here
looking
over the
right
next
there.
30 minutes to an hour. But we likely have a tornado right now heading right into Oakland. And if you're in Oakland, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. Storm definitely has potential for a tornado right now. And I think there might be one. Again, the CC drop wasn't super definitive, but be right over Rardon right now. All right, this is the latest scan. So that
Tiny
tornado
little
approaching the
storm, but it's
southwest
definitely
side of
spinning.
Oakland, and that is definitely a tornado. Yeah, we definitely have a tornado. So there's definitely a tornado right now moving into, and we'll be moving to Oakland, Illinois over the next few minutes.
Oh, you can see it right there.
A
Last
large
scan.
debris signature here.
Little red and
East of
green
Highway
right here.
130.
That's the center of the rotation.
And that CC drop's even being picked up from the Indiana radar scan. So this could
Spinning
be a
about
strong
120
tornado right now
miles an
heading
hour in
towards
the upper
Oakland.
levels.
The latest scan, though, has broader circulation. So might have already occluded or weakened. And here's what Oakland looks like. It is a relatively small town. Got a lot of buildings in here. I'm guessing that might be the school right there.
Oh wow, you can really see it there.
133 is where this will be approaching over the next few minutes.
So 2 scans back.
Thank you, sister. Appreciate that. Thank you, Kevin, as well, for the super chat. More touchdowns happening in Illinois today than the whole Bears season. Wow, that's a crazy comment. I think we've had around a dozen confirmed, or at least like visible gustnados or tornadoes today. Keep in mind that gustnados are not necessarily tornadoes. Let's go to a Copic. I don't know why. The Copic's audio went out. I'm not sure why. Try to refresh his feed here. I guess Copic must have his audio muted on this.
That's really concerning, man. I hope these people are taking shelter in Rardon and Oakland.
Copic is back over near the
pretty
Champagne
big debris
storm,
ball.
which is very small right now.
Just being so far away from the radar, both radars, it just doesn't give you a really strong definition.
A bunch of them, actually. First off, over in Chenoa, Illinois, there are power outages from strong winds and small hail. Look at all of these red circles. These are different tornadoes that have happened here just over the last couple hours. I mean, it's basically a small-scale tornado outbreak that has happened here in central Illinois in the span of about 2 hours. So, pretty impressive stuff there, west and north of Bloomington. Also, damage coming out of Streeter from a 911 call center. Power lines and tree branches are broken as well. Just south of Ottawa.
I'm surprised they didn't upgrade this warning. It's only a regular tornado warning.
73 miles per hour, which is back over west of Charleston. And another damage report in Cooksmill, Illinois, from emergency management of a power pole that's broken. So we are definitely seeing some damage out there. And this storm down over near Olney, Illinois is becoming a little bit more concerning. That one's beginning to wrap up a lot more here. It might be the next one to get tornado warned as that moves to the northeast. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. Again, likely tornado right now heading into Oakland. Should be in your safe place if you're in Oakland, Illinois. If you have any friends or family in this area, make sure that they are aware of this. A potentially strong tornado with this. For Oakland, Brockton, and
If I was the
Redmond.
national weather, I would have definitely upgraded that warning.
The rotation did broaden on the last scan. Let's see what the new one shows.
I mean, that's clearly on the ground with that CC drop. I mean, that's debris. It showed it for quite a few scans. See it moving with the storm.
That must be a tornado, unless that's hail.
That's true. It could be hail.
Velocities are like not super definitive, but like that, it's a big tornado if that is a tornado. It's honestly hard to tell. We're in between radar sites, and that is also hail. There's also hail here. But the velocities are definitely pretty strong aloft. If I had to guess, there's probably a tornado right now heading into the south and west side of Oakland.
Tornado in Carlock.
Yeah, if you are in this particular warning, definitely be in your safe place.
What was that other area Max was talking about?
Have a tornado here.
Put up here.
What was Brandon going into Best Buy for? What happened? Did his audio go out or something? Oh, his audio did go out. Okay, it wasn't just me. I thought he turned off his mic. I mean, the velocities here on the latest scan are tighter. So they are tighter right over the town of Oakland, and there's a large blue area.
Everything's
here
rotating, man,
on
all over
the correlation
the place.
coefficient.
Mess.
But again, that could even be hail contamination.
Pretty much all these storms are spinning, every single one of them. It's rotating pretty good there.
Definitely play on the safe side. And keep in mind that this tornado could be rain wrapped. It's not nearly as
I'm 100%
photogenic probably as our other storms. So definitely not something
Man,
you
I
want
hope
to go
Oakland's
outside
safe.
looking for. I definitely just recommend staying in your safe place.
The blue's getting much
Let's
darker.
back up to the Chicago area. Currently a line of thunderstorms moving into Joliet, Bolingbrook. Damaging winds could knock out power, so be staying away from windows. If you're over in the Chicago suburbs and you're not currently in a warning, okay, this is now confirmed.
This is an urgent
Finally.
alert. A tornado is on the ground.
If you are
Seek
in the
shelter
Chicago
immediately.
suburbs,
Confirmed that like
and you're
15
not
minutes
currently in a
ago.
warning, I would recommend that you have flashlights on hand,
You clearly see it.
just in case we do lose power in these areas. All right, we now have a tornado confirmed. This is back over northeast of Charleston. So this is now upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning. We have a large debris signature still over the west side of Oakland. So again, currently tracking to the northeast. So please be in your safe place, away from windows and lowest floor possible. Also, south of Joliet, we may have a tornado right now. We might. Just south of Joliet. Look at this. Tight couplet over the south side of Joliet near Preston Heights. Spotter just confirmed a funnel. So there is a funnel that is being reported in this area. So near Joliet right now. A funnel was just reported, and we do have a couplet on radar. So if we have a tornado dropping here, it'd be going towards Frankfort, Chicago Heights, Park Forest, Tinley Park, and just to the south here of Homer Glen, excuse me. There's currently no tornado warning on this, but that is a tight couplet. But just moments ago, a spotter did confirm a funnel cloud here. Rain turning into snow in Wisconsin? That's crazy.
Joliet right here. I need to change radars to take a closer look at that one.
It's hailing super hard in Plainfield right now. So Plainfield, Illinois is currently seeing a lot of hail by the sounds of it. Once again, this is our confirmed tornado warning. We have a tornado going right over Oakland, Illinois. This is approaching Kings. It'll be approaching Brockton, which is another very small town.
Close.
And then Metcalf, Hume, and Crispin will eventually be in the track of this. Long-term path of this would be going towards Ridge Farm, south of Covington.
It chops it off the top of the storm.
And kind of into western
close
Indiana
to radar,
here.
you can't
it's
even
pretty
see
rural
up
areas
that
for
high.
right now. I'll have another radar scan up near Chicago in a second, but
we
again,
can take a look
likely,
to see if it's spinning.
or at least a possible tornado, but at least a funnel cloud just south of Joliet moments ago. Moving into Frankfort here over the next couple of minutes. Also, they just have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for McLean, Piatt, and DeWitt counties. This is the latest scan as of 5 o'clock.
Trying to see that.
No debris
Funnel
signature,
kinda
but still
wrapping
a
down.
tight area of rotation approaching Union. Just outside of Chicago. So tight area of rotation moving towards New Lenox, Spencer, Lincolnwood Hills. And apparently I don't see the TDS
This is like right
on
in
my end, but there might
Chicago,
actually
isn't
be a
it? You're really
tornado right
close.
now happening. From what I'm seeing on a different radar, it does show a little tornado debris signature. So we
Got
may
it
have a
severe
tornado
yet?
right now approaching
Yeah.
New Lenox. This is currently an unwarned area of rotation that's very strong. I actually see it from the terminal radar site as well up near Blue Island. So this is again approaching Frankfurt. If you have any friends or family in this area, make sure they're aware of this. Likely tornado right now moving into New Lenox. They have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning, which is going to include many areas here in the Chicago suburbs, and it does have a tornado possible label on it. But I'm definitely more concerned right now about this storm. So if this is a tornado, it could be hitting areas like New Lenox, which includes a McDonald's, a Subway, a Taco Bell, a Wendy's, a Pizza Hut, a bunch of other restaurants here in New Lenox. It's a very populated city. Walmart Supercenter. There's also a Target, an Aldi, Home Depot, Lowe's, Walgreens. There's a bunch of different schools here, which it's 5 o'clock now, so it's mostly after school activities. But this tornado would be moving right into New Lenox with a bunch of different schools like the Tyler Elementary School.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There you go. You can see it much
and
better
there's your
here.
tornado warning. So they have issued now a tornado warning for Will County in Illinois. That's a different storm, though, I think. I don't think that's up here.
Lots of radar
So they have
interference
issued a
here,
tornado
too. All
warning
this
for
purple,
Will County,
that's
Illinois.
where the radar is
And
getting
that is this one.
interfered
Okay,
with.
so
Can't
Will County,
read it
Illinois, you are now
popular.
included in
I
this
mean, you
tornado
can't read it
warning just
properly.
outside of the Chicago suburbs.
So if it's shooting out
Very
here and you got
strong
purple
rotation
here,
right now
these
on the
readings
south
could be
side of
wrong because
Joliet,
the interference
moving
is before
towards
it
New Lenox.
on the radars here. So it's
This
really
looks
hard
like
to
a
tell.
tornado to me. I think there is a tornado here. We're going to be moving
Max
to New
thinks there's
Lenox,
one, and the National Weather
Illinois,
Service does.
just south of Lockport, just east of Joliet. If there's a tornado, it would be right here, now approaching I-80. So Interstate 80 would be in the track of this. No debris signature on this scan. All right, here's the latest scan. Not nearly as strong of rotation. We actually have a little couplet trying to develop down there. We actually have multiple areas of rotation. So we got one up near I-80. We got another one near Union. And then we also have another one back over south of New Lenox, which is going to be near
Most
Highway
likely, they're
4.
probably thinking in that area is where it's starting to hook.
This is from Marissa. Do you mind if I can share it? Okay. This is from Marissa over in Plainfield, I believe. Look at all the hail. Yeah, Plainfield, Illinois.
We'll come back down to this other
Tons of
tornado
hail on
warning
the
real
ground.
quick, see how
I
it
mean,
looks.
it almost looks like it snowed. Which, by the way, Plainfield, Illinois, you might see snow tomorrow morning. So if you're not seeing snow now, you might see it soon.
It's still got the
So there's
fairly tight
legitimately a ton of hail on the
rotation.
ground there.
It already passed over Oakland.
All right, let me quickly go back down to the Oakland storm. The Oakland tornado may have lifted. If there is still a
Max is
tornado here, it would
following
be
me,
over the
so
northeast side of Oakland near Brockton. So moving towards Hume and Metcalf. Let's go back up to the tornado warning here near Joliet. This is a very populated area. Once again, we have many areas of rotation. We got 1, 2, 3. I mean, we have like 4 areas of rotation here. Every circle I just put here is a area of rotation just to the east of Joliet in the Chicago suburbs.
All these storms are
There's
rotating.
plenty of rotation for there to be a tornado out
Every
of
single
any of
one
this
of 'em.
activity. This will be approaching Homer Glen,
Whoa, what do we
Orland
got here?
Hills, Tinley Park, Oak Forest, and the Country Club Hills in the next 15
Whatever's
to 20
building
minutes.
up here looks like it's starting to rotate a lot.
I'm going to do radar scan in just a moment. This is definitely becoming a lot more concerning here in the Chicago suburbs. We've been warning this for about 30,
Radar's
45
just
minutes
too
now, I
far
think.
from the one near
This would
Chicago.
probably end up happening, and it's now happening.
And
Lots of rotation just
really
south of the
far,
radar
over
site.
100 miles probably. I'll reconnect up here.
Also, we do have a new mesoscale discussion as the radar scan comes in. Greatest tornado risk in the short term appears to exist over southeastern parts of the tornado watch, which is eastern Illinois and western Indiana. So have that tornado action plan ready to go. Have multiple ways to receive alerts, as we are probably about to see a pretty big uptick here in terms of some severe weather over the next hour in both western Indiana.
I think that's a
and
little
Eastern
more.
And even in the Chicago suburbs, we're seeing that uptick happen in real time.
A little more east from the original
This is the latest scan
area. Looks like they kind of moved that yellow circle over more to here.
Draw a couple places, but one rotation area there. We got another one south of New Lenox. Just gonna wait for the. Ooh, is that a CC drop or is that just okay? There might be something here. There is a little bit of a CC drop there on radar. The velocities are a bit broader. We may have just had a brief tornado on the south side of New Lenox, moving towards Spencer. So that's one area of rotation. Otherwise, I'm not really seeing much rotation back over north of I-80 right now. So our main area of rotation is going to be just west of Frankfort, which is currently going into Spencer. I don't know if you guys just saw that. My cat just jumped onto the cat tree. Again, moving into the Mokina area and also going into Frankfort.
I can cut out the storm again and see if I can see any rotation in the 3D view.
And also for Chicago, you are currently in a severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. So 60 mile per hour winds are likely in your area. Why is everything him? All right, there we go.
So messy, you can't tell.
As a reminder, the confirmed tornado warning's back down near Oakland, but we may have already had a couple brief tornadoes here in and around Joliet. And again, we may have one moments ago near Spencer, which if there was a tornado, it would have just hit this community here on the southwest side of New Lenox, near West Laraway Road and Delaney Road. I don't know what community that is, but there's
that hook's really starting
there. We may have just had a tornado there moments ago. At the minimum, there's definitely some very strong winds around 70 miles per hour, 60 to 70 miles per hour that's moving through New Lenox, Homer Glen, and Lockport.
This could be it, but it's, the radar's so close and it's kind of fanning it out.
This is Corey Gherkin. He has a heck of a storm here.
Pretty much everything in this area is just like fanned out so much it's not reading properly.
I would put in Ridge Farm for now. Like Petersburg or Waynestown or something.
Corey's near Crispin right now.
I don't really want to go that far.
Right along Route 36.
Take a look at that storm down near by Oakland again. Lots of interference here too.
This is a bit more concerning. The latest radar scan, it's not strong, but or at least tight, but we do have very strong velocities right now near New Lenox and Spencer. So very strong velocities here.
Definitely still rotating.
Mokina
still
Frankfort. Definitely could see maybe an isolated strong tornado up here without
SRV's not pulling up too much on
velocities are. Let's see if it evolves. Also, further to the south, mainly a wind risk right now, but maybe a land spout.
In this setting, I kind of have, really dull green. Basically, hide anything that's not really strong, but it's getting close to the stronger rotations.
Let's go back over to Corey. Pretty sure Corey's on the Oakland storm that was confirmed. Not sure why Corey isn't loading. Yeah, I'll try that again in a second. Corey might have low signal. Hey, Diane, appreciate that. I'm going to go back up to the Joliet area. And let's try Corey again. Or he had a good view of that storm, but I think he's lost signal.
If you guys are concerned about any areas, you can ask in chat, and I can
For now,
pull
we're
it up
gonna
for
go-
you on the map. Kind of see
he
what
is
storms are
here.
heading
Why
in
is
your
it not loading?
direction.
Sorry, guys. I don't know why it's not loading.
I know the really popular streamers are so busy, and they they have 30,000 people watching, and they can't help every single person. So I figured I'd try to help.
Try Brandon? Brandon's looking at ominous skies. I think Brandon's audio might be back too. Thank you, Diane, for the super chat. All right, here we go. So again, Corey's on the... Pretty sure he's on the Oakland storm. There's a lowering out there. Yeah, so he's near Human Chrisman. So he's on the northeast side of Oakland, so he's on the confirmed tornado warning.
This is the storm near Joliet in Chicago right now. Trying to take a look at a 3D view of it.
Mentioned this a little while ago, but there's a chance that this storm is producing a potentially a rain wrap tornado if there is still one on the ground, just due to the nature of how it's oriented, and how many storms have been around it. So.
I think we're in something. A little breezy here, folks.
Still just so close to the radar.
Okay.
This is where you really just need the
Velocity
police
update.
department and people with eyes on the ground to see what's actually going on in this area.
We might have a tornado right now over Mokina. Might. There is a small little, possibly a CC drop. I'm waiting for velocities to update, but if there is one, be right over Mokina right now. It's not a very definitive CC drop, but if there is one, yeah, I don't think there is, but if there were one, it would be right over Mokina. The velocity is not really super intense.
That's
But we are still talking about a
hook.
significant wind threat right now that's moving towards Tinley Park at the bare minimum. But if we were to have a tornado right now, it'd be right in this little hook that we have, moving towards Orland Parks, Tinley Park, Oak Forest, and Orland Park, just outside of Chicago. Velocities are still strong from the terminal radar site, so there might be something there. Or there might have already been something. I do think we've probably had a couple of brief tornadoes here in between radar scans, so... Sounds good, lol. Appreciate the super chat. Oh, we got a pretty elongated area here of damaging winds. It's all moving right now into the Chicago suburbs. And also further south, this isn't really organized right now, but we could again have
Because the
some
biggest
sort
area
of,
we have, I'm just going to go ahead and start
landslide
up the
activity
second
happening near Piotone,
radar,
approaching Monty.
so I can
So
swap
stay away
between
from
the
windows
two.
if you're in that area. Rotation's definitely on the stronger side of things right there as well. Let me let's go back to Corey. Corey might have something. Just gotta wait a second for it to load. There we go. St. Louis is not going to see anything. The only risk of
Like they
severe weather
dropped
was
the
like this
tornado
morning.
warning down south near that other bad storm near Oakland. Definitely have rotation though all over the place down here.
Big lowering there. So again, near Oakland, Illinois, this is the
Near
eastern Illinois
Paris.
storm. Bottom right of your screen is the
Near
storm east of
Marshall and
Joliet in the
Huntsville.
Chicago suburbs that we're keeping a
Huttons-
very
Huntsville.
close eye on.
And then near Rardon, that's some definite rotation going there. I really like this NROT, the normalized rotation, because it just, there's so much mess all over the radar, and it really just helps you, like, get a quick look at where stuff's spitting, so you kind of know what you need to look at closer.
Wow. It's an impressive storm.
All of this, look at all of this is rotating. You got your reds and greens all over.
New severe thunderstorm warning for Kankakee County in Illinois. That is for a tornado possible label as well, a little bit further down to the south of Chicago.
This radar is going to stay
Hey,
down
Aerosols,
here.
appreciate the super
Switch
chat.
back to the
Hey, Diane, appreciate the super chat as well.
one up by Chicago.
Can Kiki, thank you.
Part of the problem is that storm.
You not got an update here in a while?
The what?
The storm that's down southeast of us, Terre Haute, that one's cutting us off probably.
I want to go back to live radar. We do have a lot of
It looks
small
like a really
circulations
nasty
right now that are
storm,
moving into the
regardless,
south.
like all that hail.
Southwestern Chicago suburbs. We have one south of Frankfurt. We have actually one over Frankfurt right now. And we also have one north of Mokina. So there's like 3 areas of circulation that are visible on radar right now.
Having connection issues with Max.
Sorry, Corey takes a second to load. I don't know why.
Scud.
Okay, Corey. Okay, there's a lot of scud over there. Looks like there is a little base though on the far left of that storm structure. The storm at one point did produce a tornado near Oakland.
Just heads up, if anybody's concerned about a certain area that you live in, just type it in chat and I can look it up for you. Kind of see what storms are heading your way.
That just like went from Scotty to fill in.
Corey.
What's that?
Hayden, yes, I am.
I was just asking if it still feels cold but now flowy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think we just got a wall cloud that developed to my southwest.
Yeah, that's coming right back up to Oakland. That's that little cell that we were talking about a few minutes ago down by Oakland.
I mean, it's messy, but it went from like super scuddy to form that wall cloud pretty fast. But I mean, we're
So it looks like he has a lowering back there
right now.
beyond the house.
I think that stuff goes south, choking this off.
We're gonna lose that storm.
New severe thunderstorm warning for McLean County, Illinois for 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Yeah, very well possible. That's right in the way of
Joliet is safe.
flow.
What is that? That's a huge lowering.
Look how low that's getting.
I know.
Might have a tornado forming right there, over near Oakland. Now east of Oakland.
Doesn't look too favorable.
It's approaching Georgetown. Going towards Danville and Petersburg. Along the Illinois and Indiana border.
It could
What a
change.
storm structure.
Well, it's impressive how fast that filled in for.
I just don't know if there's any warm air down there. Now we're hitting,
We're up to 57.
we're hitting the warm air now.
Just felt some warm air coming to me.
I feel it now. Yeah. Getting warm inflow, warmer. That's going up to that storm though.
Yeah, it looks like that Oakland storm's got a little bit of an interesting look on radar as well.
Man, we might have a little bit of structure here. Look at this.
Very impressive structure once again. This is the second storm today that has had really an incredible structure. There was a really large, it looked like a large lowering that was back deep in that middle of your screen there.
Went back to messy, but there's a lot of scud under it.
Also, back up over in the Chicago suburbs, a little update here. Again, damaging winds currently moving through the western suburbs of Chicago, but we also now have a couplet over the north side of Frankfurt. So perhaps a brief spin-up or tornado happening there near
That area is
Frankfurt
really
Square.
rotating good. All
Moving
these
towards
storms
Tinley
that are
Park and
forming right
Country Club Hills. And there's also rotation over Monty, north of Piotone, that we're watching as well. The confirmed tornado warning has now been canceled. So we are, I mean, the storm that Corey's on right now, that's the one that was confirmed. So that warning's gone, but we may see a new warning depending on what happens here. But it's definitely a very impressive storm structure nonetheless. Definitely some damaging winds and perhaps another tornado being possible out of that as it continues to move into Indiana. We also had quarter-sized hail that was reported in Romeoville in Illinois. So we've had some hail now reported out of this storm system that is currently moving into the Chicago suburbs. But main area of focus right now is going to be south of the Chicago suburbs and these little notches that we are seeing that are moving into Oak Lawn, Hammond, Tinley Park, and the Chicago Heights area over the next few minutes. All right, let's go back to Corey on the crazy storm structure here currently in eastern Illinois. And once we get a new radar scan, we'll go right back to Chicago. Chicago suburbs are on the bottom right of your screen. And Corey, again, will take a second to load.
I wouldn't be shocked if this thing develops something as it moves to Indiana. I'm kind of liking it right
All right, I'll take a quick 60-second break. I'll be right back, but Corey will be here.
Rotation here north of Orland Hills and that little hook there. Ooh, Lincoln Estates.
Starting to warm up some, so there might be hope.
And Monty. Try to pull up a 3D view of this one. Let's see what's going on here. Oh. Got some reaching down over there.
All right, we are back. Do I have Ben on here? Who's my 5th slot?
Let's see what's
It's not
happening
Ben.
down through
Okay.
here.
Do not have Ben. I gotta get Ben up. Oops. All right. Tornado warning has now been canceled in the Chicago suburbs, so we no longer have any tornado warnings. But we do have a lowering that was developing, and I want to quickly go to that as fast as I can here. The lowering was developing near Georgetown.
Oh no, this might get
Williams
one
had a
again
view of a
soon, we'll
lowering. He's
see.
now driving. So once he has that view again, we'll go back to Ben Williams. But there was a lowering on the storm near Georgetown, and Corey is on that as well. So we're definitely keeping a close eye on that storm. But in the Chicago suburbs right now, we do have a significant threat for wind that is currently moving through Oak Lawn, approaching Chicago. They have left a tornado possible label on this cluster of storms that is currently moving into the Chicago area, as well as Chicago Heights. But the main area of rotation continues to be back over near Tinley Park, near I-80, and it's currently moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So this is, again, very fast-moving activity.
Gotta love Max.
That's moving through northeastern Illinois. Back over in, northeastern Illinois. Back over in eastern Illinois, we still have this discrete supercell near Georgetown and Ridge Farm. This is going to be approaching Covington in Petersburg in western Indiana over the next few minutes. And again, this is the one that has that crazy structure on the bottom right of your screen. Also has a potential here for a tornado as it continues to move northeast. So again, if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place at least and away from windows. Still a potential that we get a tornado out of that as well as it moves into Indiana. And then back over further south of Terre Haute, we have more of a wind and hail risk right now that is moving into these areas. I'm not really seeing much rotation, but that storm that's moving into Terre Haute could produce some $1.25 to $1 size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds if it's able to intensify. And all the way back over into Kentucky and southern Indiana, there are 2 storms right now that are rotating at a minimal pace near Mount Vernon, just west of Evansville, and also near Uniontown. Not concerning for now, but it'll be something to watch for as it continues to move northeast. So watching that activity as well. But we do have some pretty strong storms right now that are moving into Oak Lawn, Harvey, Chicago Heights, and Chicago here over the next few minutes. So stay away from windows if you're in this area. And Chicago gets severe weather quite often, so hopefully you're just heeding the warning and staying away from windows. It's more of a wind risk at this point, but we could still see another tornado or two before this goes into the Great Lakes and also into northwestern Indiana. Thank you, Patricia and Dead, for becoming members. Windy City is going to get windy. Yeah, it is going to get windy.
That looks a little concerning how it's kind of hooking out and you got a little bit of rotation there.
Midway Airport live stream has the tornado sirens going off. I mean, I'm guessing if they're going off, they're going to be for the wind. I don't think it'd be for a tornado warning. We don't have any active tornado warnings. There are some sirens. It depends on state and sometimes region. A lot of the time, they do have sirens go off, even without there being a tornado. It's a lot of the time for severe weather. But right now, we got mostly a wind threat rolling through. A new area of rotation near Country Club Hills. So we may get a new tornado warning in a moment, but there is a new area of rotation here near Country Club Hills, going into Homewood, Glenwood, and Lansing in northeast Illinois. We actually will probably get a tornado warning on this side, I guess. Rotation has really sparked up here just over the last couple of minutes on this storm. Your wind's going away from the radar, wind's going towards the radar near
houses and more houses.
Provincetown. It's like a community here. Also near Terra Grande. Gonna be moving to Homewood over the next couple minutes. Probably gonna get a tornado warning on this fight, I guess.
Oh, sorry. Hail confirmed in
this rotation is definitely strengthening.
Hail confirmed in Melvin, north of Gibson City. See that, Austin?
Should be getting a tornado warning on that if I had to guess. Had some rotation even further down to the south as well. If you're over in Gary, Indiana, or Maryville, stay weather aware. We have a couple areas of rotation as well that'll be moving into your neck of the woods here very soon. It's near Hammond and
Gibson again.
Gary, Portage, Maryville. This entire area, there is a chance for a couple of tornadoes embedded in this line of thunderstorms, and they have just issued a new severe thunderstorm.
Oh wow, yeah, you're just about to get
northwestern Indiana here.
Storm.
Gary, Valparaiso, Maryville, Portage, and Shelby for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and a tornado possible label is also on this. A new mesoscale discussion has just come out back over in western Kentucky and southern Indiana. The severe threat
you don't lose
slowly
power.
Increasing, with damaging winds, hail, and a tornado or two
Looks
being
like it's
possible
directly on top of you now.
in western Indiana. That looks pretty tight to me.
It's definitely
Possible
rotating
tornado right
somewhat,
now,
but
on the southeast side of Country Club Hills.
Regardless, look at that giant hail core here. And that's what you're seeing.
Look at that hook right here. We might have a tornado right now over Country Club Hills near Homewood. There's actively nothing currently on the storm for a tornado warning. It's a little surprising to me.
Very, very weak rotation, though, so that's good. You know, you got like basically zero here.
I don't know how there's not a tornado warning on this. The rotation on the terminal radar side is very strong as well.
Not very much.
There could be a tornado here. If you have any friends or family in Homewood, Lansing, Harvey, please make sure that they're getting to their safe place. I don't know why there's no tornado warning on that.
Cut it off.
Even if
a new tornado
took a long
warning
time.
has
New
been
tornado
issued.
warning. That's for Harvey, Chicago Heights.
There's your storm in Gibson.
Hammond, and
that's kind of grown, man. It got a lot bigger than it was
Get
earlier.
away from windows,
It's
lowest
about
floor possible,
30,000
get into
feet.
an interior room of your home or building. So again, a dangerous storm right now that is possibly producing a tornado. As of right now, near Homewood. A tight couplet there, moving into Homewood. Going towards Lansing and Hammond.
Big sloppy rotation there
Hammond.
in Gibson.
I don't know. I'm just going to call it Hammond.
So he looks pretty safe. Just a bunch of nasty hail, probably.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a tornado embedded in the circulation right now near
back
Homewood.
up to this tornado
Moving
we're
towards
looking at.
Interstate 80 and also moving towards Interstate 94, that little cross section there. This again for Lake, Cook, and Will counties. Lake County being in Indiana, and then Cook and Will counties being in Illinois.
Storm keeps pushing itself apart, making all kinds of hooks. Look at that nasty hook.
Well, we'll have another radar scan here in just a moment. Let's quickly go over to Corey. It's not Corey. Let's go over to Corey. Corey still has a crazy view of a storm in eastern Illinois right now. That is a crazy structure. The storm at one point did produce a tornado near Oakland, Illinois.
It's the hook right there. Can you see it? And look at that. There you go. You can see it wrapping down through here.
It's a very nasty storm.
Hey, cool looking sky though.
Pretty sure that looks very tornadic to me.
Hey, Kate for the super chat. How's the northern suburbs looking? Anywhere north of like Chicago, we're not really talking about much other than some gusty winds, some small hail. That's really about it. I don't really think we're gonna see a whole lot when it comes to, you know, damaging winds or even tornadoes up there. Don't forget, if you are just tuning in, make sure to like the stream. It does help get this out to more people. Feel free to share the stream as well to friends and family that might be in the track of these storms. Again, we'll be keeping you posted here for the next few hours with severe weather coverage. We've already had a bunch of tornadoes so far today, and we have currently
usually the
severe weather
tornadoes are really
rolling
short if
through eastern Illinois,
QCLS ones,
Chicago suburbs, and also in northwestern Indiana. The latest radar scan, not showing nearly as strong of rotation, but we still have an area of interest right now over Harvey. Go back to the terminal radar site. And it looks like that rotation has weakened, so we may have just had a brief tornado over Flossmoor and on the southwest side of Homewood. So we may have just had a tornado there. You can see how the velocities were very strong. They have occluded. So not nearly as much rotation anymore. We'll have to watch this area near Harvey for a redevelopment of potentially another tornado as that moves to the northeast. Towards Hammond, excuse me. And then further down to the south, mostly just wind right now bowing into northwestern Indiana, but a tornado risk is definitely still possible. Check out the terminal radar site here near Chicago as well. And yeah, right now for those in Chicago, we're really talking about mainly a damaging wind risk. I don't see anything rotating. So again, these are going to be moving into Lake Michigan here within the next like 5 minutes or so. So the wind threat will be over here in Chicago within the next 15 minutes, but mainly wind. I'm not seeing rotation up there, which is good news.
Country Club Hills. Some hail in Country Club.
This storm back over on the Illinois and Indiana border going towards Covington is attempting to recycle by the looks of it. So that tornado risk will likely increase here over the next 20 minutes as that moves towards Attica.
I mean, it's red, but it's not like...
Also, back over into
could be hail from
Kentucky.
Richmond Park.
We are seeing rotation. So near Uniontown right now, there is rotation moving towards Evansville. So Evansville, Indiana, stay alert. Little area of rotation currently moving northeast.
Storm does look really concerning.
Gonna go back to Corey on that severe storm along
I would
the
not
Illinois
want to get hit by
Indiana
this
border
storm.
near,
I'd probably lose power here.
Danville, I think it was. Load in here in a second.
That's so nasty.
That's what the storm looks like right now. I do think it's starting to organize again. We are starting to get lower cloud base. Tornado, it's definitely possible out of this in the next 20 minutes.
Chicago, like, there's going to be a lot of damage to cars from that.
Chicago and the Chicago suburbs currently on the bottom right of your screen.
It is way too cold here. Very, very cold.
Yeah, I'm in the F44 of this thing on 74. It's gnarly. Lightning's picking up a lot, too.
Look back down south again. So they're keeping that tornado warned up there. That's good. They should probably keep that storm tornado warned for the rest of the night. As long as it's over houses, I would say. Because they spin up and the tornado comes and goes before, you know, it'll only be a tornado for one scan.
We are starting to see some clouds
30
lower
seconds.
to the ground, which could indicate that our tornado risk may start to increase again here very soon. This is also Jordan Hall, who is, I believe, on the same exact storm. You can see how low the clouds are out there on the right side of your screen.
I need to change radars. We're closer to here now. KIND.
But yeah, he has a really low cloud base there on the far right side of your screen.
We're moving into Indiana now.
Yeah, Jordan Hall's out in front of this. He's near Attica,
I think this
Indiana.
is the area, too. They're saying it was probably going to be the worst tonight. Where we're heading into.
I honestly think, like, if we were to see a strong or even long track tornado today, which, again, the chances of it aren't super high, but if we were to see one, it would be probably out of this storm near Danville. It's going to be traveling essentially right up towards Lafayette here over the next hour.
See if they updated the...
All right, radar update back up in the Chicago suburbs. Again, line of storms moving into Chicago. Mainly a wind risk as of right now. And back over near Hammond. It's also mostly wind at this point. There is a little bit of rotation once again approaching now Crown Point, and it will eventually go towards Merrillville in Indiana. And we are going to continue to see these little brief spin-ups that continue with this little leading edge of the line of storms as it moves towards I-65 and Gary in northwest Indiana over the next 30 minutes. So continue to stay weather aware. If you're in the warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Be prepared to go to your safe place if you're in Gary, Merrillville, Portage, or Valparaiso. And there's even rotation down here, east of Kankakee. No tornado warning on this, but we do have strong rotation there. That could actually be a land spout. Moments that's what that's moving into right now. And currently no tornado possible label on the storm in western Indiana, but
so heads up, if anybody is concerned about a certain area, I can pull it up and look for you, you know, seeing what's coming towards you right now. I know a lot of these other really big streamers, they have 30,000 people watching, and I can't help everyone. So if you're concerned about your area, just type it in chat and I'll try to pull it up and help you the best I can.
In western Kentucky, there is a little bit of rotation over Uniontown. It'll be going towards Mars Center and eventually towards the west side of Evansville. This is back over to Jordan Hall right now on the storm that is going now into western Indiana near Covington. Impressive structure here.
Yeah, these don't look good, man. This just...
Storm may still have the capability of producing a tornado as it moves into Indiana.
It's 6:30 in Ohio. Not sure how late this is supposed to be bad for Indiana. They said around 8 o'clock. I don't know if that's Eastern or Central time.
I've just updated the tornado warning here for Illinois and Indiana, so now it's right along the border. So only the east side of Chicago Heights, just south of Hammond, and very far northwestern Indiana near Cedar Lake and I-80-94 west of Gary, still included in this tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, well, then I have issued a new tornado warning. That's for Newton and Lake counties in Indiana and Kankakee County here in Illinois. So that's going to be just down here to the south. Strong rotation once again right over Moments, and it's going to be approaching Schneider and eventually going towards Lowell.
That's a spin-up tornado right there.
So if you're in this warning, seek shelter immediately. There's actually several areas of rotation west and northwest of Morocco, going towards Route 41.
By the time this is warned, it probably pulled up off the ground, but we'll see.
It's the latest radar scan. Our strongest area of rotation is right over Moments. Population of this warning is about 15,000. Lake Village and Schneider in western Indiana are the main concerns, but Hopkins Park, St. Anne, Beaverville, Sun River Terrace, and Moments are the main locations in eastern Illinois.
That was down for a couple scans. Might have been.
So again, make sure you're getting to your safe place if you are in this tornado warning.
You can see the little blips there. 3 scans.
I don't think it's going to be long until we have a few more as well. We might get another one back over in Kentucky there. Just a few minutes, potentially.
See if we had a CC dropping on any of them. So far away, it's hard to tell.
Guys, the pronunciation, just stop. It's not a big deal in the chat.
There's just so much hail between here and there. It's going to mix it all up. So
it's back over to Jordan Hall on the storm. I'm going to put on his audio. I don't think he's on audio right now, but he's back over near Danville, Illinois, near Attica, Indiana, that region. The supercell was tornadic at one point, and it might be becoming tornadic again. We do have a little lowering there in the middle of your screen.
Storm,
but at this time, it's producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. Go to Freddy. Does Freddy have something?
I need that.
No, Freddy actually has he has the lowering too. So this is near Danville and Georgetown in eastern Illinois.
Some wacky stuff,
Cross into Illinois, or excuse me, Indiana. No, I think I just did cross into Indiana.
See if he moves his camera.
Expecting it to be on the right side of the road, but the exit was on the left side of the road. So
that is a very weird exit.
We'll go over to Brandon. Brandon's just going through a torrential downpour right now.
we're just betting on it dropping like right on that road. I just
Wow.
don't think that's worth it.
Lots of rotation, especially Williamsport.
All right. Keep Jordan bottom right. Still a little bit of the lowering is still on that storm. Could definitely be tornadic here pretty soon. Back over on the Illinois and Indiana border, we still have significant storms right now moving into Gary, Merrillville, and Shelby in northwestern Indiana. And main concern right now is damaging winds. The tornado risk is still possible out of these storms as they continue to move east. Back over in Chicago, good news. The severe weather is now moving offshore over the next 5 minutes. So at this point, we still have a chance for damaging winds for the next like 3 or 4 minutes in the Chicago area. Continue to stay away from windows. And then in about 5-6 minutes or so, you can probably come out of your safe place if you are in Chicago. Severe weather risk is very low on the northern side of the suburbs, near McHenry, North Chicago, around Lake Beach and Arlington Heights. Not really seeing any rotation at this point. It's mostly just going to be a little bit of some gusty winds, and that's really about it. Our main concern for a tornado at this point is, one, the storm that's back over near, I keep forgetting the town name, Attica, Indiana, and then also back up here near Gary. We still have rotation near 8094. It's approaching Gary in Indiana over the next few minutes. So if you are in Gary, you're going to want to get ready to go to your safe place. They may issue a new tornado warning for Gary and Portage in just a few moments, as that rotation is moving east-northeast. Rotation's also pretty strong going towards the Schneider area. Rotation's pretty strong there. This is all the way down to the south, north of Hopkins Park. We also have rotation approaching Hopkins Park. We have 3 different areas of rotation in this line of thunderstorms. And then we have our discrete supercell near Attica, which is attempting to organize. And the velocities have definitely been on the rise on this storm over the last several minutes. So there's definitely a chance that this does try to produce a tornado as it moves towards Attica. Traveling right up State Route 63 and going towards Independence and Lafayette. We still have a storm we actually still have several storms all the way back over here in central Illinois. Wouldn't even rule out a tornado out of this activity either, but we still have a lot of storms back out here near Decatur and Lincoln. And then Terre Haute storms right now, mostly wind, and then just a quick update on Kentucky. We still have a little bit of rotation approaching the Mount Vernon, Mars Center, and Evansville area of southern Indiana. Obviously, Evansville is much more populated. It's a very low-top supercell. It's not very impressive as of right now, but we may see a tornado come out of that as it moves towards Highland and Armstrong and the west side of Evansville. It's a very low chance, I'd say, in the next, like, 20 minutes. But if it's able to grow in size, it might be something to really watch for there.
Pretty nasty rotation of moments.
Yeah, this storm here near Attica definitely looks a lot more concerning.
Storms just constantly popping up with the QCLS rotations.
They have updated the tornado warning. Illinois is no longer in this tornado warning, so Chicago Heights and Harvey, you can come out of your safe places. But for the Shearville, I think that's how you say it, Shearville area, just southwest of Gary, this particular region, in Lake County, Indiana, you're the only ones currently in this tornado warning.
Oh.
And again, they may issue a new tornado warning. We'll see. The velocity is still not overly impressive, but there's enough rotation for those just west of Gary where they may issue a new tornado warning. It's over Highland right now, and we'll be approaching Gary over the next few minutes. No problem, Steve. Is Hammond in danger? At this point, after the storms move through in like 5 minutes, you're probably going to be clearing out. So your main threat there in Hammond is going to be clearing out. Thank you, James, for the super chat. Elkhart County? Where's Elkhart County? In Indiana.
There's the radar here. You can see how the hail is just contaminating the CC.
Also, we just got an update. The severe thunderstorm warning for Ford and Livingston counties.
Tons of hail in Covington there.
In Illinois was upgraded to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. I believe that's down here. So Ford and Livingston counties in Illinois just upgraded to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. which is a considerable damage threat right now.
It's rotating too. It is a nasty looking storm now.
Also, there was a reported tornado about 20 minutes ago in near the Kankakee area. I don't know how you say it, but over there, there was a confirmed tornado. It lifted pretty quickly, but that was as of about 20 minutes ago.
How do you spell that?
Confirmed
Kankakee?
tornado. We're getting a lot more damage reports. We just had a new one out of Danville of a semi-truck that was overturned on I-74 near Oakwood, Illinois. That is according to a social media report with a photo.
Anybody in chat know how to spell
also
Kankakee?
near Tuscola, power poles are blown
pull
down.
it up on the Google Maps.
Not really any damage reports at this point down in southern Indiana or southern Illinois. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for those north of Evansville near Oakland City. That's mainly for winds up to 60 miles per hour.
Yeah, I definitely would not want to be in this area here. This storm is
super
just
chat
nasty.
east of
It
South
keeps
Bend.
spinning up little ones all over the place.
Over here? Okay. Elkhart, there it is. Yeah,
Lake
if you're up
Village,
in there, I mean,
Schneider.
right now, there's not really an imminent concern, but in about an hour from now, there's going to be more than likely some damaging winds and a low tornado risk up there in northern Indiana. Keep in mind that our severe weather risk for today, this is what it looks like. We are actually now getting close to exiting the hatched area for tornadoes, which doesn't necessarily mean we will not see more strong tornadoes, but this is where the confidence was greatest for there being tornadoes today. So mainly in eastern Illinois and western Indiana, we actually still have storms that are forming back over near Urbana and Springfield, and those could still produce an isolated tornado threat. But our greater concern at this point is definitely going to be moving down to western Indiana, and is still existent in eastern Illinois, I would say, for another hour or so.
Did you have a current concerned area, Martins? Anywhere you're wanting to know about? I can check it out for you, tell you what's coming your way.
Immediately.
We now have a confirmed tornado near Terre Haute.
Confirmed tornado, Terre Haute.
We have a confirmed tornado near Terre Haute, Indiana. If you are in this warning, you got to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. There's once again a confirmed tornado.
Switch
on the east side of Terre Haute, going towards Brazil, Bridgeton, Sealyville, and Stoughton. This kind of came out of nowhere. I mean, I don't see any rotation on radar, but
confirmed.
This is confirmed by weather spotters. Damaging tornado right now near Sealyville on the east side of
It's definitely
Terre Haute.
rotating there.
It's gonna be going to more rural areas, but it's going towards Brazil.
All right, let me try to pull up all
eventually towards Mansfield and also Rosedale, far west of Indianapolis. So seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We also have a new tornado warning for Attica, southwest of Lafayette. This storm has been rotating a lot here over the last 20 minutes, and I've already mentioned it, but I do think there's a chance that this one ends up getting a tornado here very soon. Corey Gherkin, bottom right, is on this storm. If you're in Attica, you need to be in your safe place. Again, Attica, Indiana. Strong rotation is going to be approaching your location, also going towards Independence, Green Hill, and long-term, this will be going in the direction of Lafayette.
So you're down in here. You got a long ways to go. It's a couple hours out.
So if you're in Lafayette, Indiana, be ready to go to your safe place if this storm ends up.
Let me pull up the SPC outlook to see if what area you're in.
Probably will be. Don't see really much stopping it right now.
All right, so you're in the red. You're in the marginal area, so there is possibility of having some severe weather tonight.
Right,
but
we're gonna do something.
Right now, you're pretty much in the clear for now.
Go
but definitely pay attention to the weather. I'd say in the next couple hours.
Okay, I need to put.
Check back up if you want to in about an hour or two, and I can tell you what's coming right at you. But right now, you know, all these storms here basically fairly west of Indianapolis still. Looks like we actually have some storms building up here too, so these might come towards you as well. But they're, you know, they're just little blips right now.
All right. And then we have
I'm
a
over
camera
here
in
near
Lafayette that's coming
Cincinnati.
up, so we're gonna put
So
Lafayette.
you're not far from me. You're probably about 100 miles west from me.
And
So whatever hits you is probably going to come right to me after that.
So now we're up to 4 tornado warnings across the Illinois and Indiana border. Again, confirmed tornadoes back over east
It's like you have
of
storms
Terre Haute,
forming on top of you
according
too
to
right
storm
now.
spotters in the area, moving towards Brazil.
Like it's
And
not
then the storm near
showing
Attica is the
Waldron
one that
on
has
my
become a lot
map.
more concerning over the
Let me
last
see how
several
close
minutes. The
Greensburg
rotation
is.
has been intensifying, and it is, again, currently moving northeast. Brandon Kopic is also not far from that storm as well. Let me fix his little thing here. It's a little bit off-centered. There we go. Moving to the northeast.
Greensburg. Okay, so you're right in between Greensburg and Shelbyville. Oh, there's
Back
Waldron.
over in northwestern Indiana, the rotation approaching
there's nothing
Snyder
coming
still
at you
is
right
still
now.
strong.
Then again,
so
you
moving
know,
towards Interstate 65.
guess see what happens with that storm.
It's still on the stronger side.
Definitely
of things,
pay
eventually
attention
going towards
because anything that
Valparaiso.
forms in this area
The
can
rotation near
rotate.
Gary, they have not issued a new tornado warning on this.
Just
and
keep
the
an eye
rotation,
out,
honestly,
and
is
if
on
it
the
does
broader
get
side
warned,
of
I can
things.
let you know right away.
It's continuing to move to the northeast towards Dune Acres and will eventually really just be a fish storm. So
But
it'll be
yeah,
moving
as
into
right
Lake
of this
Michigan
moment, there's really
over the
nothing
next
to worry
15 to
about.
20
Waldron.
minutes. The risk here for a tornado is much lower, though, if you're in Gary. So that's good news. But unfortunately, I still think
Waldron,
the risk
Michigan?
of severe weather is rapidly increasing right now in western Indiana, and I would expect
You got nothing going on in
tornado watch
Michigan
here
right
soon
now. I don't even
for
know if they're
those
in the warning
central
tonight.
Indiana. So we should get a new tornado watch here very soon.
Yeah, Michigan's pretty much in the clear for tonight. Maybe the very bottom point of Michigan, but
Right now, no mesoscale discussions, but would have to assume a new tornado watch will come soon. Why does Brandon's camera keep going in and out? Is that a stream? Or is that just like... keeps going black screen. I don't know what's going on there.
Waldron, Michigan.
Just a quick update for those back over in Kentucky and southern Indiana. We still have a storm near Evansville that has at least
Oh, yeah,
some
so you're
concern.
actually in the area.
The rotation has been trying to pick up here.
You're at the very bottom. You're basically in Ohio.
It's broad rotation, but it's on the west side of Evansville. There's a hook to this storm as it moves
So it
towards
looks like you're in the
Armstrong
2%
and
area.
I-44, or I-64, excuse me. It may become
So
more
yeah,
of
it
a
is
concern.
possibility you can get us some severe weather tonight.
We're going to keep a close eye on that storm.
See what's in the area right now.
And we also have a new report. A 70-mile-per-hour wind gust was just measured, or at least estimated, back over a couple miles north of Terre Haute.
Change radar.
In
See,
Vigo
and get a
County
closer
here in
look over
western
near
Indiana.
Waldron.
And this one, again, has had a confirmed tornado here very recently. And I think Corey is stuck in traffic. Not sure what happened.
Yeah, we got nothing over here yet.
Large severe thunderstorm
It's
warning
like all
was
these
just
storms
issued
that hit Chicago is
for Green
probably
Castle,
eventually
Terre
going to
Haute,
make it
Harrison, and
towards
Brazil
you
for
in
70
Waldron
mile-per-hour
later
damaging
on
winds.
tonight. I don't
This
know
will
how many
eventually
hours it's going
track
to take to
towards
get from
Indianapolis and
Chicago all the way over to
I-74.
you, but yeah, just keep in touch with the weather, and
Thank you, Wantan, for the
I can let you
super
know in a
chat. All
couple
right.
hours. But you
Let's
look
go to,
pretty clear for
Brandon
now.
Kopic. What he's looking at right now. I'm not sure what that screeching sound is. Oh, is that windshield wipers?
We got 3 tornado warnings right now.
Might be his windshield wipers.
Wow. That's your rotation in Snyder. So crazy. There's Waldron in Michigan and in Indiana. Pretty common name, I guess.
A little bit of rising scud there on the left side of your screen. Jordan Hall is also on this storm. This is his view right now. And no
Oh,
audio
wow,
for
look at
him,
that.
But this is what he's looking at
That
right
looks
now. He's on
nasty.
the Attica storm. He's a little bit more out in front of it. I think Brandon's behind it, but Jordan's out in front of it.
It's pretty broad
That car is going really
rotation,
slow,
but man,
or they're going
it's
really
spinning
fast.
quick.
One of the two. We did just get a new severe thunderstorm watch for Indiana and Illinois. Give me 1 second. Structure of the year shot so far. So they did not issue a tornado watch, but they did issue a severe thunderstorm watch. That is now in effect. for a pretty large chunk of Indiana and Ohio, and also northern Kentucky. Fort Wayne, Muncie, Indianapolis, Bloomington, South Bend, Kalamazoo, Jackson,
Severe
and also Lima,
thunderstorm
Dayton, and
watch.
Cincinnati, all included in this until 1 a.m.
Till 1 a.m.
So 1 a.m. Central Time. Now, the good news is that this threat for severe weather is honestly mostly going to be between now and about, and this, by the way, 1 a.m. Eastern Time. But
Like
this is
Walden's
probably
right
going to go
here.
for about 11 o'clock Eastern
Somewhere
Time,
around
I'd
there.
say, and that's probably about it for these areas. The good news is that the Storm Prediction Center only said a couple of tornadoes are possible. So that's a positive, but there's still obviously a threat for tornadoes. And then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour is also going to be possible. So continue to stay weather aware in those areas. Unfortunately, the threat for severe weather is a little bit later than
Waldron
I
should be
probably
pretty
a lot of
good
you were hoping
tonight.
for, but
I mean, you might get
it is
a
what
little
it
bit of
is with
nastiness
today's
later
setup.
on, but looks like you're even out really close to the edge of the severe thunderstorm
Still a
area.
confirmed tornado warning here just east of Terre Haute. This is the confirmed tornado via weather spotters. We've had no visual on this, but that tornado, if it is still in progress, will be going towards Greencastle. We got a bunch of storms that have been firing up behind all of the other storms. You know, these storms can be more significant, but these are probably going to stay mostly wind and hail due to the fact that all of the storms that we have out here in central Illinois have already been, basically, the environment's basically been used up already. So we have had a lot of storms now moving into western Indiana. Those are mostly wind and hail and even a few tornadoes, but the ones back over here in Illinois, probably going to stay mostly wind and hail. It's a lot colder than it was just about 30 to 45 minutes ago, and the moisture has also been used up a lot. So the more significant risk of severe weather has mostly moved now into Indiana, Kentucky, and a few other areas. Also, we have a few fish-nados probably happening right now north of Gary. That is from some of the storms that were trying to produce tornadoes in northwestern Indiana and northeastern Illinois. Also, tornado warning has been downgraded. It is back down to radar indicated, so we no longer have a confirmed tornado near Terre Haute. But the warning actually has been upgraded for hail. We're up to quarter-sized hail now in that storm. All right, let's go back over to Brandon. Brandon Kopic once again on the Attica storm. That's what it looks like right now. Brandon Kopic's also on YouTube. Shout out to Rodney with the $50 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Off, for the super chat as well. And thank you, Cheyenne, for the super chat. I think it'll be mostly wind over there in the Indianapolis area, but still a low tornado risk. Don't let your guard down. Thank you, Testa, for the super chat. What is a fish-nado? It's basically a water spout. But instead, we call
Talking
it
about
fish-nado.
Indianapolis. I mean, they're pretty much in the red. It's going to be our 5%. But National Weather said couple.
Currently, what we're looking at is the storm near
Couple
Attica
tornadoes
and Covington
possible.
in western Indiana. We're now up to 13 severe thunderstorm warnings. We've been uptrending a lot here when it comes to the severe thunderstorm warnings. Still 3 tornado warnings. Where's Shoal? Shoal's way back to the west. Okay. There's like a
Pretty
little water
decent-sized
drop in the middle
storm.
of the screen that's kind of blurring out what we can see there. I'll keep it bottom right of your screen again. This is the Attica storm, which rotation's been ramping up quite a bit here over the last several minutes. It's going to be approaching Lafayette as well. All right, we'll go to this screen here. And we do still have a tornado warning in place north of Brazil, northeast of Terre Haute. No longer a confirmed tornado warning. Mainly a wind risk right now that's going to be going towards Indianapolis. So if you're in Indianapolis, Greenwood, Fishers, be ready for the damaging wind risk. Again, severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for a large chunk of Indiana, western Ohio, and southern Michigan, mainly for wind and a couple tornadoes being possible. That also includes Indianapolis, even though it's not showing on screen here.
We're having a little spin up.
We do have another
Shelby.
severe thunderstorm warning near Evansville. There is a tornado possible label on this, and the rotation is ramping up pretty quickly. Right over Evansville, rotation increasing. So that's becoming a little bit more concerning, going towards Chandler and Linville. Mackey will also be on the track of that. Go back up to Gary real quickly. And all right, so the Gary area, no tornado warning anymore near Portage. We are back down to 2 tornado warnings. Those are both in western Indiana right now. But I wouldn't be surprised if we got a new one here soon back down near Evansville. The storm is quickly organizing, moving to the northeast. Be keeping a close eye on it. Let's go back to Brandon. Brandon, once again, is on the Attica storm in Indiana.
Up here. Barely keeping up with it.
Hey, Caleb, for the super chat. Yeah, I think you guys are done for the most part. There could be another isolated severe storm back over in Kankakee County. But at this point, the tornado risk there at this point is pretty much zero.
Yeah, I don't even know how to keep up with this thing. I mean, I'm going to try and beat it to, like, Lafayette using State Road 25, but it is moving. Something tells me if it were surface-based, it'd probably, at least fully surface-based, it wouldn't be moving this quick because Bunker's Right was not 60 knots a day.
Yeah, these storms are very fast-moving, as you can hear on the radio right now from the different storm chasers. These storms are moving northeast at 50 to 60 miles per hour. So unless you're on an interstate, they are going to be very hard to keep up with. Which, they've been lucky so far, been mostly on interstates. Topic's on a side road right now. Definitely turning, again, I'm getting a little bit more concerned right now about that Evansville storm. It has been trying to ramp up here. This is the latest radar scan. And not as concerning. The rotation became a lot weaker in the latest scan, but it still has that look to it. And if we get a little storm merger, definitely could see an elevated tornado risk come out of this as it goes towards I-64. Shout out to Marissa with the 10 gifted memberships. Appreciate that. W's in the chat for Marissa. Also, thank you to Patty with the 5 gifted memberships. And thank you, Questionable, for the super chat. Yeah. If you guys ever ask like questions, don't give me counties, because like it could be any state, and also I don't know where they are. The city is usually easier. But back up in LaPorte, currently thinking more of a wind risk. The tornado risk is definitely lower right now. This is more of a Boeing segment in northwestern Indiana. The tornado risk could be actually back up into the Lake Michigan. We have some little hooks up here, some fish-nados probably heading towards Michigan.
Fish-nados.
But the wind threat is more concerning for those in LaPorte and Michigan City.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Copic has a pretty impressive view of this storm now.
Tell the fish to go hide, man. Fish-nados.
Back over in Attica. Might even have some mammotus clouds up there.
It's definitely a tight rotation.
Top of your screen. This is, again, the storm that's going towards Lafayette right now.
Oh, wow. At least we know everybody's safe there. Hopefully nobody's out on a boat.
I don't think you're too far from where I am.
That would be so scary, being on a boat and having a tornado come right at you.
I know, like a couple miles north of Newtown.
Huge shout out to Brian as well for the 10 gifted memberships. W's in the chat for Brian. You got to get to membership. Make sure to thank Marissa.
You know when they have those crazy
Brian.
YouTube videos about like it's raining fish, right? And you're like, where the heck do they come from? Right here.
Or Patty.
Tornado over the water. It picks them up in the air, carries them in the clouds, and it'll drop them over here in Michigan City.
Maybe a little bit south of you on State Road 20.
They have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Lafayette. Probably means they're not going to continue the tornado warning into Lafayette. But severe thunderstorm warning in place for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. It's not really rotating as much as it was before. I think it's become elevated again. There was a brief time there where it was actually rotating. And it did have a potential to produce
Hoping
a
this
tornado,
dies
but that
out
is
before it
kinda
gets
gone
all
out
the way
door at
over
this
to
point.
Waldron, Michigan for you.
But once
'Cause
again,
right
the
now,
Evansville
yeah,
storm,
that's pretty
in my
nasty. Let me
opinion,
pull
really
up
has
the
my
power
eye.
outages.
It's not really rotating
See
much
what
right
kind
now.
of damage
but
that storm's doing.
the Evansville supercell is getting that look to it. It's going to be going towards Huntingburg and Jasper in the long term in I-64. We also just got our first severe thunderstorm warning of the day for those in Michigan and also near South Bend and LaPorte. That's going to be for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. There is also a tornado possible label on this storm. So Benton Harbor,
Right, so here's our power
Shoreham,
outage
near
map.
South Bend,
It's like
and
Nebraska
Michigan
got
City,
hit
you
pretty
are all
hard
included
earlier
here
today.
in this new severe thunderstorm warning. Thanks for the Linville shout out, no problem.
It's like Chicago.
This is over
Didn't get
in
hit too bad.
Chesterton. I didn't want to go full cam to this. It's one of the live cameras on the virtual Railfan. This is in Chesterton, Indiana. We got a lot of lightning. This is over, I believe, near Gary, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check.
It's like
This is
most
Gary,
of
I
the power
think.
outages
Yeah, this is back
in,
up like near Michigan City.
Iroquois
Right
County?
along the Lake Michigan area. This is a live shot
Green?
here with the storm rolling in. Lots of lightning.
So it looks like it's not too bad. It's not taking a lot of power out.
Winds are beginning to pick up a little bit. And we should see damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour with this Boeing segment. So the wind's definitely going to get very strong, I think, here in just a moment.
Sullivan's getting some serious weather, I think.
Look at the leading edge of the storm, too. This is a really cool camera view. You can see the shelf cloud rolling in right now. Right over top of the camera. The wind should pick up here in a second as well. It's a Boeing segment, so the wind should be naturally more intense.
A view from the camera. One pulling right in.
You can see the wind starting to pick up now. Wind's really starting to gust. You know, storm chasers today really can't do this. They can't sit underneath a shelf cloud. So they don't really, you can't really experience this with the chasers today, mainly because of how fast these storms are going. The wind is definitely beginning to pick up, and we should see the damaging winds really increase here over the next couple of minutes.
Where is that?
This will give you an idea of what these storms look like as they move over top of you.
Chestertown, Indiana. Chesterton?
Thank you, Gene, for the super chat.
Ooh.
I'll answer that in a second. All right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the 3 camera view. We'll have that bottom middle. And once the winds start picking up, we'll probably go back to that full screen. We should see the winds really pick up, though, in a second, because the shelf cloud just came over top. So the winds are very close behind that. All right, we are back down to 1 tornado warning. That is west of Indianapolis, north of Brazil, near Terre Haute. This one's probably going to end here in a second, too. So we should be back down to no tornado warnings in just a moment. But we are still really closely watching the storms near Evansville. There's one rotating that is north of Evansville. And the one near Oakland City isn't really concerning. But this one here, again, still more of a concern. That is going to be moving towards Linville over the next few minutes. I think I had somebody ask about Linville. And yes, this storm is beginning to rotate. Linville, you're not in a tornado warning. Just be ready to go to your safe place in case this does end up getting tornado warned here soon. And then once again, we are really... the main concern areas is this line of storms that's going to be moving into Michigan. We got a few discrete cells west of Indianapolis. Those could produce a potential tornado threat. And then back over near Evansville, we are currently monitoring several different storms there that have developed that could also produce an isolated tornado in addition to damaging winds. Oh, all right. There we go. No tornado warnings left.
Woohoo!
So we are back down to no tornado warnings here in Indiana or Illinois. But we have a bunch of severe warnings with a lot of wind, a lot of hail, and still a potential for a tornado.
Lots of rotation. This is like...
All right, so for those that are wondering about the tornado risk, because I know a lot of people are asking right now about what the tornado risk looks like in Indiana, Ohio, and Michigan and Kentucky, and even Illinois. So at this point, our tornado risk is mostly going to be east of this line. We could still see a brief tornado back over, really mainly in this area, possibly a brief spin up, but it's a very low chance. Our main concern at this point for a tornado will be in Indiana, southern Michigan, western Ohio, and even into Kentucky. So those are the main areas to watch for. However, I think our greatest localized tornado risk will be out of this activity here, where a discrete supercell, if it's able to organize, could produce a tornado and still maybe an isolated strong tornado. It's a low risk at this point. I don't think we're going to see a strong tornado, but it is still possible out of this storm activity as it continues to track in Indiana. We still have a tornado risk also into Kentucky and also into Western Ohio. It's a low risk, but not zero, so continue to stay weather aware if you are in those areas. But the Hatch tornado risk at this point, we're pretty much moved out of that area. All the storms now have moved into, again, either Indiana, Michigan, or Kentucky. And at this point, the Hatch tornado risk has already kind of been, that environment at this point has mostly been used up.
A little something right here.
Seeing a little bit of rotation near Crawfordville.
Near
A
Lafayette.
rotation there right now.
Got a little blip coming down, reaching down.
Still wouldn't rule out a brief spin up, though, back over west of Champaign. We're not out of the woods yet if you're back over near Champaign
Definitely
or Rantoul.
concerning.
Still maybe an isolated tornado risk out of that activity. Stay zoomed out here for a
I
second.
wonder if that's that little blip we're seeing right here.
Let's see here. Got a report
we
in
got
Chenoa
pretty good
of a
rotation going.
flying trampoline. Oh, man.
Surprised that's not tornado warned, to be honest. I mean, it's really sloppy and messy looking there.
Be retweeting it on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX.
There we go. Look at that.
Flying trampoline alert in both Indiana and Illinois. Winds are strong enough to send some trampolines flying today.
They should probably.
Hey, Starling,
tornado
appreciate the
warn this.
generosity. Also, shout out to Rhonda for becoming a member.
Like another 3D view of it.
Hey, guys, the flying trampoline risk is still out there, even though we don't have even though it's not tossing trampolines on Tall Trees Thursday. So what it looks like right now in Chesterton, Indiana. This is just west of South Bend.
Funnel in the upper.
Heavy rain
upper
coming down right
clouds.
now. And this is back over to Brandon Kopic, who is on the storm near Lafayette now. Still a pretty impressive storm structure. This storm's become a lot more elevated, but is still producing damaging winds.
Me too. It's a really odd looking storm.
Weren't there like 5 tornadoes that touched down today? I think we've had more than 5 at this point, I'm pretty sure. I think we've had more than 5.
There we go.
Put Kopic's audio on. If I had to guess, we probably had around 12 tornadoes at least today, maybe
Go back
more.
up here.
I mean, again, a lot of them were likely weak.
East of
like
Chicago.
EF1 type tornadoes. But, again, a tornado is a tornado.
And that big old bow's still staying strong.
An elevated storm basically means the cloud base is much higher, which usually limits the tornado risk. There are no tornado warnings. I know my counter says it on the right, but that'll
Look at
go
all
away in 2
straight
minutes.
line right now. No rotation left. It's all the rotations
Brandon
over the
Kopic's
water.
near Lafayette right now in Indiana.
Winds are still cranking though.
I wish it
Like
was
up in the upper
south,
levels,
like,
up way up in the
south,
sky, they're
like,
going like
solid
50 miles an hour,
you know?
Hey, Sheriff, for becoming a
50
member.
to 70. I don't know what it's on ground level, but
Is Evansville
generally in the
clear?
same vicinity of that 50 to
Yeah, I would
70
say
miles an
Evansville.
hour.
I mean, you got probably another 45 minutes until you're fully clear. Because there are some storms down to your southwest, but I would say the severe weather risk is definitely lower since we just had a large storm roll over. Did have a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust reported by a train spotter there in the Evansville area in the last few minutes. But these storms will continue to produce damaging winds. Low tornado risk out of that activity as it continues to move northeast. And right now, west of Indianapolis, we are starting to see a little line of thunderstorms developing. So this could, increase the damaging wind risk as this moves towards Indianapolis. So something to keep a close eye on there. All right, tornado warnings have now fully been canceled. Again, they were already technically canceled but they
If
are
I
now
was
fully
national
canceled. So
weather,
we
I
are
would have
again at no
definitely
tornado
warned
warnings
this
right
one
now,
over such a
and
big
9
city
severe
like this.
thunderstorm warnings across the board, anywhere
That
from
much
Michigan
rotation.
all the way back into southern Indiana, and we still have a couple back over in central Illinois. And once again, the severe weather risk is not fully done in Illinois, but it's mostly done. We're just talking about wind and hail, low tornado risk, heading in the direction of Urbana and Champaign. And we'll definitely have to watch these storms as they cross into Michigan. Right now, there isn't really a whole lot when it comes to the tornado threat, since all of the rotation is offshore in Lake Michigan. But this little area here is going to be moving towards Benton Harbor and Shoreham, and we may see a tornado come out of that. We do actually have some strong rotation right now, just to the west there of New Buffalo over the lakes. So as that goes towards Shoreham and Benton Harbor, we definitely could see a tornado come out of that activity. Long term, that's going to be going towards Kalamazoo. But in the meantime, if anybody has any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. We'll be answering some questions here, but we don't have any active tornado warnings. It just started snowing here in Columbus, Wisconsin. There you go. All 4 seasons in one day for many of you, but mainly Illinois. If you're back over in Wisconsin, you've mostly just been 1 season today. I have a video of Evansville. If you have any videos or photos, you can tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I want to go over to Jordan Hall. I don't know if his connection's going to stay put, but Jordan Hall is driving through a heck of a storm right now.
If you guys are concerned about any areas, you can
there was power flashes.
just type it in chat and I can pull it up for you and let you know what kind of storms are coming at you. Help you out as best as I can.
Shout out to Sandy, by the way, for the Venmo donation. Appreciate that. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning west of Indianapolis for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. First Michigan storm of the year. We got one coming. Going towards Kalamazoo. Any Lotus for the super chat? I have not, actually. That's interesting. There are no active tornado warnings, guys. There's only severe thunderstorm warnings. But we do have some storms that are still rotating. All right, looks like Jordan's getting out of that mayhem. Yeah, right now, like the most imminent tornado risk, which isn't even imminent, but like the most imminent potential tornado risk, I think would be this activity here, once again, going towards Shoreham and Benton Harbor in Michigan. Otherwise, we're really gonna have to go further south towards like Evansville for any like legitimate area of rotation, which is going towards Linville. But even then, this storm's also become pretty outflow dominant. And as the sun sets here over the next couple of hours, we should see the severe weather risk drop a little bit. I mean, it really should not be increasing. It should be dropping. So that's good news. But we still have some areas of rotation. We got another one actually now going towards Shoals. It's a broad area of circulation. And then west of Indianapolis, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. If I had to guess, like at this point, this is probably going to be our main focus when it comes to a QLCS tornado risk, which are tornadoes that are embedded in the line of thunderstorms. Back over near Crawfordsville, Rochdale, and even back over north of Greencastle, we have a few different areas of circulation that are developing. So something to keep a close eye on if you're back over near Lebanon, Thornton, Town, or Frankfort. Even if there is not a tornado, we are still talking about damaging winds around 70 miles per hour. So no matter what way you split it, it's still a bit of a concern here. I just joined it from St. Louis because it's very windy. Well, it's just windy. There's nothing happening over there. St. Louis is good. By the way, I do want to point this out. Like, the severe weather risk was technically including St. Louis today, but again, the severe weather is well out of your way now. It's well to your east. It missed St. Louis, Cape Girardeau, Burlington, Davenport. All those areas have already dealt with severe weather, or you just did not see any at all today. So that's good. Good news. Have you ever seen white tornadoes? We actually saw a
snow-nado?
I'm pretty sure a fully white tornado in El Dorado, in Indiana. Or, sorry, not El Dorado, Indiana. El Dorado, Oklahoma.
White tornado.
Back in, I think it was April or May of last year. It was pretty impressive. It was a huge tornado. I mean, it was like one of the largest tornadoes we've ever seen on stream. Was the El Dorado tornado. It was awfully impressive. Got a little update on the satellite imagery right now of this huge mid-latitude cyclone. This is what it looks like right now. I mean, this is quite stunning to look at on satellite. Once again, what we're looking at here is not just the clouds, but also the yellow stuff. That is all dust. So if you're in Michigan right now and you look outside, you're probably going to see some dust passing over. That comes from the Texas and Oklahoma areas, by the way. That dust has been transported over the last 24 hours from the West Texas area, has now moved all the way up into Michigan, Ohio, and Indiana. And then right here are all your different storms that have formed, with the main focus, again, being in Illinois and Indiana today. Here's your cyclone as well, really spinning around 985 millibars of low pressure, spinning over the northeastern quadrant of Missouri, with blizzard conditions also happening on the north and west side of this. I mean, when you think about it, this is a very intense storm system too. We just had a big storm system Friday, Saturday, and if that didn't happen, this would probably be one of the biggest storms that we've seen so far this March, or would probably be the biggest storm we've seen so far this March. So one of the more intense ones too that we've had this year. 985 millibars or so is very low. But definitely not a light storm. Been pretty impressive. It's absolutely stunning, though, on the satellite view.
And that storm
the
scares
middle
me.
of your screen, that is Lafayette, Indiana. Now starting to see that severe storm rolling through. 60-mile-per-hour winds currently rolling right through Lafayette. Remember the bench in Florida? I do. Thank you, Blue, for the super chat. There's a huge police presence in New Carlisle due to Amazon and GM battery plant construction. Good to know. Thank you, Kathy, for becoming a member. Thank you, Lakeville, also for gifting a membership.
The storm's getting a lot smaller, though. It's dropped down to about 20,000 feet.
But yeah, these storms are racing. Again, they're racing. The storm here that's west of Indianapolis is currently moving northeast at about 60 miles per hour. So basically going as fast as a driver on Interstate 74. Almost as fast. You really can't really outrace these storms unless you're going 65 plus. By the way, huge shout out to this is from Joe over in Illinois, by the way. He's in the Chicago area. He's watching the Max Velocity stream with his Max Velocity signed hat. As a reminder, if you want to get a signed hat, they are limited edition for our 1 million subscriber milestone. It is the top link in the description below at shopmaxvelocity.net. A lot of those are getting delivered, by the way. I know a lot of you guys have ordered them. But the first 150 will be delivered hopefully by next week at the latest. But I think all of them have now been shipped out. So, so far today, I mean, we're not done with the severe weather yet, but I do have to say, I do think today would have been fine at a 5% tornado risk. I thought 10%, honestly, they really jumped the gun quick with that. Because last night, the tornado risk, if you remember, was only a 2% tornado risk for most of Indiana and Illinois. And obviously now, this morning, it got upgraded to a 10% really fast. But nonetheless, I mean, we had a bunch of tornadoes. I don't know how many we're going to end up having total, but we just had like about 10 tornadoes in like the same area back over in Bloomington and Peoria, which was unbelievable. That's when the stream started. Really kicked off fast. So thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. It's really calm in South Lafayette right now. Well, the main core of the storm actually missed you. It's mainly going now towards Buck Creek So the worst of it is moved past you. Hey, Parker, for the 10 months. I got a hat. I got number 47. Nice. I don't know. I don't even know who got number 1. I'm not going to lie. Whoever got number 1 has not sent me their hat because I haven't seen it yet. The lowest number I think I've seen is number 3 or 4. By the way, all the signed hats that we're doing are numbered from 1 to 500. And we're currently in the mid to upper 300s from my knowledge. So we're approaching the 400 range now out of the signed hats that we're doing. How's Evansville looking? Let's do a little quick update for Evansville. Storms have already kind of rolled through. Again, the most significant storms are out of your way. We still have a couple strong storms in the area, but other than lightning, there's not really much of a concern there. Just stay away from windows or stay indoors, I should say, until the storms fully pass your area. If you're back over in southwestern Michigan, don't forget there is a low tornado risk with this activity. Currently moving to the northeast. Thank you, Aaron, for the super chat. Did you get the number 1 hat? I can't remember. Actually, it might have been you. I feel like that name rings a bell. Might have been you. Also, huge shout out here to this is awesome. Huge shout out to Jennifer. Just sent this to me.
This is the life of a weather
Congratulations, you're being
fanatic.
showed in front of 22,000 people. Look at that Max Velocity 1 million subscriber merch. That looks awesome. Appreciate you guys picking up the merch. And apparently their hat numbers, by the way, are number 2 and 3. So they're the first couple, essentially. I want some cheese curds. I want some cheese curds.
Really got into weather like 4 or 5 years ago. I've been disabled and stuck at home all the time, so I got really big into following the weather.
Hawaii? I don't think we've ever really talked about Hawaii. We've talked about it in like a video or two maybe in the past, but that's really about it. We do have a big wind threat right now heading towards Danville and Greencastle. Velocities are currently being measured. A moment ago there, it looked like it was pretty high. Being measured around 60 miles per hour right now near Carpentersville. If this storm's able to organize here just west of Indianapolis, we may see a tornado risk come out of this.
Around 60.
So this will be something to watch for, heading towards Indianapolis and Zionsville. Chicago's done. Yeah, if you're in Chicago, you're done. It's just rain. And then, by the way, don't forget, there is snow. There isn't snow right now, but there will be snow pretty soon. Overnight tonight. This is right around 11 o'clock. There will be snow across most of Illinois. So if you saw tornadoes today, you might even see some snow.
Wow. Tornado and snow.
That snow will also move into Indiana tomorrow, late morning, and also into Michigan. So, yeah. Tornadoes followed by snow. Quite the experience, I've got to say. Thank you, Taylor, for the super chat. I don't think I've ever eaten cheese curds. They're so good. So good.
Oh, Max is so obsessed with cheese curds.
Depending on where you get them from, they're really good. New wind gust report of 55 miles per hour from a National Weather Service employee back over in Newmarket, Indiana. They have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning near Delphi, Deer Creek, and Flora. That is for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Thank you, Angela, for becoming a member. Louisville outlook. Louisville is mostly just going to be wind as well. Again, a low-end tornado risk does exist. Keep in mind this tornado watch down here in Kentucky, southern Indiana, and southeastern Illinois does go until about 11 o'clock? I think 11 o'clock Central Time, 12 o'clock Eastern. So make sure you're still staying very weather aware down here. And again, we'll be live here for probably a decent another couple hours in case something does happen. I just want to show you guys this. This is Ben Williams, one of our storm chasers who didn't get anything today, but he did actually say he saw a tornado today. Look at that. What a tornado. Thank you, Lakeville, for the super chat. How much for the 500 hat? You just got to order. I'm not going to give like the exact number of hats
it was on the
because I
back
don't want
of a
people
truck.
trying to time it.
Picture of one.
Caramel cashew sounds good. That sounds like a good ice cream flavor. Huge surge of wind will be coming towards Indianapolis over the next hour. Huge surge of wind. Could get a tornado down here near Danville. Little kink trying to develop down here. Have a storm merger happening near Rochdale and Danville, but within the next 30 minutes to an hour, it is possible that we do get a tornado risk out of this as it moves towards Indianapolis. Definitely something we need to keep a close eye on.
Take a look at Ohio.
Brandon Kopic made
See
the
what's building up out
MSN news feed. I honestly don't know what that is. I've heard of MSN, but I don't know what that... Are you talking about like the main page newsfeed or something?
A big monster storm right there. Look at that big boy.
How's Southern Illinois looking? Any tornado risk? Not at this point, no. I mean, at this point for like Southern Illinois, it's all wind. So gusty winds will be on the back side of this low pressure system. I'll give you an idea here of what we're talking about here. So let me go central. This is what the winds look like.
Small showers by Toledo and Bowling
right
Green.
Now. This is 4, 5, 6. This is about right now. So the winds right now, these are wind gusts, all the numbers that you see on your screen here. Wind gusts are still very strong in Iowa, Missouri, Kansas, around 40 to 55 miles per hour. But they're also very strong back over in Illinois and even Indiana. So on the back side of this
Doug.
dry line that we have in Western
I'm just
Indiana,
trying to help
there will
out,
be
man.
some
I've never
strong
streamed
wind gusts,
before.
and most of those will be around 40 miles per hour or so.
I've been a weather nerd ever since I became disabled a couple years ago, and I don't know, man. I just got hooked. I started watching Ryan Hall and Pico's Hank. He makes really good videos. It's just neat. I bought this radar and something to do when you're stuck at home.
Thank you, Angela, for becoming a member as well.
But I mean, I just see it too a lot. Like, you know, I watch Max almost all the time. I watch Ryan. He doesn't stream nearly as much, but
back to the 3-cam view here.
You know, like there'll be 30,000 people in a stream, and there'll be 5,000 people asking about their location, and you know, you just can't help them all. So I figured
severe thunderstorm warning,
try to pop
which is
in
going to
on
be
days when
this
it's
is all the way
bad
back
weather.
down to
Maybe
the
I can
south.
help
So
a couple
east of
people out.
Evansville, this warning just got upgraded for Jasper and Huntingburg. That's going to be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, which is, again, a considerable damage threat.
I already make videos, and like every single big tornado, like I'll make clips of them just, you know, to have them. So like any big tornado I ever see, I make like a you know, 30-second to 10-minute clip on the tornado, just kind of showing all the you know, like you got the basically this is just your base right here, you know, your normal radar. Then you got your base velocity, and then we got the NROT. This basically shows like just normalized rotation in areas, makes it easier to find where stuff's rotating. And then you got your correlation coefficient. This basically, you know, if you got a bad tornado, it'll be like really blue, and you can like see the debris of the tornado. So it's just fun, you know, using these radars. And then you got like the SRV. This is basically like averaged out of the base velocity, so you can like really pinpoint and know the speeds of it. Try to stream in a 9:16 resolution too, so like people could actually see it on their phones. I don't know. I might try doing 1080p next time, but I figured I'd try the 9:16 today, so it'd kind of be like, you know, you're holding your phone in front of you, and it's just like a, you know, rectangle standing up.
I make homemade cheese curds at work every day. That actually sounds pretty good. I'm never in Oklahoma, though. Last time I was in Oklahoma was, I don't know, 5 years ago, maybe. It's been a while. I feel like Oklahoma has like nothing. Like, it just
It
feels
is.
so empty unless you're in Oklahoma City.
Man, Oklahoma is the worst. Well, I did basic training in the Army, man. That place is like
Give me some food.
clay.
I need food. I
remember
I
like
low key
polishing
might
my
order
boots
DoorDash though. Like it's possible. I might
out on
DoorDash
the
some
drill
cold.
pad, and like it was so nice. It was like 70 degrees, and all of a sudden, like a big gust of wind blasts me, and you get like a bunch of dirt in your eyes, and it dropped like 30 degrees in a split second. And like every single car in Oklahoma has hail damage, and there's like these bugs that just completely cover your car. Like you'll go out in the windshield to be completely covered in bugs. Like, and like Oklahoma's so empty, and it's just so. Whew, I wouldn't want to live there. I was in Fort Sill, Oklahoma. Yeah, I spent, I think it was like winter and spring there. Remember going out for PT at like 5 in the morning and the ground was wet, and they'd have us lay down in our shorts and t-shirt and having to do like sit-ups and push-ups. Oh, it was so cold.
Florida. It's pretty nice in Florida today. It's better than being in the Midwest where we have tornadoes and then snow. Literally all 4 seasons of weather in 24 hours. Sadie is watching from Germany. That's crazy. We actually have a decent amount of international viewers. Now, I do have statistics, by the way, for those that are curious about where people watch from when it comes to like countries and even states now. But for countries, it's about 90, I think 8% of you guys watch from the United States, but there are 2% that are from areas like Canada, from Germany. I've had Australia viewers. I mean, it's all over the place. It's very interesting. It's a very low percentage, but I mean, there are people that that do watch from other places. How's my AC doing? It is back and working. It's working. Don't worry. All right, I do want to go back and just do a quick overview. A few things I want to talk about. So, first off, we do have a line of thunderstorms that's bowing out that is going to be moving into Benton Harbor here soon. Near South Bend. Again, mainly wind right now, low tornado risk. Something that's becoming a little bit more concerning here over the last several minutes is the storm west of Indianapolis. We actually have 2 areas of rotation developing. We got one near North Salem, and we have another one west of Danville. So these are areas of rotation we need to keep a very close eye on. It's going to be going towards Fayette, Whitestown, and Zionsville, and then another one going towards Brownsburg and Pittsboro, just off to the west there of Indianapolis. This line of storms, even if we don't get a tornado, is producing damaging winds around 70 miles per hour. So you want to make sure, if you are along the line of storms in the warning, that you are staying away from windows, because there could be some flying debris like tree branches. Trampolines could literally be in the air. There are a lot of things that could be flying out there that could legitimately be flying projectiles. So you don't want to be standing outside or near windows or anything like that. But we do have 2 areas of rotation that are developing. And once this convection, this like little stubborn area of convection here that's out in front of the line, gets out of the way or just kind of moves more to the north, we should see enough clearing here where a tornado warning and a potential tornado will try to drop here just off to the west of Indianapolis. Back further to the south, we still have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect northeast of Evansville. This is mainly going to be for damaging winds. They have added a tornado possible label for those in Jasper and Huntingburg, and then also back over in eastern Illinois. At this point, we are mostly...
This is just like the stronger part of the storm too, so basically I have it filtered out so I can basically make it show the rest of the storm. So technically, yeah, this storm's about 30,000 feet high. But, the stronger part. I just, generally watching, like I see some big, giant, like once in the big, strong supercells, they'll be up 50, 60,000 feet with the stronger areas. And this is just the way I like looking at it, because I can see the more dangerous parts of the storm easier. But yeah, when you get a really strong tornado, you can really see the rotation well with the 3D view. It's just a big sloppy mess of rotation here.
West of Indianapolis. And we will maybe get a new one in like 5 to 10 minutes going towards Whitestown. But for now, this is the main concern near State Route 39 going towards Pittsboro, Indiana.
Tornado warning this. Let's take a close look at that.
And so areas that could be in the track of a possible tornado for Pittsboro include the Pittsboro Dairy Queen. There is a Pizza Paradise, Frank's Place, the Beehive, and Subway, which are food locations in Pittsboro that are currently in the track of a possible tornado. And then there's also the Pittsboro IGA, the Dollar General, and Casey's General Store. And there's also the Pittsboro Elementary and Primary Schools, the Big White Lick Regular Baptist Cemetery, and there's also the Pittsboro Town Hall, Fire Department, and Police Department. And there's also the Pittsboro Mobile Home Park. So if you're in a mobile home or a manufactured home, you need to either get to a sturdy structure or get into a ditch, as this is a dangerous storm that could be producing a tornado at any time as it continues to move east-northeast. There's also the Quail Creek Estates, Jeff Gordon Boulevard, and Woodridge Commons, which are a few of the different residential communities that are in this tornado warning. Thank you, Julie, for the super chat. We only have Venmo. We don't have Cash App, but maybe in the future we'll add that. Just keeping it simple.
You see why they're warning that.
Brandon has some crazy lightning right now. Yeah, Brandon's bottom right of your screen. What's Brandon's location? Do we know? I don't really feel like looking at the app.
Rotating down towards the ground here.
Also, rotation is ramping up relatively quickly
it's like right there
now.
In that blue spot.
Back over southwest of Logansport.
That definitely looks dangerous.
Rotation's starting to ramp up here. It's very rain wrapped. That's why they do have a tornado possible label for Logansport. Also, we just got a severe thunderstorm warning going towards Bedford and Bloomington in Indiana. But again, our main concern right now is just outside of Indianapolis.
Wow, this is
two areas of concern right now.
I don't know if that's all farms or what. Let me pull it up. Danville, Indiana.
He's in Frankfurt. Oh, he's still in that northern storm. Or wait, he's over here. Let me just quickly go full cam
that's
to Brandon. I'm curious.
A lot of people living here.
That's what Brandon's looking at right now.
Those aren't farms. That's all houses and stuff. I'm looking at the right spot. It should be close to.
Okay, so Brandon's going towards Indianapolis right now.
No, I'm looking at the wrong one. Is there two Danvilles in Indiana? Yeah, one here and here.
Sorry, CG.
Oh.
Or whether I want to go east out of Lebanon or keep going down 65.
Shouldn't have two Danvilles in Indiana, man. They should make a rule against that. This one looks populated too.
The sun hasn't even set yet, I don't think, here in Indiana. It looks like it has. I don't think it has yet. I could be wrong. Indianapolis.
Someone needs to tell Trump to fix the two Danvilles in Indiana, make them rename
still about
one.
12 minutes away, and this is how dark it looks right now. Oh my goodness.
They can call it
I'm not even sure if I want to show this on screen.
Elonville or something. Yeah, this is concerning.
Well, I'm going to show you guys this. This just happened moments ago. Or not moments ago, but this is not long ago. It's within the last hour, I think, over on I-74 eastbound on Tilton, Illinois because of a car accident. I'm not going to show you the other part of this because it's a lot worse. It's literally a crunched car. But this is what happened. There's a semi here. I'm honestly not going to go further, though, because I don't want to show anything horrific. The car looks absolutely terrible. And the interstate is closed. I will I don't know if I'm going to retweet it. It's pretty bad. So. Major accident. Not sure if that's weather related or not. It might have been. But I can't even show the car. Like, I just can't. It basically, like, to give you paint a picture, it basically is crunched. You know, it's like half of it's like gone. It's weird. So it almost got split in half by the looks of it. For obvious reasons, I am not showing it. Once again, we still have a tornado warning west of Indianapolis. Main area of circulation right now is going to be right near State Route 236, approaching Pittsboro. Please be in your safe place if you're in this warning. Pittsboro, again, a lot of areas in the track of this in Pittsboro. There's a mobile home park in Pittsboro that's in the path of this, which if you are in the mobile home park, you should be staying in a sturdy structure instead of being inside of a mobile home. It's very dangerous in a storm like this.
I don't know if the 3D view updated. I don't think it has yet.
Confirmed fatalities in the semi versus car in I-74. Yeah, that's exactly why I'm not showing you the other photo, because the actual car is definitely where there was fatalities, unfortunately. Again, I don't know how the accident even happened or anything like that. It's too gruesome, honestly, to look at it. I mean, there's no like blood or anything. It's just the car looks terrible.
3D views don't update as much as the radar does.
Not going to show it. I will also not retweet it just because of obvious reasons. We're starting to see the storm near Lebanon organizing. We could get a new tornado warning on this here soon.
I don't know what's going on with that.
This is a storm to watch for again. Moving northeast, Lebanon, and eventually Sheridan on the north side there of Indianapolis will be in the track of that rotation as well.
That's really
2 areas of rotation
crunching
right now,
the
northeast.
statistics on this storm.
Thank you, Ding, for the super chat. I'm on the north side of Indianapolis. It is eerily calm. It's the calm before the storm. Thank you, Cheyenne, for the super chat. It's the calm before the storm here. And we just got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. It is a huge one. So brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Fishers, Noblesville, Kokomo, Greentown, Russiaville, Forest, Tipton, and Elwood are in this warning. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. In addition to a tornado possible tag is on this, and as well as quarter-sized hail will be possible. Also, another mesoscale discussion. This back over in Tennessee, Alabama, and Mississippi. Thunderstorm development is expected between 7 and 9 p.m. Isolated damaging winds and severe hail will be possible. There's a low-end chance for a tornado. We are not expecting a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch down here.
It's all twirling.
We actually got a severe thunderstorm warning, our first of the day, back over in western Kentucky near Princeton and Madisonville. That's for 60 mile per hour winds. A little bit of rotation near Hatfield, just southeast of Evansville.
Down there and look at that.
And this Jasper storm is becoming a little bit more intense as well. Mainly hail and wind, but a little bit of rotation with that as well.
Oh, wow, yeah. Got some storms down here for sure. Let me see if they're in the SPC Outlook. They sure are. Yeah, it's down here in the moderate. Reaches down in Kentucky.
Back to this view here.
I'm going to pop up another radar from Kentucky now.
This severe threat here over the next like 2 hours. Again, the most significant severe weather threat was really from about 3 until about 8. And so we're still in that time frame right now. And again, we're talking about Central Time. So we still probably got about an hour, hour and a half left of there being the potential for not just tornadoes, but also, scattered to numerous damaging winds and hail as well. But really over the next couple of hours is really the last chance, I would say, the last hurrah almost for there being a potential strong tornado or just in general severe weather. So but we've had over about a dozen. I think we've had over a dozen tornadoes so far today. Been quite a bit of tornadoes. Let me check and see. We have the SPC reports coming in. So far today, the SPC reports is loading. So this is so far today. We've had 9 tornado reports, 6 hail reports, and 12 wind gust and wind damage reports. So there's already been 9 tornado reports, and almost all of them were in the same area. So if I had to guess, we've probably had a couple tornadoes back up near Chicago, and we also had one, I think, near Oakland, and then we may have also had one back over southeast of Decatur. But other than that, we've actually had several different tornadoes today.
Clearly see me put the square over top of
central
it, right?
Indiana.
There we go. I got to way below it.
Sorry, Central Illinois, not Indiana. Central Illinois.
Look at that. You can just see the whole storm like rolling over.
Brand new
turn sideways and folding over.
An update to a severe thunderstorm warning. Du Bois County in Indiana just upgraded to 2-inch sized hail. So this storm now back over near Jasper, up to 2-inch sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds.
Wow,
and there is still a tornado possible.
You see why that's tornado warned, right?
So this is still a rather significant supercell.
I mean,
that's moving into
can't
Jasper.
be any more obvious than that you got like a spinning funnel going 20,000 feet up into the sky.
Hayden, I think IEM reports faster, if I'm not mistaken. If we do the IAM ones, we can't have all the random alerts, though, on here. So many random alerts. A lot of pyrops and
It's amazing to see this. It's such a good view of the storm on the inside of it.
All right, looks like the storm that's currently tornado warned, the rotation is not really that present at this point. I'm not seeing a whole lot. It's mainly over Pittsburgh, though. If we had a tornado, it would be right over the north side of Pittsburgh, but it's still pretty broad rotation. It's going towards Zionsville, Carmel.
It's not broad. It's just not touching the ground, I don't think, but it's there.
Other than that, the storm that was north of Pittsburgh, that rotation's been weaker because of there being a lot of convection out in front of it. Otherwise, that one would probably be tornado warned at this point. So, at this point, north of Indianapolis, mainly a wind risk around 70 miles per hour. There's still some rotation, though, that we're going to keep a close eye on. That'll be going towards Zionsville and Carmel. And we just got a report of a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust estimated by amateur radio back over at 400 West and 900 South Road in Advance, Indiana. Thank you, Andrew, for the super chat. Truck driver here. I watch your forecast every day. You've gotten me out of sketchy situations in the past. Currently in northern Ohio, heading to Wisconsin. Windy and dusty as well. There is a lot of dust.
Very concerning.
A lot of dust. But I think that dust is going to start to... I don't think the dust is going to make it to the northeast tomorrow. But if it does, I'd actually be pretty surprised.
It's Burrow Brown Bird.
And once again, if you guys don't know what we're talking about, we've got a huge plume of dust that has been moving across the entire country today. And this yellow on the satellite imagery is that dust. And that is now into Michigan and Ohio. And there's even a little string of dust that has made it even into parts of Kentucky. And again, all that dust came from Texas, from big dust storms that happened yesterday, in addition to wildfires. And so that's all been kind of just strung along into the Ohio Valley. Big low pressure system currently sitting over northeast Missouri, about to move into Illinois. Blizzard conditions continue back over in Iowa. Severe weather, obviously, to the east. And as we go into overnight tonight, we're expecting snow in Illinois, parts of Indiana. And by tomorrow morning, Indiana, Michigan, and Ohio will have some snowflakes out there. So... yeah, this is a really impressive mid-latitude cyclone. One of the larger ones that you'll see this time of the year. Even though the severe weather risk isn't necessarily like a moderate or high risk or anything like that, it's still a pretty significant threat here when it comes to the storm size. It's very impressive. We are beginning to get some severe thunderstorm warnings in Michigan now. We do have some damaging winds near Benton Harbor and approaching Niles. 60-mile-per-hour winds, and also there is a tornado possible label on this activity. It's currently moving to the northeast.
Like, this is how these happen. The way the weather is from the cold and the hot weather, and it meets together, basically your normal storms just sit straight up, but when they merge together, it basically tumbles the storm over and makes it spin. So neat how you can see it in the 3D view.
When is tornado season historically? Depends on where you are, but generally speaking, like severe tornado season or severe weather season is mostly going to be running from it mostly runs from like March until like
it got
June.
all sloppy again.
Depends on where you are. If you're like in the Dixie Alley, it starts in November and goes all the way through like April and May. It's a much longer season. How is Memphis, Indiana going to be overnight tonight? I don't know where Memphis is. Let me look. Also, the tornado warning was just canceled, so we no longer have any tornado warnings.
Yep.
Just back to severe thunderstorm warnings. Wait, did you say Memphis, Tennessee, or did you say Memphis, Indiana? Memphis, Indiana. Why am I all the way down in Tennessee? Memphis, Indiana. Mostly going to be damaging winds here, probably in about a couple hours. Isolated hail and an isolated tornado possible, too. But tornado warning has now been canceled back over west of Indianapolis. It obviously says one tornado warning on the right side of your screen, but that'll go away here in a second. Wouldn't be surprised if they issued a new one, because there is still a little bit of rotation. They have, at least for now, canceled the warning, but Zionsville, Noblesville, and Fishers definitely stay weather aware. There is a storm here that could still produce a tornado as that moves to the east-northeast.
Oh, let's look at Kentucky. I haven't looked at Kentucky in a while.
Also, let's go over to Corey Gherkin. I haven't been to Corey Gherkin in a while, but it looks like he has a little funnel.
Everything's rotating as well.
Might be a little funnel up there. Corey's currently on these severe storms here near Indianapolis. Actually, Corey's on the southern storm, so he's on this storm that was just tornado warned. Looks like a bomb cyclone. Bomb cyclone would be 24 millibar pressure drop in 24 hours.
That one's about 20,000 feet.
This thing really went north a lot.
Once again, this is the storm that is currently just north of Indianapolis, and it has been rotating. Could still produce a tornado as it moves towards Noblesville.
Yeah, what we want's back in there. It looks like lowering in there. Yeah.
Warsaw, Indiana. All right, let me check it out. Hope there's not two Warsaw, Indianas.
So it looks like we have a little nub back there in the middle, near the tree line.
Warsaw. Where you're at. Okay, so you're
You said I saw a leaf move in Indianapolis.
Way north of Indianapolis.
I think you're going to see a lot more leaves moving here in just a few minutes. Wind's definitely going to pick up.
Back up to 55 degrees, I just don't think it's quite warm enough to really get it done.
No, not at this rate.
There you are. Hey, show up on my map.
The area of interest is right there, guys. Kind of see all.
Well, I don't want I got a
we're gonna
radar
put Corey
closer
bottom
to you.
right, since he's right on the storm. I think Brandon is too.
PIWX.
We'll put Corey bottom right there. And then back over in southwestern Indiana, we are still dealing with hail and wind. Not really much of a tornado risk as of right now. Still have a little bit of rotation actually near Jasper. And we do have a big hailstorm right now approaching French Lick. 2-inch sized hail is likely with that as it continues to move northeast. Had somebody just ask about Bloomington. At this point, not really much.
It looks like all that rain's about to hit you. Nothing scary looking coming at you, though. Let me see if I can pull up the winds here. So yeah, this is way up in the sky, but yeah, basically the storm, you know, you got like 50-mile-per-hour winds coming, but we don't know what it's going to be on the ground. But looks like what's coming at you is what basically the same storm that went through Chicago, but it's kind of split up. Doesn't look like anything dangerous, just some thunderstorms. Big glob storms, maybe a little bit of hail. It's like it's moving up northeast. Well, you could get hit by this big mess too. Let me see what it has you in the SPC outlook. So you're in the red area, so I mean it is favorable for possible severe weather, but right now it doesn't look too bad. But it's, you know, keep an eye on the weather and keep watching, you know, me or Max in the next hour or two, and you can have a better idea what's actually going to hit you. But right now it doesn't look that threatening. I can pull up the power outages too. Let's kind of see what kind of mess the storm's been leaving behind. Haven't looked in a while. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad in Warsaw. I think you're going to be in pretty good shape. But you never know how it can change. You know, they when they do these SPC outlooks and they pull up all this area here, they basically just send up weather balloons in like 400 different places in America, and they see how the wind's changing as you go up. So basically, anything in these zones can have possible rotation. But yeah, I'd say pay attention for the next 2 hours, and if anything happens, you'll know in Warsaw.
Left, and then Lafayette, Indiana, bottom middle. Corey should come up here in a second. But again, severe storms currently rolling through the north side.
I'll keep an eye on it for you, though.
And rotation currently is not very strong, but we did have a funnel cloud there not too long ago, moving towards Carmel and Noblesville.
Just trying to get the power outages.
Keep a close eye on that in case it does become tornadic. The severe storm near Logansport,
Doesn't
there is
look
still
like
rotation on this, but it is becoming a lot weaker. It's moving towards Warsaw, Indiana. And so as it continues to move that direction, there will be a threat for isolated damaging winds and hail. And then we also have a line of thunderstorms moving into western Michigan. Currently a wind threat with this, but there is a tornado possible label. This is a full cam view here of Kalamazoo, Michigan right now.
Power outages.
Radar Omega camera. Pretty calm right now. Nothing
basically
crazy,
everything moving
probably
through.
about 45 minutes to an hour. That's going to change. We'll have
it's not doing too much damage.
It looks like maybe some hail rolling through that area. And then all the way back down in southern Indiana, we got a slew of storms that have been developing.
It looks like in your area.
Actually, this is from a different radar site. Rotation on this French Lick storm actually looks a lot more interesting. Yeah, there's some stronger couplet here of rotation. Gonna be moving to French Lick. Broad rotation near Orangeville. And then back over near Bedford. We actually have some stronger rotation there as well. It's moving towards Freetown and eventually Seymour. So those are some storms to watch for. Southern Indiana, definitely keep a close eye on that. And then back over near Madisonville, there is a storm here in Kentucky. Madisonville, a little hook to it near Charleston. Not really rotating much right now, but we're talking about some damaging winds and some quarter-sized hail that'll be moving to the northeast. And again, that's long term going to be going towards Owensboro and 165. And we got plenty of storms also firing up now back over in Tennessee. But most of these are just going to be some strong storms. This is a live shot also from Jackson, Tennessee. Remember covering a tornado warning here just a few weeks back. But pretty common. Look at the sun, by the way. The sunset there in the background. Sunset, little elevated thunderstorm out here in western Tennessee. Nice little view down there. Also, new damage report coming out of Ireland, Indiana, of a tree down on power lines on State Road 56, which is just west of Jasper. So these storms are definitely causing some damage.
Much like everything fell apart that was coming towards Indianapolis. Just like spread out. Went south and north. There's some more storms coming. This one looks like it's got a lot of hail.
The storm is now moving through Zionville. Brandon Kopic is actually on this now. Let's go full screen to Brandon.
These storms are definitely moving around a lot.
So Brandon Kopic has now caught up to the storm near Zionsville, north of Indianapolis.
Oh, sorry guys, I meant to turn the camera all the way back so you guys can see the storm.
Thank you, Zachary, for the super chat. Also, shout out to
Ooh, what do we got going here?
Cardi
Bedford
with the $10 Venmo donation. Weather Geek here, playing your coverage all day at work. Originally from Fulton, Colorado. Or Fulton County, Illinois, now living in Colorado. It's awesome. Appreciate you tuning in. You're a weather geek, just like me.
That was warned a little bit ago. Well, this is new. Oh yeah. Got a little something going on here. Take a look at the 3D view.
Right, it's a little bit more out in front of this now, but the storm did at one point have a cold air funnel cloud.
41 miles till empty and, what is it, 27 miles till the left.
It's going to be a long spring for Max. It'll be a long spring for all of us.
It's getting bigger, too. It's almost up to 30,000 feet now.
Lots of severe weather.
Well, I am down to 22 miles.
It's definitely ahead. It'll be an active season.
Yeah, right now I should have a gap of about 14 miles. If I run out of gas, I'm going to laugh so hard.
Topic is on low gas alert here. It's low gas alert.
But the good news is the north side of the loop here is rolling.
We definitely got some spinning going on there. Get reaching up through.
Any risk for Nashville tonight? There is a risk. There is indeed a risk. And by the way, the next Storm Prediction Center outlook comes out in like 45 minutes to an hour, so we'll have a new update there. But there is a risk. Technically, it's not very high though. I mean, it's a marginal threat for Nashville, Murfreesboro, Florence, Huntsville, pretty much anywhere down here in the Dixie Alley into the Tennessee Valley. We do have a little risk. It's again very low though. Mainly a wind risk, maybe a low end risk for hail as well. I'm not expecting a tornado risk down there. The storm that's near Bedford is beginning to come together pretty quickly right now. Where's the other radar site? Isn't there one that's somewhere else? Maybe right here. We have rotation on the storm near Bedford. So velocity is currently going away and towards the radar here. Starting to increase in activity. This is a discrete cell. No tornado possible label on this, but there's definitely a possibility that we could get an isolated tornado out of this going towards Columbus and Seymour in I-65 here in southern Indiana. And we also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Southeast of Jasper, damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour will be possible.
I love the NROT. It's such a useful tool to help pinpoint.
Also, they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning north of Logansport. This activity has not been very organized. It's very disorganized, actually. But there is still some rotation near Fulton and Rochester, which will be going towards Warsaw.
It's getting stronger.
And then we still have damaging winds currently moving through Benton Harbor, Shoreham, going towards Covert, Pawpaw, Elmina, and as well as South Haven. A lot of lightning, by the way, with those storms as well.
Yeah, that's looking concerning now. Pull up Bedford.
There's nothing in Ohio right now. Again, we still got a little ways to go for Ohio. It should be mostly a wind risk, though, once we get to Ohio. low tornado risk, but mostly wind. And let's just do a quick little future radar, just give you an idea of what's going to be happening here over the next few hours. So this is right about now. Again, most of our storms currently centered across central Indiana, pretty much as forecasted at this point. By 9 o'clock Central Time, 10 o'clock Eastern Time, storms will be moving through Jackson, Michigan with a Boeing segment with mainly wind and a low tornado risk. There will also be storms approaching Dayton, Hamilton, and Cincinnati, and a few isolated storms across Kentucky and Tennessee. By 11 o'clock Eastern Time, those storms are moving into Lima, Dayton, and Cincinnati. Again, mainly just damaging winds. And then as we go overnight tonight, the severe weather's done. So again, we really only got a couple hours left, I'd say, of any significant severe weather, and then we are going into these stages of just some isolated wind and maybe a brief spin up somewhere, but that's really about it. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning near Lebanon, Thorntown, east of Crawfordsville for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. So even though you just got severe weather in Lebanon, you got another storm coming. You're not done quite yet.
See if it's hitting down.
Let's go back to Corey Gherkin. Corey Gherkin is currently on the Zionsville storm, which he will pop up in a second. Oh boy.
I'm gonna look up from
Sorry, guys, I don't know why it takes so long, but look at that.
But no, I mean, I didn't bring my stuff anyway.
A little scuddy lowering there in front of Corey. I'm gonna leave it on Corey for a second. I'll be back in just a moment. Stay tuned. We'll keep it on Corey though.
Behind us flying up the severe warning.
Too much stuff on the map.
Was producing, but as soon as we got in a spot to see it, it was gone. Yeah, I'm kind of wishing I should have went. I was kind of focusing on getting the bigger tornado threat more of a gamble, but I was going for that storm, then we turned back around and went southeast.
That's that hail right there.
I guess we can get off up here and try this.
Get off here?
Yeah. I guess we'll just get gas.
I'm trying to find a gas station because like I'm about to run out. We got that last tornado warning over here by Indy.
All right, we are back.
Man, dude, it was.
Does Corey have a funnel?
Freaking insane. Couldn't see.
I just come back to well, at least a scuddy lowering of some sort here. I think it's just scud. Light pole kind of played with me. Corey is kind of on the north side of Indianapolis right now. You have some scud there in the middle, though.
Some of the stuff was moving like 75 miles an hour.
There's a BP.
Is this not a turn lane?
It can't be.
Hey, $2,500 weekly. Shout out to the ad. All right. I think Brandon's getting off the road now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning. This is in southern Indiana. This is a storm we were talking about just a moment ago. North of Salem, southwest of Columbus. This is near Bedford. Rotation's been intensifying pretty quickly, moving towards Norman, Kurtz, Freetown, Pikes Peak, and Ogleville. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Ogleville will be on the track of this, just west of Jonesville. Your State Route 135, State Route 58 also, right along. It's basically going to be traveling right up State Route 58. So it'll essentially just track right up that stretch going towards Columbus and I-65. See if there's any cameras down here. I don't think we have any chasers on the south storms here. Honestly, these storms being this far south was a little surprising when it comes to the tornado threat. They are pretty far down to the south here. But we still have a pretty favorable environment here. There is a camera, but it's looking at a road. There's a camera
Take another
actually, I believe,
3D
inside
view
of this
in a
tornado warning
minute.
on State Route 58.
See if you can see any more definition on that rotation.
Actually, no, it isn't. It's a little bit further down the south. This is what it looks like. I mean, this is a video loading right now, but you can see top of your screen. That's kind of what the storm looks like. Obviously, pretty hard to see from this angle, but actually, it just loaded in, and now it's loading again. Never mind. All right, I'll just keep that up there. But yeah, this storm's rolling in pretty quickly towards Ogleville. This includes, again, Brown, Jackson, and Lawrence counties in Indiana. Good shout out to Lotus for the very generous super chat. 2 questions. What are your thoughts on the EF scale needing to be revised due to no more EF5 tornadoes? I've got to be honest, the EF5 tornado stuff, like, I don't understand how we have not had one. I honestly think we need a better scale. Like, I feel like the F scale was decent. I think the F scale just doesn't rate tornadoes correctly. Like, I generally think that there have been probably at least a few EF5 tornadoes that have happened when it comes to wind speed. Now, damage is kind of one of those things that you really need a significant, like, if we ever get another EF5 tornado, it would have to hit literally a city, it seems like, for this to ever happen again, like, to get a rated EF5 tornado. So my thoughts on it is, like, I just think we need, like, revising to the scale, or just in general a brand new scale. Like, I don't think there's any other way around it, because we haven't had an EF5 tornado in like 14 years, and I feel like we've had at least a few, if not multiple, that have happened since then. Because, I mean, even if you think about, like, the Greenfield tornado, like, I'm pretty sure the winds on that were like 300 miles per hour, if I'm not mistaken, or 250 or something. That's definitely EF5, and, you know, that wasn't rated EF5, so I don't know.
That's much further into higher velocities too. That's
once again, the reds are going away from the radar, green's going towards the radar near Norman.
Definitely spinning pretty good there.
Potential tornado threat is going towards Ogleville. Still have a lot of other areas of rotation. We got one near Mitchell, one near French Lick, and another one east of Jasper. So we have several little discrete cells here in southern Indiana that are all rotating.
Hail core.
The only one that's concerning at this current time is north of Medora and north of Brownstown.
Not gonna be able to see if it's on the ground with the CC because the hail core keeps contaminating it.
Any risk for Kalamazoo, Michigan later tonight in terms of tornadoes? The risk is low. It's not zero. We do have a line of storms that's quickly approaching Kalamazoo. This is a live shot in Kalamazoo right now on the cyclone port, but currently not seeing anything yet. The storms will be coming, I'm pretty sure, from the left, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's looking north.
Yeah.
So we should see some storms here pretty soon, but should be mostly a wind threat.
The storm seems like it's still holding itself together up.
And a little further down to the south, rotation's actually intensifying right now. Back over here at Akron in northern Indiana, just east and southeast of Rochester. Could get a tornado warning on this as that moves northeast. This has been a very disorganized and messy area of storm activity.
Walden or something
but we do have some rotation. Long term, it's going towards Warsaw. That's, again, west of Fort Wayne. And then significant damaging winds continue near Kokomo, and also near Noblesville. Little storm here near Noblesville, still producing damaging winds. Tornado watch goes for another hour and a half in western Indiana and eastern Illinois. Honestly surprised they haven't canceled the watch yet, but we still have a few strong storms out there. Tornado risk at this point is pretty close to zero right along the border there, but they have let the tornado watch continue in those areas for another hour and 42 minutes or so. Atlanta, Georgia here. Have you ever considered reviewing footage and radar from historically strong tornadoes such as Joplin? I don't, like, the problem is with that stuff, you would have to technically, like, make sure you can actually, like, react to the video or, like, you know, use it in, like, a video. Because that's kind of one of those things, like, you could get copyrighted stuff for that unless you have, you know, permission. So you have to find, like, permission for that type of stuff. And a lot of that footage in the early days even came from news stations. But I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea. It would really take a lot of digging to find who posted what video, if you know what I mean. I have a lot of people asking about Ohio, and once again, I've kind of said it multiple times. We're mainly watching for a wind risk there, and it's still a couple hours out. We're not really. There's nothing in Ohio yet.
Leave Ohio alone.
Until
We want no bad weather in
Have some
Ohio.
storms in your area.
No bad weather, please, in Ohio. I want to keep my power on. It always stresses me out when I see Ohio in the SBC Outlook.
This is our only active tornado warning as of right now near Norman, Indiana, moving northeast.
I'm like right here.
It's going towards Ogleville. It's a pretty impressive looking storm here. Been organizing
Good
over
to
the
be on
last
the
several
outer edge,
minutes.
though, 'cause usually everything falls apart by then.
Like
usually
is in the track of it.
Making the bunny ears usually.
Should update the time to Eastern. Probably should. Probably should. So I'm pretty sure. I don't even know where my timesheet is. All right, here's the question. I gotta figure out what link I have to update here. Give me 1 second. Boom. All right, it's Eastern time. Look at that. Just like magic. Thank you, Collins, for the super chat. I'm sorry to hear about that. Sorry about your loss. It's hard to find a tornado. I'm gonna be honest. Like tornado chasing is a serious commitment, and even the best chasers, like some of them don't see tornadoes that often. Like, you know, some chasers only see tornadoes once every, you know, few months even, and they do it full time. So honestly, it's not easy. But if you were to really try to go and see a tornado, like one of the best places to do it would be like Kansas or Oklahoma or Texas or Nebraska, where it's much more open. It's much easier to see stuff. But you would have to really dedicate some time and also dedicate, you know, driving all the way out there. I don't know where you live, but if you don't live nearby, like you'd have to drive really far to, you know, be able to go chase. So, in my opinion, it's a lot of work too. Like you have the right forecast. You got to have, you know, there's just so many things. Like it's not easy being a storm chaser. You really, again, you've got to like commit a lot of time to it, because you might get lucky the first time, but like there's a chance also that it takes you weeks or months to actually get a good storm. Look at this storm here over in Carroll County, Tennessee right now. Big rain shaft. Little storm rolling in on the cyclone port on Omega. And then we also have a storm going towards Nashville right now. It's actually a live shot in Nashville. This is a pretty cool little look. I think this is a new camera. I
haven't looked at this one in a minute.
Low cloud base here. Again, these storms here across Tennessee are not very concerning tonight. Mostly just isolated hail and wind, but nonetheless, kind of cool to look at. Maybe a very low tornado risk. There's actually a slight bit of rotation southwest of Nashville.
It's definitely looking like it's
We also got some storms now in the Bowling Green area. This one looks like in Bowling Green, Kentucky. The sun is set. Nice little view there of downtown. Still have, man, not really a whole lot of rotation anymore in the Orangeville storm. More of a wind threat going towards Orleans, Indiana. Still have a discrete cell near Freetown that is rotating near State Route 135 going towards Columbus.
The left of it is trying to roll over.
Generally speaking, again, the severe weather risk, let's hope, goes down over the next couple of hours. The storms right now back over in northern and central Indiana, they're not really falling apart, but they're not as intense as before. The tornado risk at this point is mostly going to be centered across this area near Warsaw, and then maybe something in here near Marion going towards Fort Wayne. But Indianapolis, it looks like, got nearly missed by that first round of storms. There's another one behind it. Keep that in mind. We could see some isolated damaging winds out of this. Maybe some hail as that moves towards Indianapolis tonight. Which, by the way, the reason why this severe thunderstorm watch goes until 1 a.m. Eastern time is because of this line of storms back out to the west. It'll be mostly a wind threat, but
I haven't looked at Warsaw. Let me pull up Warsaw again. See where those storms ended
maybe
up.
An isolated spin up. So a little bit of rotation over Akron, but I think that's kind of winding down. We got wind going towards Portage and Kalamazoo. Thank you, Danny, for the super chat. Also, thank you, Father, for the super chat. I'm in Greensburg, Indiana. You need to know if you have to take shelter.
Whoa.
Not right now, but I mean,
is
down the
this?
road, this storm will be moving in your direction.
That
So
hail?
it is possible that you'll have to take shelter in a little bit. Thank you, Cheyenne, also for the super chat, and also to American
All
Eagle
that.
for the super chat. There's no high risk of tornado really anywhere. I mean, like, legitimately at this point, it's going to be maybe 1 or 2 tornadoes, and that's about it for tonight. Other than that, it's mostly wind. So there's no reason to be, like, overly concerned right now about tornadoes. Just have a tornado action plan ready to go, have ways to receive alerts, and you'll be fine. And then if you're in Columbus, Indiana, or Franklin, Franklin not really seen much, but if you're over in Columbus, you need to be weather aware as this discrete cell is going to be heading right towards you. Could definitely be producing a tornado at any time. It actually might be. There is maybe a small little debris signature there, but it's too hard to tell. That might be just hail contamination. But the velocities have actually intensified where we might have a tornado near Kurtz. If we had a tornado, it'd be right over Kurtz, heading towards State Route 135, and then Ogleville will be in the track of that. How does he tell if there's a tornado forming? A lot of different things. Main thing to look at is velocities. I mean, I've been doing this for like, I don't know. I've been doing live radar like coverage stuff for about 5 years now, so I've had plenty of time to practice and stuff like that. But this is really the main area. Again, the velocities are the key thing to look at. So what we're looking at here is the winds and what direction they're going. So red would indicate going away from the radar, and then green or blue in this case going towards the radar. And so if this is a tight area, which again, we're far away from the radar site, so these are harder to depict. But with that said, there is there's at least some mid to low level rotation here. And there's also a pretty impressive supercell structure. So probably going to have at least some sort of low level rotation, probably a wall cloud. If not, we might even have a, maybe even a tornado.
That might be a tornado right there.
Whoa. What is that? We have a tornado near Akron? What is this? Do we just have a tornado? We might have an unwarned tornado. That's kind of looks suspicious though. That does the Indianapolis radar site pick up on this at all?
A little blip.
Indianapolis radar site doesn't pick up on that. Bats? This is not bats.
Bats. There is rotation there.
Radar. I think that is a tornado. I think we just had an unwarned tornado near Akron.
Yeah,
and it might still be in progress.
The heck?
Because that's right where the hook is. There was some strong rotation. I mean, that looks like a tornado to me. I don't think that's clutter either. It actually developed right about
We had a small
here
tornado in Akron.
in the hook. So it was a tornado, I think, that developed here southwest of Akron.
Yeah. I was looking at it.
No tornado warning. To me, that looks like a tornado. Now, I don't think it's on the ground anymore. I think that's just going to be, presumably, that's just debris fallout.
This is a debris signature, it looks like, because look, we got the radar here, KIWX. There's no hail.
We also have tight rotation now up here near Warsaw.
There's no hail or anything to...
it's Akron. Okay, gotcha.
Basically, throw it off.
Well, definitely interesting to say the least. Again, I can't really say for sure that's a tornado, but I'm like 90% sure we just at least had a brief tornado. Or sorry, near Akron. I keep saying that wrong. What's 721 look like? Yeah, I mean that's a tornado. I think. I don't think that's anything else. That has to be a tornado. But again, I don't think it's. It might still be on the ground, but I don't think it is anymore. It might honestly might still be. There's no warning on this either. I mean, there is a tornado possible label on this, but there isn't a tornado warning on it. We have not had a single debris signature on radar today. I just want you guys to know that. We have not had a single... actually, maybe we did. We might have had one near Chicago, but we really have not had a clear debris signature on radar, and this might be the one. Might be the only one that we've had.
Radar works in mysterious
If you have any
ways.
friends or family kind of near Silver Lake or Claypool, just make sure that they're getting their safe place, just in case. At the minimum, we're going to have damaging winds, but there may have even been a tornado there near
I think
Akron.
that's on the ground still. But no room.
And we are still watching near Warsaw. That rotation does look peculiar. I can't say that word. It looks suspicious, I'll just say that. Going towards Syracuse.
Ooh, call your parents.
The severe weather threat is definitely lower now in Michigan. There is a severe thunderstorm watch here, but the damaging wind threat is really the only concern at this point.
Indiana or Akron, Ohio.
Very close to zero. Again, our next Storm Prediction Center outlook is within the next 30 minutes, so we'll definitely wait for that. That's going to be in about 30 minutes from now. So we'll see what the SBC has for an outlook.
Is there any radar closer? No.
At this point, this right here, I think, is just contamination on the correlation coefficient. Either that or it's just some sort of fallout. I do think we at least had a brief tornado there, but we'll have to wait until tomorrow. I mean, that was kind of a weird one, though. That was on the back side of the storm. New severe thunderstorm warning north of Fishers for Elmwood and Alexandria for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and there is a tornado possible label on this.
Right here, we're hitting up in the whites. That's showing almost 100 miles an hour.
Still got we have no tornado warning anymore. All right, well, they have canceled the tornado warning, or it was let to expire southwest of Columbus. I think they just canceled it. But still have a hook on this storm going towards Interstate 65. Still something to watch for as it moves northeast. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning back over near Terre Haute, near Marshall and east of Martinsville. That is for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour.
Here, this is what I know.
We're getting severe thunderstorm warnings all over the place. We got another one in Illinois. This is going to be for Crawford and Clark counties in Illinois. Oh, that's this one. All right, never mind. The other one is up near Hooperstown. That's for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds.
I'm not a professional weatherman, but...
I mean, here's the other one, too. We got another one. Back over north of Indianapolis. New severe thunderstorm warning south of Kokomo.
Crazy.
For 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. So we're up to 14 severe thunderstorm warnings across the board. Still got this little CC signature east of Akron in Indiana.
Corey, call your parents and ask them if they seen a tornado near the house.
Again, I don't think this is on the ground anymore, but I think it was.
Or near the town.
If it still is,
like
it's
it
going to be
went
over
south
Silver
of it.
Lake. I'm surprised we never actually got a warning on this. I'm getting some more confirmation that this is still an unwarned tornado. We have not had any human reports. It's all been radar. We may still have an unwarned tornado near Silver Lake. This has been an unwarned tornado for... If it doesn't... I don't think it's on the ground anymore, but it was an unwarned tornado there for like 10 minutes. Could be an explosion? Probably not. Now this lined up with being a tornado about 10 to 15 minutes ago. It was again in the hook
meteor hit there
near Akron. That's where the tornado is located, near Akron. It was right in the hook.
I mean, it's definite rotation right here in the end run. It's just not showing up on the velocity.
Again, to me, it looks like a tornado. I mean, like the entire time. I think it has occluded now, but basically the south side of Akron probably got hit by that tornado. But luckily, I don't think there's too many people that live here. But no matter what, I mean, there really needs to be at least some sort of warning, in my opinion, on that, with a correlation coefficient drop like that, and also there being, rotation that's on the, on the stronger side of things. We still do have rotation north of Warsaw near Leesburg and Oswego. That'll be moving towards Cromwell. And then other than that, the big concern still remains these southern Indiana storms. We got a whole slew of storms down here that are going in the direction of Louisville. Mainly a wind risk here. But tornado does remain possible out of this activity. Akron isn't very big, but there's a lot of country homes there. Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, any unwarranted tornado is going to be bad, and I think that one was unwarranted. I don't think there still isn't a warning of any kind that got posted on that, so let's just hope that was some level of contamination, but I'm like 95, almost 100% sure that was a tornado there.
Not even lining up with my radar because it should be here.
For the record, I mean, even though there probably isn't a tornado anymore, you know, we could still have a potential for another tornado as it moves towards Pierceton.
You're right here, but nothing's showing up.
Also, there was a massive explosion apparently in Delphi, Indiana, moments ago from a down power line. So that happened kind of, it looks like a few warehouses. There was a huge explosion in Delphi, Indiana from power lines being down. Also, there is a lot of tornado damage in Gary, Illinois. I'm going to retweet that on Twitter at MaxLostDWX.
I don't know. This one's got me baffled.
Actually, we were covering Gary earlier, by the way. There was no tornado warning on it.
I'm saying if I lived in Akron and I seen this coming at me, I would have been scared.
On Twitter, just retweeted the video.
You live around Silver Lake? Okay. Seems like every day they have a tornado. You can basically Google on YouTube drone footage.
Gary, Illinois. I meant to say Gary, Indiana. Sorry, guys. I am out of whack with these states tonight for some reason. I've said Gary, Indiana, and I've said Indiana, Illinois, like mixed up multiple times. I'm pretty sure today. So there's that.
I mean, that's clear rotation. The CC drop shows, but really not seeing it.
Thank you, Mackenzie, for the super chat. Do you have any info about how it's going to look in Corydon, Indiana tonight? Most of Indiana at this point, unless you're west of the line, is mostly going to be wind. But back over in Corydon, like near Louisville, it should be mostly a wind threat. This cluster of storms near Owensboro is mostly going to be wind as it moves in the direction of Louisville and if Shively as well. There's still a low chance, though, for an isolated tornado. But scattered damaging wind still remains the main concern.
I mean, I'm looking back in the past, too. This is
thank you, Amber, for the $25 Venmo. Appreciate the generosity.
Sorry, this thing just has me like.
Also, thank you, Timothy, and as well as Julie for picking up merch at shopmaxvelocity.net.
I have a hard time letting things go. I want to know.
There is a new wind damage report in
Let's look at everything else.
Indiana. According to a 911 call center, a light pole is down on Industrial Park Road. And also a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust was reported in Vermilion County, Illinois. So some new reports there. But here's a wide view right now of all the severe weather that we have ongoing. And most of it is in Indiana at this point. Still have a severe storm near Kalamazoo, Michigan, and a couple warnings there in eastern Illinois. No active tornado warnings, though, for right now. We'll have an SPC outlook again in 20 minutes. I also want to just quickly point out that we do have another risk of severe weather coming up. That'll be on Sunday. in the southern plains in the deep south. It's not going to be a repeat of what we just saw this past weekend. It's going to be hard for that to happen again this year, but it's not possible. But back over here in the deep south and the southern plains, another risk of severe weather is at play on Sunday. Not sure if we're going to be live yet. It's not known what we're going to really see it yet on Sunday, but Sunday looks to be more of a hail risk more than anything here in the deep south. So we'll keep a close eye on this. There's a chance that we go live on Sunday, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Click the bell icon so you're notified as well. We'll also have a video tomorrow morning talking all about that. We'll have more time to dedicate just purely to that storm. It's going to be a big storm, by the way. Snow will happen in the Midwest, and then also down in the southern plains and the southeast. There will be severe weather, probably for about a day, and that's about it. So, 1 day of severe weather will be upcoming out of that. We are beginning to see some rotation near Santa Fe and Spring Hill. A little bit of rotation. This is a live shot from Columbia, Tennessee on the radar mega cyclone port. I don't know if there's not really much lightning on these storms, so it's going to be hard to see anything, but a little rotation right now near Santa Fe going towards Spring Hill. Just south and west of Franklin.
Oh, yeah.
Got a couple strong storms as well, just north and west of Nashville. Plenty of storms rolling through Kentucky as well. We got a little cell there southwest of Bowling Green.
National weather went on
break
break
Bowling Green right now. Storms down here in the deep south and the lower Ohio Valley. Definitely struggling to produce a whole lot of anything when it comes to lightning.
Clearly some rotation there. Over 120 mile per hour there. A little blip.
Sounds like we have a storm ramping up back off to the north again. Wow, look at this. Big time rotation right now near Columbus. Columbus, Indiana. Rotation is ramping up very quickly.
A new tornado warning.
They have just issued a tornado warning on this. So brand new tornado warning in Indiana. This will be for those in Elizabethtown, Burnsville, and near Columbus. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Rotation is really quickly ramping up on this. Very strong rotation near I-65. It'll be approaching Elizabethtown over the next few minutes. There are cameras here. Let me see if I can pull one up. Not sure if they're going to be that great, though. Okay, so this is live currently where this tornado warning is.
Yes.
Which, after it loads, you'll see. There are two cars right now parked under an overpass. And once again, this is something that you should not be doing during a severe storm. I don't know why this is taking forever to load. There you go. So this is live right now where this tornado warning is. And it's going to be approaching State Route 11 here in just a second. This is the closest camera or chaser, from my knowledge, in this area. Thank you, Nicole, by the way, for the super chat. I appreciate that. But once again, these people should not be there. All right. But once again, that rotation's quickly approaching I-65. And I believe that camera is going to be hit by this in just a few minutes. If I'm not mistaken. Unless this is a different area. Oh, this is a little further down to the south, I think. Okay, that's a little bit further down to the south. We have something in the warning? Okay, I found. Okay, so this camera right here, this one's actually inside of the tornado warning. The other one was further south. This one's west of Jonesville. We do have a little bit of lightning as well. That was just popping up. You can see the lightning there. So we'll see if we can see anything. But this storm is a lot more concerning than the other ones that we've seen so far today. It's a discrete supercell, and the rotation is quite strong. So we're talking about quite strong rotation here in southeast Indiana. And the camera is really shaking now, so there are definitely high winds now coming through. Still a lot of lightning, and the camera is now frozen, so it may have just gone out.
Oh, she's up there.
I resumed it, so it's still going.
Oh, whoa. 120 mile per hour one way. Wow. One's cranking.
So the winds are pretty strong here. Quite a bit of lightning as well.
Pull that up on Google Maps.
And the rain's now picking up.
Is that Indiana?
Yeah, it's a little bit blurry of a camera, but this is right inside the
South
tornado
of,
warning.
Indianapolis. Oh no, that's coming towards me. No.
Velocities
Stay
are
away
still
from
very strong
Ohio.
right now over Rosstown. And very strong rotation right over Rosstown, approaching Elizabethtown, just south of Columbus. And Columbus is a pretty populated area here in Indiana. And the camera has gone... What just happened here? I don't think there's any cars all of a sudden, but it is still really shaking here. All right, this camera's really blurry, but still a lot of lightning. Very strong winds right now near Columbus, right along I-65. Elizabethtown, Burnsville, Hartsville, you gotta be in your safe place. Very strong rotation. We also have strong rotation starting to develop back over near Brownstown. So a couple different discrete cells that are looking more and more concerning. The velocities that are currently being measured going towards the radar are upwards of 80 miles per hour. So this is definitely not weak winds by any means. These are definitely pretty strong.
Like right smack dab in between Columbus and Jonesville. It's like all wooded area there. It's like a forest.
Still watching storms also down in Tennessee, near Santa Fe right now. We still have some rotation near Santa Fe going towards Spring Hill. We even have a little rotation near Waverly. And keep in mind, the tornado risk for today is not really even down here. There's a small 2% that gets down into Nashville. But I'm honestly kind of surprised that there are storms rotating this far down to the south today. We have a little bit of rotation near Santa Fe, a little bit near Waverly. Springfield storm, I don't think that one's really rotating, but something we're watching. Also, this is a live shot in Bowling Green, Kentucky right now.
Looking pretty good up here in Indiana.
On the radar mega cyclone
Northward.
port. Got a little storm rolling in here. This one also had a little hook to it, a little bit of spin.
My Kentucky radar. There it is. I was looking at that storm, the Kentucky one.
There was a lightning flash there.
There's a lot of storms in Kentucky.
Why is it not good to park under an overpass during bad storms? Because
straight
you're going to
line.
literally get so many people into an accident if everybody else starts following you and doing the same thing. Because what we literally saw not long ago back over in Illinois was that there were a bunch of cars under the overpass, and there were even people parked on the interstate that were under the overpass. It's just going to lead to a disaster. So, and also it's a wind tunnel. Like, you're going to get, it doesn't really help much unless there's a huge hailstorm, and even then, you should not be doing it. Like, it causes a lot of problems.
Just lost power at Warsaw at work. Oh no.
Is this heading towards Cincinnati? It will be. Cincinnati will see some storm activity probably in about an hour or two. It will hopefully be weaker by then, but we're still going to have to watch for some damaging winds and a low tornado risk.
The storm's like past Warsaw.
Still very
now,
strong rotation right now, approaching Elizabethtown in Indiana. I'm going to get some information here on Elizabethtown. All right, so in Elizabethtown, there is no information available. Oh, there we go. All right, so in Elizabethtown, it's a small community. So there might be some
look at all
restaurants nearby, but it has a Dollar General. There's the Elizabethtown Elementary School, the Elizabethtown Cemetery. There are also some nearby parks there in southeast Columbus. It's also primarily rural, but that's really about it. So a Dollar General there in Elizabethtown.
It's Warsaw and
really looks like about it. I mean, I thought Elizabethtown was a little bit bigger on the map. It's actually pretty small. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Seymour and North Vernon in southern Indiana for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds.
Those winds are cranking.
Further off to the north, there's actually rotation. Now, we got a little bit near Lancaster, little bit near Huntington as well. And back up near Pierceton, the rotation's a little bit more organized near Larwell, right along State Route 30. Wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado with that activity. Back up in Michigan, there's no longer any severe weather, but this is up in Kalamazoo right now. Got a strong line of thunderstorms that's rolling in right now from the left side of your screen on the radar Omega camera. But still got some strong rotation right now, moving into Elizabethtown. Also, the storm back down near Nashville is potentially organizing. Still have rotation over Santa Fe. So this one, again, could become tornadic at some point as it moves towards Franklin.
Warsaw's in that county.
The south and west of Nashville.
Yep.
Hey, Don, for becoming a member.
Yeah, Warsaw got hit by some pretty nasty winds, I'm assuming.
Powers out in Hartsville,
That
Indiana.
is in Coshioka County. You can see the shapes the same.
Wow, that rotation's really
3,000
strong.
people without power there.
Still got very strong rotation over the southeast side of Columbus. Again, we don't know if there's a tornado at this point. There's no clear debris signature or anything like that, but if there were to be a tornado, definitely
that could be Akron
on the
too. That could have been
stronger side of things with a supercell like this that's more
in
discreet.
Akron that caused a lot of those power outages as well. Is it passed? Go back to that debris signature way back there.
Appreciate that, Joha.
Yeah, see that debris signatures in Coshioka County there.
I'm going to go back down to Bowling Green here for just a moment. There is a storm also in Bowling Green that was spinning a little bit. Looks like it's a weaker storm now, but this is what it looks like right now. It's actually moving right over the camera.
Man, this thing's still rotating.
In Bowling Green, Kentucky. Actually kind of cool to look at this. You can kind of see the storm structure on radar too, but
that's the strongest one we've seen today right there.
That's that kind of like hook shape to it almost. He went for the super chat. Apparently I've mispronounced that place like a million times tonight.
Point there. Take another 3D look at this.
All right, let's go back off to the north. My goodness, this rotation is very strong.
That's from a couple scans back.
Very strong rotation right now near Jewel Village in Petersburg. I don't see a clear CC drop though on that.
The bulk of the rotation right in there.
It might even be, this right here near Larwell. This is not warned right now, but there's a rotation here as well near Princeton. Move towards Merriam. That one should honestly, that might be warnable too. That storm, I'm pretty sure it produced an unwarned tornado earlier.
Talking about.
All right, let's go back down to Columbus. We have very strong rotation right now, right over the southeast side of Columbus. If there isn't a tornado, I'd honestly be surprised.
I really hope this storm dies out soon. This one's making its way to Ohio, right towards me.
Next SBC outlook is in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh, good. We get an update on the SBC. See
the
what
latest
the weather
radar
moons
scan.
tell us.
Still strong rotation right now near Jewel Village
That
in
looks
Petersburg.
better.
This is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. Damaging winds will remain the primary concern across Indiana as well as southern lower
It's losing
Michigan.
its power, thankfully.
That's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. The tornado watch still continues for about an hour for those in western Illinois or western Indiana, eastern Illinois, and then our tornado watch goes for 3 more hours in Kentucky and southern Indiana.
Look at all these little.
Yeah, I still don't see a
bows
clear
right here.
CC drop here, but we still have very strong rotation approaching New Bern and Hartsville.
Bo.
Damaging winds is also a pretty big concern out of the storm as it continues to move northeast.
It's like, it's just, you can like see the bows. It's like just turning them all. It's crazy. Big line and turning the storms.
Anything happening in Hartsville tonight? Well, if you're talking about Hartsville, Indiana, you're in a tornado warning, so definitely make sure that you're in your safe place. Hartsville is in the direct path right now of a potential tornado. This was moments ago back over in Rosetown, Indiana. See how strong the winds were moments ago. Hard to see. This is the camera that's inside of the tornado warning near Columbus.
Columbus.
See all the lightning and whatnot as well.
Ooh, I can get a better view from behind. Let's take a look at that.
But if you're in New Bern, if you're in Hartsville, if you're in Burnsville, you need to be away from windows, lowest floor possible. This storm will eventually track towards Greensburg and Interstate 74. Adams and Germantown will also be on the track of this. I'm going to wait for this velocity scan. I'm going to go further south again. My goodness, that is just very tight rotation still. Very tight rotation near Petersburg and New Bern. And that looks like a tornado.
Yep.
So I do think we now have a tornado over the east side of Jewel Village, going towards New Bern and Hartsville. And again, I don't know if these velocities are exaggerated or not, but if they aren't, I mean, we're talking about, well, the gate-to-gate here is about 100, 120. So if this is a tornado, then it might even be close to the strong side of things for a tornado.
Perfectly showing the funnel.
Looks like we do have a couplet that is fully formed now, and it's approaching New Bern. Also, reported by a storm chaser in the area as of 4 minutes ago, there's trees down along with power poles damaged or down back over here just off to the west near Jewel Village, near Elizabethtown, really for example. So that could potentially be from this tornado. We may have actually been having one here for the last few minutes.
Looks like a classic nasty tornado.
Yeah, it seems like this tornado right now is completely rain-wrapped. Approaching New Bern and Waynesburg. It has grown just a little bit in size, but still appears as if we have a tornado that's crossing over State Route 46, approaching New Bern, Indiana, and Hartsville.
Really bad.
Velocity scan should update here in a second. This is again for Bartholomew County in Indiana. It's a handful.
Oh no.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground.
All right, they have now just issued a new tornado warning, and this is a confirmed tornado warning for those in Hartsville, Adams, and Greensburg. This is a confirmed tornado moving to the east-northeast. You need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible. Get into an interior room of your home or building. Again, this could be a tornado that's on the stronger side of things as well. It's a discrete supercell.
Moving
towards Forest Hill, Craig, and Greensburg. Greensburg is a much more populated town here in southeastern Indiana, so definitely going to be something that we need to watch for very closely. But pretty much every single storm right now in this line in southern Indiana is rotating. Pretty much every storm here has some level of rotation. So we have a threat of a tornado basically with every storm here in this line of storms. It's mostly broad rotation, but nonetheless, it's rotating. So we got a bunch of different storms up and down this line that are rotating. The next one that might try would be the Seymour storm
right now.
But currently speaking, we do have a confirmed tornado right over State Route 46 approaching New Bern. There are some little areas here. I'm going to try to see what we got here. New Bern, Indiana. So this tornado currently is approaching the Rose Garden. There's also the Hidden Creek Farm Precision Orthodontic
Oh, it might be
Lab.
south of this house.
There's also the Utopia
See the road
Wildlife
going down and over like this.
Rehabilitators.
It might be further
And the
down,
New
so that's good.
Bern Methodist Church that is currently in
be
the
in these
path of
fields
a
still.
tornado that is in progress, moving right into New Bern. It'll eventually go towards Hartsville. And once this gets closer to Hartsville's a bit more of a actual town here. There's more places there, including a Radio Tech building, Hartsville Suites, the United States Postal Service, Marathon Gas Station, the Hartsville Brown Bottle Liquor Store. And there are multiple other homes here, as well as the Hartsville College Cemetery. But this tornado right now is approaching Hartsville very quickly. And we just got a bunch of new severe thunderstorm warnings as well in Kentucky. But this is again a weather spotters confirming a tornado.
Looking weaker.
From the wording that they used, it was confirmed as a brief tornado near just south of Columbus. But I still think it's on the ground based off the correlation coefficient drop that we have. Going towards Hartsville. Once again, we have a lot of rotation up and down this line. We could see some more tornado warnings here soon. Stretching anywhere from basically North Vernon all the way back through Salem and Tell City. We've also been watching some storms even down into Tennessee that have been rotating a little bit. Still a little bit of rotation on this storm near Boston, south of Franklin. And then we also have some storms back over in western Tennessee, or not really western central, west of Nashville, that are also producing some gusty winds and are also rotating just a little bit.
Listen to everything Max tells you to do right now. Get safe.
But again, the rotation remains strong approaching Hartsville.
It's the worst looking one right there.
It's a little bit weaker on this latest scan, but if we still have a tornado, it'd be approaching Hartsville. So there are more people that live in Hartsville. I'm ready for hurricane season? What?
I'm ready for summer. No more tornadoes, please.
Stay safe, Nick. There are plenty of people that actually live in Hartsville. I don't know how many people, but it's probably at least a couple hundred. There are plenty of homes here in the Hartsville area.
It's looking better though. Sloppy.
There's hail and wind in Ohio? I don't think there's anything even happening still in Ohio. Ohio's still very quiet, which it won't be for much longer. Maybe like a small storm over here producing hail, but
stay away from Ohio.
The main concern right now is still in Indiana. And we still have rotation, even up in here, like near Fort Wayne. We still have multiple storms here, both producing wind and even some little areas of rotation. We got a couple little areas like near Wolcottville and one near Albion, both of which that have some rotation to them. Michigan, I mean, the good news is really for Michigan, we have not seen anything really up here, just gusty winds. So good news about that area. By the way, if you're back over in Indianapolis, you're not done yet. Another line of storms is going to be coming your way here pretty soon. So just heads up there. Back to Hartsville, the confirmed tornado. Once again, moving into Hartsville over the next few minutes. Rotation is still on the strong side of things. Even if we don't have a tornado, the wind speeds are definitely on the higher side.
And that's really tumbling them over right there in
Moving
Kentucky.
Towards Craig, Ewenton, and eventually Greensburg, Indiana.
Kentucky, yeah.
Here's that latest scan.
This whole line's just not doing anything good.
Still a concerning storm.
Line right here.
Thank you, Doug, for becoming a 2-month member. Appreciate that. Once again, if you're in Ohio, probably about 30-40 minutes from now, maybe an hour, we're going to start to see some storms there in western Ohio. Main concern, again, being damaging winds. But this cluster of storms down here in southern Indiana, once again, a lot of areas of rotation. And so this is an area that we need to keep a very close eye on. We definitely could see a few tornadoes embedded in this bottom half of thunderstorm activity. Also, a new
So bad
SPC
where
outlook
it's
just came out.
touching
We're going to
right
go to
there.
that in just a second. Actually, I'm going to go to that now. New Storm Prediction Center outlook just came out for tonight, and we also have another. We have actually a few different updates. So first off, this is the SPC outlook for the rest of tonight. They have removed the enhanced risk of severe weather, but we still have a slight risk, and the 5% tornado risk is in place in southeast Indiana and central western Kentucky. So over the next few hours, still a potential for a few more tornadoes.
But I'm right
Damaging
here.
winds is the main concern at this point.
I don't
For
like that.
severe weather, there is still a low risk also for a little bit of large hail. So that's one update. The next update is that they have just issued a new mesoscale discussion for southern Indiana, western Kentucky, and northern Tennessee, where a tornado and damaging wind threat may be
Yeah, this just
maximized
got
in the
updated,
near
like
term
Max was saying.
in Kentucky into northern middle Tennessee. And a strong tornado is still not impossible in this environment. So definitely interesting for those in Tennessee and Kentucky. Not really
that whole
an
line
area
I was
that had
talking
much of a
about.
tornado risk going into today. But
All our threats for the rest of the day is
the
going to
risk
be
is
that, pretty
apparently
much.
increasing down there. And we've seen a little bit more rotation as well further down to the south. So those are a couple updates. The tornado warning also is no longer confirmed. It is back down to radar indicated rotation. So no longer a confirmed tornado here in Indiana, but we're still keeping a close eye on this in case it does try to drop again as it moves to the east-northeast towards Greensburg. Greensburg, again, being a more populated town here, down here in southeast Indiana. And also, there's a report on Route 31 that there are trees down and buildings damaged in Bartholomew County, which would be the county that we're looking at right now. So there's potentially buildings damaged from a tornado that just went through near Hartsville. Back over at Hopkinsville, Kentucky, mostly a wind threat as of right now. We still are watching the storm near Nashville, which is mostly just wind, but there is a little bit of rotation on that. This is from Nashville right now in the cyclone port. Currently just a little bit of drizzle. The storm isn't really producing much lightning, but we'll be keeping a close eye on these storms as there is a chance for an isolated tornado. Even near Clarksville, we got a little bit of rotation on that cell, and that's a really tiny little cell there. So a little bit of spin here near State Route 13, moving northeast towards Clarksville.
So Indiana's definitely taking a number on severe weather today.
Thank you, Mark, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madison, for the super chat. We need a max velocity water bottle like the one you're currently drinking from.
Lake County has 12,000
I don't even know
out.
what brand water bottle this is. I'm not going to lie.
It's the one that's hit
plastic. It literally
Chicago.
says it.
You go to Illinois.
There was a confirmed tornado, but it has lifted, at least for now. But it could recycle. Our velocities are still pretty strong right now near Hartsville.
The bigger cities have much stronger power, like, built in. So it's like a lot harder to take out the power in a big city.
I've now gone through a jug of water. I'm only 5.5 hours in today's stream. Keeping a close eye on the storm in Hartsville. I'm up in Drake County, Ohio, but still remaining vigilant. That's a good idea.
Time you can't tell because that's hail. That big chunk of hail.
You agree with the Kentucky's new SPC threat? I don't really know. Back down in Kentucky, I think more than anything, this is the area to watch for. I think a 5% tornado risk like down here makes sense. I don't really think Kentucky is going to have much, though. I think Kentucky's mostly going to be wind, maybe a low-end tornado risk.
Really good. Really broad.
Look at the camera in Kalamazoo. What's happening up there? Just raining. Back up in Michigan again. The severe weather risk is not done, but it's pretty much done. There isn't much left there when it comes to severe weather.
Wow.
We once again have rotation near Wolcottville in northeast Indiana. No tornado warning or anything like that, but there's still some rotation. But the line of storms back up in northeast Indiana, it's mostly going to be gusty or some strong winds, and then perhaps maybe a brief spin up. The severe weather risk is much lower up there now. Also, we do have a new report in Greentown, Indiana. Thunderstorm winds down 3 power poles across a roadway on Howard-Miami County line. Time is estimated by radar, which is near Sims for reference, west of Marion. Another damage report. Also, another damage report west of Louisville. Multiple trees down and power lines down along Indiana State Road 145 south of Birdseye. And time is estimated by radar. Starting to see some rotation upticking back over near North Vernon right now in Indiana. That's going towards Batesville. And we still have rotation near Greensburg as well. Moving to the northeast.
Take a 3D view look at this storm. It's a pretty nasty looking one too. That's a lot of hail.
Hey, Kate for the super chat. Waverly, Tennessee has a small area of rotation. Looking from the Paducah radar. Oh, way over here. Yeah, I really look at this other radar site. That's just
big.
to the north of Clarksville.
30,000 feet.
But with that said, there is rotation. I mean, we have several storms actually rotating right now. The question really will be, will these actually produce? Because that's like the age-old question at this point. Will these storms here in northern Tennessee produce? I personally don't have a whole lot of confidence in it, but there is, for a reason, a 5% tornado risk in place in Tennessee. Or not Tennessee, Kentucky. But there is a 2% tornado risk even in here. I think the latest SPC outlook... Yeah, the latest SPC outlook, they did include the 2% tornado risk into Nashville now and Dixon. So they did extend it a little bit further down to the south. Basically means an isolated tornado risk is possible. But I'm not super confident that we're going to have much down here. But there's rotation. Just a matter of if it'll actually get to the ground or not. We also even have some rotation near
I wouldn't want to get hit
Forestville
by that storm regardless. That's so much
something
hail.
to watch for as well as that goes towards Hardinsburg. Tornado warning does continue for 5 more minutes southeast of Indianapolis near Greensburg. It has become a much larger but broad area of circulation approaching Greensburg and I-74.
Power outages on the whole U.S.
Near Adams as well. Just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in Greensburg. How am I feeling about Bowling Green? Bowling Green hasn't been too bad so far. We did have a little storm roll through, but that's already moved out. It's actually fizzled out. At this point, it should be mostly a wind threat heading towards Bowling Green. Again, maybe an isolated tornado. Wabash might have had a funnel or something. I was outside and all of a sudden things start flying off trees in a circular motion. There might have.
K-I-N-D.
New severe thunderstorm warning for Decatur, Bartholomew, and Jennings counties. That is right here for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. They are continuing to leave out a tornado possible label on this storm. Which actually, they've kind of done it with every storm at this point. There aren't really many that have tornado possible labels, but the worst of the rotation still up near Greensburg. There's 3 minutes left on the warning. I would have to say that they're probably going to issue a new tornado warning on this. Near Greensburg. I'm going to check where Coppock is, because Coppock is coming up on some storm right now.
We can pretty much pinpoint where everything's going to be at now.
So Coppock, let's just go to Coppock real quick. He's currently back over in northeast Indiana. It's an area that we've suspected a little bit of rotation in at times. Don't think he's live anymore. I could be wrong. Maybe he is. I don't think his audio's on, though, if he is live. But he is driving through some storms right now. Yeah, Coppock is no longer live, but we still have him here.
What's something there?
In case you're coming from Coppock's channel. He's driving through a few thunderstorms. These are technically not severe right now, but there has been rotation with these. Back up near Fort Wayne. I do want to put your attention to northeast Indiana. This has been an unwarned area of storms for a while. Back up near Woodruff, northeast of Wolcottville, we have a strengthening area of rotation embedded in this storm activity. And again, we may have had an unwarned tornado earlier, but there is still rotation on this cell. Just southeast of LaGrange.
all these storms are spinning.
This is from
like
a few minutes
crazy.
ago. I'm trying to get your best view of it, but this right here is pretty strong
Every single
rotation.
one in this line.
So possible tornado threat heading towards Route 20. Just to the southwest there of Jamestown. Also, they have just canceled the tornado warning, so we are back down to no tornado warnings.
Woohoo!
With that said, there is still a little bit of rotation here near Woodruffville. The latest scans coming in. And maybe a little bit broader here.
Check back up near Warsaw.
And no debris signature as of right now. But
Corey
there's
lost
still some
power up
rotation up
there.
there. And we even have a little bit of rotation near Churubusco. Approaching Huntertown.
Storms moved up
Just a
into
little area of
here.
circulation. Maybe a brief tornado out of that activity. Yeah, we got plenty of storms right now heading into the Louisville area. If you're in the Louisville suburbs, get ready for damaging winds and maybe a isolated tornado. Plenty of wind, though, coming out of this. We've had a lot of wind damage reports. Hey, Doug, for the super chat. I'm bugging out. Max's new monitor fund. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you. I'm not getting a new monitor right now, but I might be getting one soon. Our studio keeps expanding. By the way, there are serious potential. There's a serious potential here over the next few months that we will be hiring somebody. I know that sounds crazy because I've been a solo person for like 2 years now, or 3 years, but I am currently thinking about getting somebody that would be able to relay reports on live streams, kind of add more context to different storms, and kind of sometimes in some cases point out storms that I might not even be looking at. So there is a potential here in the next few months they'll be adding somebody to the live streams. They won't be on screen all the time by any means, but they'll pop up occasionally. So look out for that. Again, it's something that's probably going to come here in the future.
I like Max more than him.
Especially since I've been a one-man band for like 3 years now, and I'd like to get at least somebody else here that would be able to kind of add some value, if you know what I mean. So Andy Hill's not coming here.
Steal Andy Hill, that would be amazing.
Andy Hill's still employed by Ryan.
Steal him and start a war.
I think Andy Hill's storm chasing today, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's with Hunter. But yeah, pretty excited about that. But just gotta find the right person, which I think I have an idea of who, but we'll see. Andy's not a free agent. He really works for Ryan.
I love Andy Hill so much.
Possible tornado damage in Batesville?
I don't even know, Max. He's so popular now. There's just like thousands of people in his Discord.
We still have quite a bit of rotation right now in Southeast Indiana.
Max reminds me of like a newscaster back in the 80s when I was a kid. It was like Norman or something.
Hey, Terry, for the super chat. How's Ohio looking? Again, nothing's... I've had so many people asking about Ohio. Nothing's even happening here yet. I mean, there's not really much to base anything off of other than the storms we have right now. And Northwest Ohio does not look overly concerning. I think it'll be mostly gusty winds, maybe an isolated severe storm in addition to maybe a brief tornado. And then back over in Southeast Indiana and going into Southwest Ohio, this is honestly the more concerning area of thunderstorm activity. We got a lot of storms that are currently rotating, heading in the direction of Cincinnati, Hamilton, and Dayton. So I think Southwest Ohio is a little bit more concerning when it comes to the wind threat and whatnot. But again, generally speaking, tonight's tornado threat should stay on the lower side of things. Let's kind of hope. But there are still several storms that are rotating. Just none of them have been tornado warned in quite a while. Like the one near North Vernon's been rotating, hasn't been tornado warned because it just hasn't gone strong enough. There's been even a little bit of rotation here outside of Louisville. We actually have a little couplet, it looks like, trying to develop there. Just northwest of Corydon. We might actually have a little bit of something there. So a little area of rotation just west of Louisville. Back over south of Tell City in Cloverport, Kentucky. That storm's mostly damaging winds as of right now. And then back over west of Bowling Green. Right now, it's mainly wind. But we could see a low tornado risk come out of this storm right here. which will be going towards Morgantown. And we also have strong storms right now moving through Nashville. So Nashville is beginning to see some strong storms roll through. What it looks like right now in Nashville in the cyclone port on
Kind of
radar
hoping
Omega.
things would die down by now, but
Thank you, Eddie, for the super chat. Thank you, County, for
still
becoming a
very
1 month member.
concerning looking here.
Hull County, if you ordered your hat like after the first couple of days, there's a pretty good chance it won't come
It's
for like
9
another week
o'clock.
or so. But
This should be
again,
over
check
with.
your email. You might have already gotten your shipping information for the hat. But if you haven't, don't worry, because again, we've only shipped 152 hats so far. The next 150 will ship by early next week. Austin, I have not made a bracket. I'm not into the March Madness stuff. I do like watching March Madness. I don't usually do a bracket. Definitely wouldn't rule out a brief spin up down here, though, near Nashville. Mostly just strong storm activity, but a little bit of spin there. Something to watch for. Still have a strong storm as well back over near Waverly. That's also rotating a little bit west of Dixon. Oh, man. This, like, Greensburg storm has been pretty impressive. Velocities are still very strong right now going through Greensburg. Still a little bit of rotation right over downtown Greensburg. I don't think we're going to get a tornado out of this like in the very near future, but there's still something to watch for here. Going towards Metamora. What do you think for Fort Wayne? Fort Wayne's mostly wind. Just some gusty winds. Some small hail. And that's honestly really about it. Thank you, Captain, for the super chat. From Georgia. I had somebody comment on my video yesterday. I don't usually respond to comments, but somebody comments on my video yesterday, and they're like, "You weren't live all the way through Georgia on Saturday night, and I was live for 15 straight hours." Like, I would have been live for 24 hours probably if I had to go live all the way through Georgia, because those storms in Georgia, they were literally going until like early afternoon on Sunday.
Oh,
A couple new severe thunderstorm warnings, one of which is in Indiana. And one is in Kentucky. They actually have issued a warning back up in northeastern Indiana and southern Michigan. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a tornado possible label on this activity.
It's very threatening.
And we also just got a new warning back over near Hopkinsville, near Greenville and Central City. That is also for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there's also a tornado possible label on this storm. A couple upgrades here.
Like 30,000 feet up in the air.
On the warnings.
Take a look at that again.
They've also just issued another warning for Connorsville and Richmond in the southeastern quadrant here of Indiana.
Going from here all the way up.
Plenty of storms right now rolling across Kentucky, Indiana, Michigan. Going to be moving into Ohio here pretty soon as well. Still pretty active out there. Yes, the AC is fixed. AC is fixed.
That might get Warren.
As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Don't forget to follow us as well on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Be posting plenty of updates there after the severe weather event is all said and done with any confirmed tornadoes. And if I had to guess, we probably had around a dozen, if not maybe a bit more than that, of tornadoes so far today. And there could still be some more to come. So it's still pretty active out there. And also don't forget to join our Discord server. The link is in the description. And also today's stream is brought to you by ShopMaxVelocity.net. If you want to get some 1 million subscriber merch, it is out for about 11 more days, and then it's gone forever. It's the top link in the description below. We still have our signed hats, t-shirts, mugs, stickers, and much more. It's one of the best ways to support what we do here on this channel. And it helps us be able to allow to have all the storm chasers that we also have on these live streams. So if you want to check it out, it is the top link in the description below. Back over in Clarksville, Tennessee, a little bit of an interesting storm here. It's very tiny, but we actually apparently still have a little bit of rotation here. Right over Clarksville, Tennessee, there was actually moments ago just a little bit of rotation overhead of Clarksville, but by the looks of it, I don't think the storm is really that intense anymore. Yeah, it's kind of weakening out, but nonetheless, kind of interesting. Just a little bit of rotation here.
Scary one.
Am I hiring John? I don't know, honestly. He's not the one I was necessarily considering for the role I'm currently trying to find, but maybe. I never know. John is more of a technical person. He helps with like tech stuff, so he's always helps with the tech stuff. He helped build 2 of our computers and, you know, a lot of other stuff. Steuben County rotation.
Ooh. Like double.
There's still a little bit of rotation near Hudson. Wouldn't rule out a brief tornado, but at this point, like a strong tornado in this area would be a pretty low chance.
None of this looks good.
Mainly just talking about some wind. Very low tornado risk. Also, thank you, Weather Girl, for the super chat. I can confirm that the unwarned area at the least was the very least was a funnel. When past Angola, past Highway 69. Stay aware, everyone. Yeah. I think there was a tornado there. It could have been contamination. For those that don't know what we're talking about, there was a potentially unwarned tornado earlier. I don't even know where it was anymore, but it was somewhere over here, maybe near Wabash or something like that. And that tornado, there was a debris signature and there was no tornado warning, and it was there for like 15 minutes, but we're not entirely sure if it was contamination or if it was an actual tornado. So we probably will not know until tomorrow.
Those get me closer.
And we haven't had any reports of damage up there yet, so if I had to guess, more than likely contamination, but it honestly looked like a tornado to me on radar. Thank you, Simply, for the super chat. Now, it's kind of hard to do that. I do want to add more things to our screen, though. I feel like our overlay is kind of bland right now. It's not really moving. I want to add more stuff that looks good and actually has value. It's like the main thing I want to do. I want to do a lot of things, but that's one of the things. You want to add some more value to the screen. Is John a meteorologist? He will be in about a month. Still have several areas of rotation right now, all across this line. Yeah, max velocity bot. I don't know if I really want to add a AI bot to my live streams. I feel like that'd be kind of,
it's kind of annoying.
Yeah. I just feel like it removes a lot of like the personality and stuff.
Agree.
I also think it just, I don't know. I'm not a fan of the whole AI bot stuff.
Like it's gonna hurt his algorithm.
Honestly, like the only place I can imagine actually having AI would be like a 24/7 stream. That's the only place. Other than that, makes no sense. I'd much rather have humans.
Doesn't really matter though, because Ryan Hall already gets like the insane amount of viewers.
I'm in northern Kentucky. Is it safe to sleep? I mean, if you're in a watch right now, there's still a chance for severe weather. Just have ways to receive alerts. Have that tornado action plan ready to go. And in case there's a tornado warning or something like that, you at least have a way to know about it. Other than that, I mean, you can go to bed. Just make sure you have ways to receive alerts, because there's still a threat of damaging winds and a low tornado risk. It'll be a pretty stormy next few hours.
Jumped up.
Thank you, Flight, for the super chat.
80,
Western
90.
Indiana got pea-sized hail and some nasty gusts. Lights are flickering. Same in the southern. We have had some nasty storms. We still got a little area of thunderstorm activity that's going to be moving into central Indiana over the next hour. But this is mostly just some damaging wind potential. Not really much of a tornado risk there.
Yeah, that's not good.
Is it clear after tonight? We're done with severe weather
How are
until
these things still
Sunday.
going?
So the next time that you might see me on a live stream would be Sunday after
Oh,
tonight.
we lost all the Nader Jews.
Still got a few more hours left of the severe weather event, though. But we'll have another video, obviously, tomorrow morning. We'll have one on Friday, probably, too. We're probably going to continue doing daily videos. There's probably going to be a point.
A new tornado warning
Finish that
has
thought in a
been
second.
issued.
They have just issued a new tornado warning for Clarksburg, Indiana. So Clarksburg, Indiana, you are now in a tornado warning. Seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building in Clarksburg, Indiana. And assuming that we're going to get another tornado warning as well for Laurel, Metamora, and Blooming Grove. The thought I was going to finish, I don't remember. So I don't know what I was going to say. But, oh yeah, there's a chance that we might not continue. Like, there's a chance at some point down the road, if the weather is a little bit quieter, I'll probably start doing videos every other day. Maybe for a little bit. I'm not sure if I'll do it, but I might at some point, because unless we have like a major weather event or something. Because I do feel like spamming daily videos with very little new information is kind of useless. I think today, I mean, like recently, every video has been new, and new information. But I don't want to have like a video every single day that has similar or the same information. Especially if there's an event like 7 days out that doesn't have like many details. But I don't know. We'll see. But once again, tornado warning for Clarksburg for 15 minutes. We'll see if they issue a warning here in Metamora. This is a different National Weather Service office that's in this area. So they would have to be the ones issuing the tornado warning. Just south of Connorsville. Max, can you make a weather app that gives local updates in your voice? That'd be something. I don't know how we would do it, but that would be pretty cool.
A new tornado warning.
They have issued a new tornado warning. It's a different, again, this is the same storm. It's just a different CWA region, meaning a different National Weather Service has to issue the tornado warning. For those in Metamora, just west of Brookville near Laurel, it's going to be moving towards Blooming Grove, Indiana. So if you are in this tornado warning, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. And moving east-northeast at 50 miles per hour, it is a very fast-moving storm. At this point, like, if they issued a tornado warning for this, we could also see one on this storm near Greensburg, or even the other one near Versailles. Both of those are rotating as well. This one back over near Batesville is looking a little bit stronger over the last few scans. So, wouldn't rule out another tornado with this activity as it moves east-northeast.
I think that's my location. I don't know why this thing's so off the
Max, can you add a confirmed tornado count to the screen? I'm thinking about it. We might add that in the future. Just have to blend well. Like, I mean, there's not really a whole lot of room right now for that. Unless I remove my logo below me, which I feel like just... It would kind of be weird. After having my logo below my face cam for like 2.5 years, I feel like that'd be kind of weird just to remove. But, you know, it might happen. We'll see. Hey, Potato for the super chat. What's Salem, Indiana looking like? I know where Salem is. Salem is pretty much done. The only storms are off to your east now. Which currently near Louisville, if you're over in Louisville, we are expecting some scattered damaging winds across the suburbs and maybe even into the downtown area. The tornado risk right now is very low at that segment of storms, but not zero. Still have some storms also over into Kentucky that are producing some damaging winds. There is a tornado possible label on the storm near Greenville, but that one's not really rotating much at this point. And there's also some storms that are happening over in Tennessee. None of these are currently severe, but they are strong. They have been rotating. and trying to produce the potential even for maybe a spin up. We even have a little bit of rotation back over near Aaron, which is west of Nashville. That'll be moving towards Pleasant View in Tennessee over the next hour or so. Greatest concern continues to stay with these storms here. Most of them are semi-discrete, moving in the direction of Hamilton, Oxford, Middletown, perhaps even Dayton, west of Cincinnati. Oh, tornado warning still continues for Clarksburg and Metamora here for about 25 more minutes. What are my color tables? If you join our Discord server, which is linked in the description, I do have my color tables in one of those chats, I'm pretty sure. Thank you, Isabella, for the super chat. Why do storms always go around Indianapolis? We didn't even get a drop of rain. I'm gonna be honest, I think it's just your luck. I mean, there's even more storms behind you that looked like they were gonna hit Indianapolis, and they're going to your north. Indianapolis is not getting anything tonight. I wouldn't be complaining, honestly. Like, I would not be complaining. Would you rather have a tornadic supercell going through your area, or would you rather just have nothing? I think I would take nothing any day. Thank you, Angel, for the super chat. Hartsville, I think that's back off to the west, right? Yeah, you're good. Where is Hartsville? Yeah, Hartsville, you're good. Storms have now passed you. Hopefully the power comes back soon, though.
Any better at all?
Power's probably gonna be out for I don't know how long, but it'll probably be out for like an hour or two. Hopefully it comes back after that. Thank you, Real, for becoming a member, and as well as Gene, and thank you, Example, for the super chat.
Classic 100%. Tornado producing storm right there.
Nothing happening in Cincinnati yet. We got about an hour, I would say, until storms are in Cincinnati. We can actually track it out here. A little tracker on. Oop, we can get a little tracker on the screen. This is a. I don't know what happened to this polygon. These storms are moving at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. So if we base it off of that, these are your kind of time guides here. So Cincinnati's probably about right around 9:50 or so. Or sorry, 10:50. We're now in Eastern time. 10:50 is right around when you'll end up seeing these storms. So yeah, about an hour or so until these storms are knocking on your doorstep in Cincinnati and Hamilton. Dayton is probably gonna be right around 11:15 or so.
Doesn't have the velocity.
Thank you, Joe Daisy, for the super chat. I appreciate that.
Really don't have anything other.
Do I get my live bridge cam footage from Earth Cam? I don't know what that means, but we don't use Earth Cams. I was thinking Amy for the super chat. How bad is it going to be in Winchester, Indiana? I usually don't answer like, just for reference, guys. I mean, like the last 2 streams, we were able to answer no questions because it was literally just severe weather coverage nonstop. Usually, when we have a lot less warnings, I will answer questions in the chat. So if you guys have questions, like, now is not a bad time because we have, like, you know, only 1 tornado warning and it's still broad as of right now. But Winchester's mostly rain, some gusty winds, a little bit of small hail. Eugene again for the super chat. Will Dayton, Ohio be safe tonight? Also, is there a side room safe? It's a foot below ground, but we have to go outside to get to it. Huh? What's that even mean?
This is where
our
rotation is.
I think Cheese Curd just came in here. I could be wrong. I could have sworn I just heard something. Maybe I'm going crazy.
Doesn't look bad.
You do not have to go to your safety place if you're in Winchester. It's just some strong thunderstorms. It's not a bad idea to go at least stay away from windows. I mean, you could if you wanted to, but you don't have to.
Look at KLVX on the Scottsburg one.
Not necessary. When's Tornado Alley coming back to Oklahoma? It will be in April. It will be in April.
Oh, hail
Now just crossed
contamination.
6 hours on today's live stream. Nowhere near our last couple of live streams. Those were 12 to 15 hours each, but it's still a long live stream so far. Just a quick update on the storms in northeastern Indiana. No longer severe at this point. You have a little bit of gusty winds that are going to be moving through Payne, Paulding, and Defiance. There's actually a little circulation too. Very low tornado risk going into northwestern Ohio. I remember somebody just asked about Dayton, Ohio. Dayton, Ohio, currently, we still got about an hour and 15 minutes or so till these storms are knocking on your doorstep. Again, the severe weather risk here is going to be a bit lower than it currently is, but there could still be an isolated tornado, in addition to damaging winds as these storms continue to move towards Cincinnati, Hamilton, and again, Dayton, Ohio. Currently tracking right along I-74. Near Louisville right now, it's mostly a wind threat, just some damaging winds, quarter-sized hail, lots of lightning, by the way. We do have a damage report in Salem, Indiana, of trees down on Indiana State Road at 60 at Farabee. Time is estimated by radar, so that was about 20 minutes ago or so. And then tornado warnings again still continue west of Oxford, north of Batesville. Not for too much longer, but still a little bit longer. Still have several areas of rotation. One northwest of Versailles. We have one right along Interstate 74. And then honestly, the broadest one of the three, in my opinion, is the one near Metamora, which is currently tornado warned. So tornado warning does expire in 5 minutes for Clarksburg, and then 20 minutes for Metamora. But let me check the southern radar site. I could see us getting tornado warnings on the other two storms. One near New Point, and the other one near Westport. So could still see there being maybe a tornado risk out of one of these two storms. Is Greenville, Ohio in the path of these storms? I don't know where Greenville is, but basically anywhere in western Ohio, you have a chance of thunderstorms. I'll kind of like outline this area, but like basically there's a chance of storms anywhere in this region. Our main concern though is in the severe thunderstorm watch. If you're not in the watch, the risk of storms being severe is relatively low. Kopic is not live. Kopic is still technically live. He is still streaming, just not on YouTube. He's concluded his chase. He's just driving through some of the strong storms in northeast Ohio. Or northeast, sorry, not northeast Ohio, northeast Indiana. Video live power lines down in Delhi. Yeah, I saw that. Or I think it was Delphi. I think that was from Jaden Peppenheim, if I'm not mistaken. Here's another view tonight of the large cyclone that is moving across the Midwest. We have dust right now moving into Detroit and central Ohio. So if you're over there in central Ohio or in eastern Michigan, you might actually see some dust right now in the sky. And that is from the Texas area from yesterday and Oklahoma. Got transported all the way through the Midwest.
Can't see a screen. Gotta refresh. No, I lost Max. Muted or my sound go up? Oh,
Share
no,
your
you're
stream
fine.
tonight and the peeps say they're hooked. I appreciate that.
Ooh,
Thank you, Michael, also for the 6 months. Appreciate you sharing the stream. Thank you to all you guys, honestly, for being here and sharing the stream and all that. Again, hopefully today's severe weather coverage has been very helpful for those here in the Midwest. And trying our best. Been busy. The stream really started busy. It's been a little bit quieter, but still got severe weather out there.
Far away. I'm
always appreciate you guys sharing the stream and getting the word out there about these weather events, keeping people safe, and all that good stuff. Should Southeast Michigan be worried about storms? I wouldn't be worried. There's not really much to worry about in Southeast Michigan. The risk is very low. Keep in mind that this right here is the risk of severe weather. You're in the marginal risk, which is a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. It's a very low end risk. Just some really damaging winds being the main concern. Maybe again a brief spin up, but it's mostly going to just be wind. We still do have 13 severe thunderstorm warnings. A brand new one just issued back over near Decatur and Bluffton. This is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Not really much of a hail risk here. And there's also a tornado possible label on this. A little bit of rotation approaching Decatur, and it will go towards Convoy in Ohio here pretty soon. Watching a non-weather channel the other day, and the gentleman mentioned your channel and really likes your channel. It's awesome. I don't know who you're talking about, but pretty cool stuff. I don't know if anybody knows who Ross Creations is, but I'm pretty sure he subscribed to my channel. I think I saw that. That was from the hurricane. All right, let's go to Brandon Kopic here for just a moment. He doesn't have any audio on. I got to get water, so just give me 2 seconds. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, back. Where is he driving? I think he's driving home. He's in northeast Indiana right now. I don't think he's on anything severe. That cat was coming over to try to drink my water. Tornado risk for Middletown, Ohio. At this point, really anywhere in Ohio, it's a very low risk. Thank you, Rocky, for the super chat. I have a video of the tornado that touched down in Pekin, Illinois. Where can I post it to? You can email me. Link or the email's in the description. You can also send it on Twitter or Facebook at Max Velocity WX. Those are honestly preferable over email. Also, thank you, Rogue, for the super chat. Small hooks forming in Waverly, Tennessee. What do you think? I'm gonna be honest. The Waverly storms, or really anything in Tennessee, I'm not really impressed with. There is some rotation, but it's, in my opinion, not really that concerning. I think it'll be mostly just some strong storms here in Tennessee tonight. Shout out to Robert also for the $20 super chat. Love your content, Max. Thanks for always being here during these storms. Your information is invaluable and surely has helped tons of people and saved many lives. Patiently waiting in Troy, Ohio for the line of storms. I appreciate the super chat. Hopefully you stay safe tonight. I don't think Ohio, again, is going to be that bad tonight. The tornado warning actually was just canceled. So we are back down to just severe thunderstorm warnings at this point across the board. Also, thank you to, I don't know what the name was. Let me go back and look. My cat is named Cheese Curd. Yes, it is. Huge shout out to Rattle Game for the super chat, or for the $25 donation. Really appreciate that. I think it was a PayPal donation. Thank you for keeping us safe and informed during severe weather. I appreciate that, and thank you for the generosity. How's Tennessee? Just strong storms right now. Nothing severe. I don't think we have a storm right now that has, yeah, there's one, I think. There's one storm, I think, that has a tornado possible label on it, and it's this one right up near Fort Wayne, near Decatur. Little area of rotation that'll be moving towards Convoy and Van Wert in Ohio here pretty soon.
We don't want storms in Ohio.
Also, shout out to Liz, Paul, Lilith, Melanie, Jenna, and Trista for all picking up merch at shopmaxvelocity.net.
Can't believe these
really
guys
appreciate the support, guys. Anybody that's picked up 1 million subscriber merch, really do appreciate it. It helps us out a lot. It helps out our designer that designs all of our stuff, and supports the small business that we're using for all those signed, or most of the signed hats that we have. So Really cool stuff that we've been able to do. And by the way, guys, I'm going to give you guys a quick little sneak
Right
peek,
around
all right?
here,
This
when
is really
a
cool. I
sphere
think this will be a
chance
really
drops a
fun
lot.
little collection that we're doing. All right, this is something entirely different from what we've done on our store. But this is a general idea of our next merch drop. It's going to be a combination of a couple different tornadoes that we've had on radar, and it's going to be called our Supercell Collection. It's going to be very cool. It should release on April 1st. So right after our 1 million subscriber stuff is gone and off the store, that'll likely release. And then our cheese curd merch will probably release on May 1st, if I had to guess. So it's a really cool design. I cannot wait to release it to you guys, and I can't wait to rep it. It's gonna be lit. April 1st. Oh, I might have to do I might have to do April 2nd, guys. All right, sorry. I might have to do April 2nd. But I really like the design. I think it's really cool. And it's also like the most weather-related design that we'll have on our store. Because everything else, I mean, flying trampolines is technically weather-related, but... Thank you, Pete, for the super chat. Joplin Tornado documentary came out on Netflix today. Just watched it. Incredible. Lots of unseen footage. I'll have to watch that, actually. I didn't know they made a documentary for that. That's a cool idea for something to watch. Hey, Tina, also for the super chat. Nervously waiting in Dayton, Ohio. Nothing to be nervous about. I'm gonna be honest, guys. Nothing to be nervous about. It's mostly just some wind at this point. Every storm across the board producing 60-mile-per-hour winds when it comes to severe levels, and maybe a little bit of hail. Again, very low tornado risk. In my opinion, again, the tornado risk is really low tonight. All right, I think the rest of tonight, maybe one more tornado and then we're done. Does your merch ship to Australia? It does. I think all of our merch ships to most countries. Other than, well, maybe the hats. I don't know if our signed hats ship there, but they might. I have no clue. Watching the Joplin documentary now, it's definitely legit. I'll have to watch it. I don't even have Netflix, but I guess I'll have to get it.
Good point.
Appreciate that, Tiffany.
Well, that's tightening up a little bit. Ooh, yeah. I'm to check that one out.
My power's out, but at least my home is okay. That is all that matters, man. As well as you being okay. Where's your viewers' gift address posted? Our fan mail address? Can a mod post that in the chat? Or I can. There's a link in the description, too. If you go into the description, you'll be able to see it, but I'll also post it in the chat. All of our links, including merch, including social media, like Discord, Facebook, Twitter, all that. There's a link in the description to all of that stuff. So, yeah. Thank you, Carrie, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities.
Yeah, that's a little concerning looking. Pretty tight rotation, though. Hard to see where my exact spot is.
Also, another little update, not really anything big, but another little update. We are currently working on our 24/7 radar. Not sure when that'll be out, but it should come out at some point in the next couple of months. Hopefully sometime in April is my hope, but I don't know if it will be able to. It's gonna be pretty expensive to run because it will require either another computer or a full-blown server, but it should be a really good little thing that we'll have for whenever we're not live. I'll be able to bring you guys to that. We'll be upgrading it throughout time as well. Here's
Far
cheese
away
curd.
from Ohio now. Getting there.
Thank you, Nick, for the super chat. It's the best way to send you pronunciations. Last time you covered Southwestern Ohio, butchered quite a few. I'm not really into the whole pronunciation thing. I mean, like, you know, I'll be wrong. It's kind of whatever.
Everything's kind of moving northeast, but everything coming up still spinning.
I try my best. All right. I'm not like the only name that I actually intentionally butcher now is Boliviar. Boliviar is the only one that I intentionally will mess up. Other than Boliviar, there's not another one that I intentionally mess up. You also, Bo, for the super chat. Make a shirt with a yarn tornado and cheese curd chasing it. That is a actually really good idea. I am going to, I can't even screenshot this. That's a really good idea. That's actually sounds like a really good idea. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I gotta like copy and paste this with my cat on my lap at the same time. Copy. I'm gonna paste this over to Discord. Bada bing, bada boom. All right. Thank you. That's a good idea. Actually, I might do that. That actually is a really good idea, in my opinion. Hey, Leslie for the super chat as well. I'm in Cannon County, Tennessee. Should I put my horses in the barn or it'll just be thunderstorms? I honestly, like, as a precaution, you could, but, like, I don't really think much here in Tennessee is going to be much worse than just some, you know, gusty winds. And a little bit of lightning. There isn't anything severe right now, and, you know, unless you're back up, like, north of Nashville, maybe, like, near Goodlettsville or Springfield. Chance for an isolated severe storm, I think, is a little bit higher there.
Don't like the weather tonight, man.
What about Detroit? Detroit is not really.
It's like a bunch of
anything.
Rats.
Other than dust. You got some dust moving through, some gusty winds, a little bit of rain tonight. That's really about it. Not really any severe weather expected there. Another damage report in Auburn, Indiana. There is a report of a power pole on fire due to lightning strike with a downed power line in Auburn, Indiana. That's pretty recent.
Too much rotation everywhere, but nothing is happening, thankfully.
Thank you, Eric. Snacks for the cats. I appreciate that.
On the Ohio
Thank you for the super
radar
chat. Max, it's not Central Time. Oh, dang it. I did fix it on here. Does it really matter, though?
I don't like the KILN radar.
I just have to go back and remember to fix these times after.
Like, I think it's off a bit.
Because the next severe weather event that we have on...
I think the radar is off by like 10 miles
Sunday.
Or something.
For as a reminder, by the way, I already kind of mentioned this, but as a reminder, our next severe weather threat will be on Sunday, and that'll be across the deep south and the southern plains, and we will be live on Sunday, more than likely. I don't know why we wouldn't, but more than likely we'll be live on Sunday, but this looks more like a hail risk as of right now. Could be a tornado risk, at least to some extent. I'll show you guys the future radar here, and then we'll go back to the Ohio Valley here in a second. But this one looks like as we go into the next few days. So not really much expected between now and Saturday, but we'll have a video tomorrow talking about this storm that's coming in on Sunday. By Sunday, we're talking about a big winter weather event in the upper Midwest. And there will also be some severe weather back over in the deep south. Right now, it looks like mainly a hail risk, but we could see some damaging winds and perhaps even a tornado or two. And again, it does not look like a tornado outbreak. It's not really necessarily the best trough for this. The positioning of this is kind of awkward. You can see where the trough is. It's going to be way back up in the Midwest.
That's really good.
Our strongest winds aloft are all the way back off to the north. So I don't think we are talking about a full-blown tornado outbreak here. But I still think a couple tornadoes could be possible.
And again, that's
look at the
just
low-level winds, by the way.
KIND.
This
You
is
look
the
over here, and they
low-level
still
jet.
look like separate
Really
strong
nothing reaching
supercells.
down there into the deep south. So that's good news. Does not at least look like we're going to be dealing with a severe or tornado outbreak. But definitely some hail and wind are going to be in the forecast here.
Kinda.
And I'll have more details in tomorrow's video, especially if anything does end up changing. So stay tuned, subscribe to the channel if you have not already, and we'll keep you posted. Hey, Pettis, I don't know if you're watching, but I did not know that. Did not see that. Hey, Tofu, you could if you want. You could definitely draw that. Just got a new severe thunderstorm warning west of Dayton for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds.
Go to sleep, tornadoes.
Also,
Go to
thank you,
sleep,
Yasmin, for the super chat. Lots of fires going on here in Arkansas due to high winds and dry weather. Yeah, and unfortunately, that is just going to continue into tomorrow as well. Winds are just going to stay strong. I'm trying to pull up the RAM slider here. I want to see if we can see the fires on the map. Sometimes you can. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is just not a normal night.
Geofire.
Normally, stuff just
fires on the map.
all falls apart.
Shout out to
but everything's
Mike
like
and
still rotating,
Deer
even
for
though
picking
no
up
tornadoes are happening.
merch
It's
at
just like,
shopmaxvelocity.net. I appreciate that.
still looks threatening, even though no tornadoes are happening. I don't like that.
Doesn't look like the fire map is working. Let's see the fire spots on here. Thank you, Mobile Task Force, for the super chat for the Cheese Curd DoorDash fund and snacks for Cheese Curd. I appreciate that. Yeah, for some reason the fire map isn't working. But yeah, we definitely have fires going on down there, unfortunately. And that's just going to continue until some rain comes. Yeah, the biggest problem right now is that we just have such dry weather, and there's been no rain recently in like Arkansas or, you know, really there hasn't been rain anywhere down there in Arkansas or Texas. It's been dry as a bone here recently, so there's gonna have to be some serious increase in terms of the amount of, you know, liquid that comes out of the sky for us to actually see, you know, less fire conditions. It's a big problem right now in Texas and many other states.
It's been flooded in like the last 2 months, or the ground's been soaking wet. And near Cincinnati, Ohio. Since our last big snow here, it's been like a swamp in our yard. It's almost dried out, but
Port A, Indiana. You are done, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you're done. We are down to 4 severe thunderstorm warnings, so we basically have almost nothing now. Severe weather is coming to a close, it feels like. not entirely done. We still got Cincinnati to go, but
where I'm at.
And maybe something down here in Kentucky. Tornado watch still does continue for another 2 hours.
If I didn't live near Cincinnati, I would have shut off the stream by now.
Radar mega cyclone port. Not much happening right now. Do you have a live map for lightning strikes? You can actually see them on the map here. All the white little things that are popping up, mainly over in southern Indiana. Decent amount of lightning right now.
This is my first time ever streaming weather. I've been making videos for a couple years now, and I've been loving weather the last
can do a future
several
cast.
years. I've been disabled.
There's not really much more to go in the future here.
Been really into it.
It's very, very small going into the future here because we only got like 2 hours left of storms, and they're gonna weaken out. Like this is an hour from now. We'll have some storms across western Ohio. We'll have some storms scattered across, you know, Kentucky, Tennessee. Yeah, mostly just isolated scattered storms. By 11 to 12 o'clock tonight, they're done. I mean, just some showers and isolated rumbles of thunder, and that's really about it. Now, the only thing that I can really future cast for you here that is actually interesting is the snow tonight. Because there will be some snow overnight tonight. We already have, I think, snow falling, if I'm not mistaken, near Davenport. And so that's going to spread across Illinois tonight following the tornadoes that we had today. And so we're going to see snow overnight tonight. Tomorrow morning, that moves into Michigan, Indiana, and eventually moving into parts of Ohio by tomorrow evening. And there could even be some snow back over into northern Georgia. That'll be mainly in the Appalachians, though. And then eventually by early Friday morning, there will be a little bit of snowfall back over in the northeast, and that clears out. And then we're talking about our next big storm as we go into Sunday, which again, our next live stream will likely be Sunday on this channel for severe weather. That is the current plan. Also, shout out to Emma for picking up merch
That's
at
basically where the
shopmaxvelocity.net.
rotation
Appreciate
is.
that.
Looks pretty satisfying.
Appreciate all of your support, guys, on our merch. Really do. When's the next golfing stream? Guys, we got to get through severe weather season first.
Just starting, too.
I have not golfed since, like, Thanksgiving. It's been a long time. The Dayton cell looks like it could drop a tornado. There's a low chance, but I'm going to be honest, like, these storms are not nearly as intense as earlier. There is a little bit of rotation near, like, Richmond, but this has been like this for a while. It's not really much that's it's not too much of a concern right now. It's a good idea to stay weather aware and have ways to receive warnings, because we will still have a threat here for a little bit more severe weather before we are officially done tonight. Golfing stream would be epic. We did one last summer.
I agree with him. It does look like it could drop, but hopefully it doesn't. It's been doing this all night, just acting like there's going to be a tornado, but it doesn't do it. Hopefully it just completely fizzles out.
I don't know who I'm going to golf next. I kind of want to do another golfing match with somebody. It'd be kind of fun. Another, like, storm chaser. But there aren't very many, like, I don't know. It feels like there aren't very many storm chasers that golf
right now.
After graduation, Max ran to golf my treat. Appreciate that. I don't know when I'll be able to golf. I'm packed with stuff all the way through, like, the middle or end of summer. So many things going on. Mostly school. School's mostly keeping me locked up right now.
Anybody live in Richmond?
Guys, Ryan Hall does not golf. He literally does not golf. What year of college? I'm in my senior year. Got, like, literally a month to go. And then I'm pretty much done. I think I got like 34 more days or something like that until we're finally done. Pretty exciting. Should challenge Phil Mickelson to a round of golf. Phil Mickelson does not know I even exist.
I bet he does.
I know Reed golfs. Yeah, Reed Timmer golfs, but it's hard setting something up with him. He's usually pretty busy.
Max is more popular than Phil Mickelson now.
Where am I from? I'm in Florida. Well, you keep streaming as your job. That is the current plan. And again, I mentioned this earlier, but I'm currently planning on hiring somebody here soon to potentially be somebody that comes on screen and basically relays reports and adds some more value to our, like, radar analysis and stuff like that if I'm missing a certain storm that I don't see on radar. Basically help to make these streams much better, in my opinion. But that'll be happening soon. There are no tornado warnings as of right now.
Oh, that looks better. Keep falling apart.
You need Max on point. Absolutely. Well, you know, the other thing is, too, it's not just because I want to, like, have somebody else on screen. It's more because, like, you guys don't probably understand this, but, like, Friday and Saturday, all right, both of those live streams, the tornado outbreaks, I did not eat almost anything both days because I couldn't. Like, there was no way to. I had to constantly cover severe weather and stuff. So, like, having another person would actually help. You know, it would actually help to make me be able to eat, because, like, I'm not going to eat while there's a tornado on the ground or even a tornado warning. I just can't do that. Just impossible. So yeah, you need a mini fridge. That doesn't have anything to do with it. Like, I could have a mini fridge. I don't have to have a mini fridge. Like, that has legitimately nothing to do with it. It's just me not having, like, somebody that can talk while I'm eating or something. So
Gotta get them cheese curds in.
We have a severe storm south of Louisville. Looks like Louisville is just going to get some strong storms. Back over in southwestern Kentucky, the severe thunderstorm warning for Elkton will just be allowed to end. And we also have some storms in and around Nashville. These are all strong. So if you're in Tennessee, again, no severe weather really at this time, and probably not going to see much of that tonight. And then strong storms are approaching Dayton. But again, the severe weather risk is going down. So we're kind of losing the energy here with these storms, but we'll be live here for a little bit longer in case something comes up. Thank you, Haji, for the super chat. I appreciate the generosity. W's in the chat for Haji, $50 super chat. Thanks for keeping us informed and safe in Bloomington, in Normal, Illinois this afternoon. Cheese curd is awesome. Thank you for rescuing her. No problem. Appreciate you tuning in.
Took some power
I love having cheese
like
curd. I gotta say, like having a cat here, is really
that's better news for Dayton.
Is awesome, honestly. I think I mean I'm allergic to cats technically, but I've had no issues with her. But you know, if you were to ever adopt something, I definitely recommend getting a cat if you can.
3 minutes ago.
She's a lot of
all
fun.
These areas the storms passed through didn't lose power, so that's good news for us in Ohio.
We're gonna see graduation photos. You probably will. I don't know why you wouldn't. Have I ever met James Spann? I've talked to him like over direct messages before, but never talked to him, or I've never met him. However, I do want to throw this out there. I think this is happening. I might be wrong, but I will be on the weather podcast called Weather Brains. I think in June, if I'm not mistaken.
It's definitely Weather Brain, that's for sure.
Look out for that. I'll have more announcements as we get closer. I mean, that's still like, I don't know, 4 months away or something, but as long as there's no severe weather, we'll be on the podcast there. I don't know if you'll see this, but but you've helped. I can't read. You've helped my storm anxiety, so thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm glad I can help.
He doesn't help my storm anxiety. I still have it. Anything that comes to Ohio, I have anxiety on no matter what. Not until it passes. But this does
also,
look good.
shout out to Michelle for picking up 1 million subscriber merch at shopmaxvelocity.net.
Everything's dying out.
Once again, we got about 10 days left until our 1 million subscriber merch is gone forever. So if you want to get it, again, that is the top link in the description below at shopmaxvelocity.net. That is the sponsor of today's stream, by the way. We're sponsoring ourselves pretty much. You can check this out. We got signed hats. We are now in the mid to upper 300s for signed hats. So we are getting close to being sold out. We'll never do signed hats again, I don't think, unless we do like a really small drop. We also have t-shirts, mugs, stickers, posters, and much more if you want to check it out. Shopmaxvelocity.net. Pretty much something for everybody. All very affordable, other than the hat's more expensive, but it's signed and takes a lot more effort. So,
take a closer look at that. Oh.
And it's also limited. Every hat, by the way, is numbered. So if you're wondering, the inside of every hat will be numbered. It'll be numbered according to when your order was placed and what number hat you get. So pretty cool stuff. But again, this is basically the last time I'm doing signed merch for a while. Handwritten cards, by the way, are also available. We're almost sold out of those now. So make sure to check it out.
Really broad.
I don't usually plug stuff, but that's one thing that we're just, throwing out there since getting close to the end of the 1 million subscriber merch sale. What's your opinion on the new Twisters movie? Hey guys, if you want to know something,
switch to KLX.
I have not watched the Twisters movie. I'm not gonna lie.
He's so young.
Still not watched the Twisters movie. It's not because I don't want to watch it. I just have not.
I saw that when I was a kid.
Hey, Joe Hoff for the super chat. Winds are slowly picking up in Wilmington, Ohio, and Midland, Ohio. I'm at my fire station hearing the metal building as the storms get closer. Oh my goodness, I'm getting flamed in the chat. Guys, I'm sorry. I know, I've been exposed. I still have yet to watch it. I'm sorry. I literally have not had time.
We have all this interference here. You can't even see anything here, do you? Well.
Also, thank you, Janice, for the super chat. Work County, or Van Wert County. There is still a tornado possible label on this storm, but at this point, it's mostly just wind. That's really it. Just a little bit of some gusty winds in Van Wert. If you're in like the downtown area, it's just rain. I've watched the original. Don't worry, I've watched the original probably 3 or 4 times. But yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I've not watched the new version.
New one wasn't nearly as good as the original.
I'll tell you, I was 50 minutes behind. That's kind of sad. Yeah, top right of your screen. Make sure the time is within like a minute of yours, because otherwise you're really behind.
Actually fun talking to Max and he can't hear me.
I'm not a big movie person though, just for the record. I'm really not a big movie person. Like I'll watch movies, but I'm not a big movie person. Have I met Ryan Hall? I've never met him, but I mean I've talked to him plenty of times. You talk quite often.
Yeah, I sent him some messages.
Very off topic, but did any of you guys pick up the AG1 stuff? I did that ad on Friday. I'm just curious. I actually enjoy it. I'm just throwing that out there. Like, I legitimately enjoy it, but I'm just curious if anybody...
Ohio's
ended
looking
up picking it up.
amazing. I think we're
I
good
just
in
thought of
Ohio
that
now.
out of nowhere.
I don't think we have any risk at all
Collab
in
with
Ohio
Ryan?
at this point.
I don't know what we would collab with.
Just some hail and winds.
Does your AC work? It does work. It is working again. We have an air conditioning unit. It's good to go. I did. I'm waiting for my order. Lit.
Still haven't marked as severe though, but
All right, so the plan is tomorrow morning we're gonna have a video at, I don't know, 7 a.m. or so. It'll be a little bit later than today probably because I don't feel like getting up super early. So for those that are wondering, our next video will be at 7 a.m. Central Time tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. So make sure to subscribe to the channel if you've not already. Click the bell icon so you're notified as well. Now, I'd love to stay live, but I honestly need to get sleep, and I have an exam on Friday. So otherwise, I would stay live here for a little bit longer. But again, the severe weather's winding down. I mean, we got 3 warnings, and it's all wind. No tornado. The only tornado possible is in Van Wert, and that storm's honestly not that intense. So as a reminder, make sure to follow us on Facebook and Twitter. Links are in the description at MaxVelocityWX. Also, join our Discord server if you want to join our weather community. The link is down below. We also have our fan mail link down below if you want to send me any fan mail. We usually open those up on stream. And also, one quick update before we go out. Apparently, there was at least 43 strong tornadoes from the March 14th to 16th tornado outbreak. So just something to think about on the way out. But other than that, I appreciate you guys all watching as always. Thank you to anybody that super chatted, became a member, anything like that. Shout out to Brian and Ryan as well for picking up merch at shopmaxvelocity.net. Once again, this is one of your last chances. If you want to get any sort of 1 million subscriber merch, it is available at shopmaxvelocity.net. It is the top link in the description below. This is one of the best ways to support what we do here on this channel. And also,
I myself, I think I'm going to call it a night too. It looks like we're pretty good in Ohio. That's just Max talking about his channel stuff, but this looks all right. I'm going to go eat before I get smashed by all this rain, but it looks solid. I think we're pretty good. I think we're safe. All right, guys. Thanks for watching. You have a good night.
it's mostly just some wind at this point. Every storm across the board producing 60-mile-per-hour winds when it comes to severe levels and maybe a little bit of hail.